money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the bang to the break, bang to the break, bang to the break, bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. The money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause I might leave swiftly, just based on my history. Been on a take them flights, a different side of trouble. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something in those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? If you choose to stick around, don't say I let you down when I burn it to the ground. Because I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us?
got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
But it's time to come alive. If you want to party, babe, you got to feel it deep inside. All I really want to do is the things you just can't hide. Put your funk around it, babe, and I'll take you for a ride. Get on that with the feeling. Get on that with the feeling. Get on that with the feeling.
bitter, sweet, fiery heat. Whispers the man of the hurricane. Oh, stop pushing me, gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, 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 I won't let go. Ain't never giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Gonna push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Spirits climbing, love contriving, passion driving, the tempers rising. Whoa, stop pushing me, you're gonna push so hard I'll just let go now. Lost in your mind, blown on the wings of the hurricane. I won't let go, I won't let go, I won't let go. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. Ain't ever giving up on you. Gonna see this storm all the way through. Push right through the driving rain. Gonna ride on the wings of the hurricane. 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 Ride on the wings of the hurricane.
I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I'm in control, you know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control, you know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. 'Cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Let me take you for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you. Just for you. You know I'm in control. I got this, you know, 'cause I'm in control, 'cause I'm in control. You know I'm in control. Because I'm in control. chateau in the mountains. Life change, yeah, jet set through the islands. I change zip codes like it is nothing. Top 10K first class on my side bang. Shorty went viral on a TikTok. Got 'em doing moves in a big mouth. Rocking their head doing pop like 20 million streams so she won't stop, can't stop. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. Only show me love, I don't clap back. Homie got a catfish face, so you can have that. Topping hits on hits, can you handle that? Lose it all on a high stakes blackjack. That big trip, even in a lockdown. Big tips, only with the fans now. My click, pull up with the top down. We keep it going all night. 911, it's an emergency. Call your friends. Everybody follow me one by one. Moving to the melody. Light up the night, oh. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah. We light up the night light. We go into daylight. As long as it feels right. Light it up, yeah.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your
Red Bull gives you wings.
We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. You're my darling. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. We in the club and you party like nobody. We in the club and you dance like nobody. We in the club, girl, you show me your mata, your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata. Your mata, your mata.
They said we had to prove ourselves. So we did. They said we'd never reach the top. But here we are. We've broken barriers. We've shattered limits.
And now this big fish needs to find a bigger pond.
Now, it's not about proving anything anymore. It's about fighting harder, rising higher. Now, we are fearless.
Hello, it's day 2 of stage 2, and welcome to the gun show. We've got Cairo and Macmate on the desk with me, Frankie Ward. You couldn't see my arms because they're just too big to fit within the frame, along with my massive hair. Mac, I'm so disappointed you put yours away. We had an agreement.
No! No, you guys didn't hear anything funny that I said. I said the funniest things in the world, but now we're back. Thank you, Cairo, for picking up on that one. But look, yes, I've put something more appropriate on, and Cairo, thank you for calling me out. I love you.
Oh,
It's good to be here with you.
You know, do you know what? It's good to be with you guys on desk. You know, Mac, I know me and you have hung out, but we never got a chance to be on the same show together. And obviously, the same with Frankie, right? First time on analyst desk for me, so I'm super excited for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to work with both you, although Cairo, there is something Captain Pugwash about you in that t-shirt, but Captain Pugwash is an icon, as are you. Let's talk about the way that Game Changers works if you're new to the format, because we're going to show you a flowchart. It does look like an old school dating quiz, but it does have some very important information as to how this is going to go down. Cairo looked at me like, what do you mean? It's like, yes, Cairo, you're too young and also probably too maths to have ever read Cosmopolitan. There used to be these flowcharts, and it was like, are you single? Yes, no. If no, why? Obviously, our flowchart is slightly more amenable. As you can see, we're in the middle of stage 2, and contenders is something that's changed for this year, Mac, and it means that the scene is wide open as a result.
Yeah, it's good to see that you have teams coming through from all the regional tournaments and have a chance to make it into Game Changers, and that's why, you know, we've managed to see some of that talent at least showcased here in the playoffs. Unfortunately, both those teams did lose yesterday, but they almost didn't lose, and that's also impressive.
So impressive, and so is the point distribution. Unfortunately, if you go out in 5th or 6th, like our two teams yesterday did, then you are only picking up 20 points for stage 2. But you did have another fact that impressed me very much, Mac, in rehearsal about the points distribution, because if we actually take a look at what our teams have earned themselves so far, there was an interesting correlation you can point out for us.
Yeah, it's that, you know, that stage 1 points, obviously not as important as the stage 2 points. But if you have a look, the two contenders teams that we were just talking about, both Twisted Minds and Blackhand, have 20. And G2, who is usually one of the favorites, have 30, or at least, you know, only 30 so far. They also can get 30 minimum. Say if they lose the next 2 games, that's what they'll be getting, but they also have a few more potentially on the line and could be able to jump all the way towards the top. So that's an interesting one. And as you can see here, you know, unfortunately for those contenders teams, they lost yesterday in the single elim part of the bracket, so they didn't get a second opportunity. But Carmine Corp as well as SK, with those wins, give themselves another shot and have locked in at least top 4.
It's very impressive to see, though, how the talent on the two teams that we said goodbye to yesterday have so much potential. I really think that Berry X in particular was a big discovery. I not got to see her play. It was her first playoffs yesterday. She absolutely commanded no fear, especially on Lotus versus SK. So hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more from her and Blackhand and Twisted Mind Orchid in the future. But right now we need to look forward to the top 4. This is an upper bracket semi-final, and it's going to be very hotly contested because it's between SK Nebula and Giant X. And for me, these are two teams, Cairo, that feel very closely aligned in terms of skill set and results at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and it's not only that, like, it's the amount that they've played each other, right? 3 times from stage 1 to now, and on top of that, they actually met in the lower bracket of stage 1, the lower bracket 1, where SK actually got knocked out by Giant X, so there's a little bit of a grudge match I can feel like starting to grow, and you've also got to consider that SK lost that second seed to GX because of their best of 3, so there's a lot on the line, there's a lot of stakes between these two, and that's what I love.
And look, yeah, they lost that best of 3, but as you can see, they, again, almost didn't lose that best of 3. They went all the way to the end of regulation there on Lotus, could have 2-0'd them, but then Giant X managed to go for this reverse sweep in what some people in the community have defined as a fun series, Cairo.
Yeah, no, listen, I love a good fun series, but there's been plenty of it. Like I said, there's been 3 best of 3s, right? But all 9 maps played, 6 of which are unique. So, like, obviously, these two teams have a lot to go off of, a lot of depth in their map pool. So I'm really wondering when we get to that map, like, select later on, the map veto, like, where are we actually going to go?
It's going to be a curious one because I imagine that neither one of these teams is going to want to play exactly the same maps because they've already shown their hand there, and it was a very close battle last time. It was 2-1 in the favor of Giant X, but SK have beaten Giant X before. So let's take a look at a big change for Giant X because we've seen Sarah take on the IGL role. She took it up this time last year, and then after championship, she handed that over to Nami, who was really settling into the role. She wasn't 100% confident with it on stage 1, but she was still able to perform. Then we hear, Mac, that partway through the stage 2 groups, Ness has taken on the reins, and that was confusing to me. I'm not sure why they made the change.
Yeah, so I guess there may have been some kind of lack of confidence. We don't exactly know why that this change has come through. Hopefully at some point we'll get to learn that. But yeah, it's great to see that Ness is not only in charge and calling, but also still putting up the numbers in terms of the stats and carrying the team to success.
Well, I did actually have a cheeky chat with Ness earlier. So let's check in. Well, let's check in with a few hours ago, shall we? Ness, firstly, thank you for joining me. Secondly,
Thank you for having me.
congratulations on making top 4. How did you find the group stage?
I don't know, it was fine. Like, it was just long run, you know, exhausting, but it's fine.
And you have, you've got a wide map pool at the moment. It feels like most of the teams, bar one, are playing all 7 maps. I did want to ask you about Haven, though. That's a classic map, but it seems to be something that you've had a few struggles on recently. Can you pinpoint, have you got an idea as to why?
Oh, I think on just like defense we're struggling and that's it. Like on attack we're fine, but I think we couldn't adapt mostly on like Neon, you know. But I think we will be fine soon because
How
we're
are you
working
finding-
on it.
I can imagine you are, but I'm wondering how you're finding the current meta.
I think it's fine. Like whenever there is no fracture, I'm in love with the map pool, and agents are like also fine. Maybe like annoying to play against Neon. That's it. Like to be honest. Oh, the breach nerf was unnecessary. That's it.
The breach nerf was unnecessary. We're still seeing breach played at least, unlike
Yeah.
some of the agents, Tejo being one of
Yeah.
them. I'm wondering also about your role change, because during the group stage, you've taken on the IGL role, I think for the first time from Nami. I know you've helped with calls in the past on foot with Claudia IGLing, but tell me about taking that role on.
Oh, I don't know. Kind of like that one is also exhausting because I have to like watch bots, a lot of bots. When we like swap me and IGL, in 3 days I watched like 30 modes with Asuka, and sometimes myself alone. So it was just like too much Valorant for me.
I'm sure it's something that you'll adapt to. Why was that decision made though during the stage 2 group stage?
I don't know. Like, maybe I'm more with the team and Nami is playing more alone most of the time. I mean, I was already helping a lot like before when Nami was IGLing even. So we just tried like this.
Was that a decision that Asuka made or suggested?
Yeah.
So for you now, I associate you with the hype woman of the team. I know you supported Nami a lot, as you say, helping her with calls, but also giving her energy during stage 1. So who's hyping you?
I don't know right now. Like, I'm not that hype woman, okay? Like, I had Nami, Sarah sometimes, and I give like speeches. But right now, I think, like, when I started thinking about a lot in the game, like during rounds or trying to read the enemies or what we're gonna do next, so I'm just like super like calm right now, and Nami is more hyping.
Oh, so you've kind of had a switch of roles in a way.
Yeah, I think so.
So in the past, Sarah said that you guys as a team, you don't need to rely on the meta because you have such incredible firepower. Now, it is true you have amazing firepower. However, the competition does feel increasingly close in Game Changers EMEA. So I'm just wondering, is firepower enough right now?
I mean, firepower is like important, but I don't think it's the like most important thing, because like sometimes, like, I don't think it's about meta, but I also think about like playing what suits you the most. So if you think like Teo is support at the moment, I mean Teo is strong at the moment, but like you run Teo because it's strong, I don't think it's like a good decision if your players are not comfortable. You know what I mean?
So it's all about being comfortable and just being able to play
Yeah.
individually super strong.
Like knowing how to play that agent is also more important. So like what you can do with that agents.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for talking to me today, Ness,
Thank you.
and good luck in your game against SK.
Thank you so much. See ya. Bye-bye.
So Ness is just like, I'm not a hype woman. I mean, I just make speeches and I do this, that, and the other, describing all the things that make her a great hype woman, Cairo.
Yeah, she is, and do you know what? She's a personality as well. After like going to the Instalock event, she decided that my accent would be the butt of her jokes. So she is definitely bright and really good at the game. So no wonder that she's ended up taking that step up to the leadership role.
I would never make fun of your accent, Cairo, but Meg definitely would. We're going to move on to talking about SK now, though, because there's a lot to talk about here after the series that you actually cast yesterday with Hazard, Cairo. Jay tweeted afterwards, a big GGWP to them being Black Hand. This game was all on Meneg because Meneg gave them a speech after the second match. She said, "We have been struggling on energy a lot, and I'm very happy we recovered and made it to the top 4. Now time to lock in and do what we know we can." This was interesting to me because I did do an interview with Devil's Axa after the game, and I did actually have a question about communications and the mood and the energy, and she was like, everything was great. And I was like, okay then, but Jade is clearly saying otherwise, Mac.
Yeah, I guess, look, maybe player to player, everyone thinks a little differently. I think my biggest takeaway is, just the disparity between players understanding hype and motivational speaking. To us, it feels like it's the same thing, but to them, it's like, no, someone can be incredibly motivational and like stern, whereas you got someone else going, "Yeah, you're the GOAT," and that's like hype, and they've just fully decided to contrast those two things. So it's interesting to see everyone has a different perspective on things, including, look, I'm sure the coach as well has a different idea on exactly what went down yesterday as opposed to each of the players. Like someone playing the wing might find more success on their lane of the map, so they might think it's working.
Well, funny you should say that, because I did actually catch up with the coach, Kriya from SK, so let's see what he had to say about it. Kriya, thank you very much for joining me today. I want to jump straight in and ask you about Jade's tweet after the victory over Black Hand yesterday, because she mentioned that there was an issue with energy. So can you explain a bit more about what she meant?
First, thank you for having me for this interview. And yeah, let's say that yesterday, we started really good. We had a really good attack side on Pearl. And then we arrived in defense. And sometimes we don't have the solution. Sometimes we are trying to do a little bit too much. So let's say that, yeah, we get in trouble for finding solutions. And between the first map and the second one, I felt like we were still thinking about what we could have done better on this defense side on Pearl. So basically, we lack energy for the Lotus. We lacked, I don't know, let's say our mindset and our mood was not good enough. And yeah, this was something that was problematic for our Lotus, let's say. Yeah.
So tell me about the Meneg pep talk. What did he say to the team?
Basically, after Lotus, we needed to make them, more awake. I needed to feel them like really happy to be here, and I wanted us to enjoy the moment, and Meneg as well. And he just told me, yeah, listen, Kriya, I'm gonna speak to them between the Lotus and the last map and the Sunset map. So basically, he just did the talk. He tried to make them play the game, because we are not ourselves on Lotus. So this was the main thing, yeah.
Is there anything a team can do, though, when a player like Berry from Black Hand is popping off on Lotus?
When you play against good players, it's always difficult. You can try basically to have, I don't know, the best tactics and stuff, but there's one thing you need to do is to fit this energy that this player in front of you have, And Berry X, like, she was insane, and she played with a lot of, I'd say, no care, like she was just picking all the time and stuff. And if us on our side, we don't have this energy, if we don't have this intensity in our communication, basically it can be really difficult. So we just needed to fight more and not, leave any space for her to just play like, in ranked and stuff. So.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you have got Liza on your team now. She seems to be making a huge difference in terms of firepower as well. What would you say she's brought to the team?
Who, sorry?
Liza.
Lisa is really...
Lisa, yes.
Lisa, yes, sorry. Lisa is really amazing. I'm so happy to have her here. It's really... She's bringing so much, like you can see as well on the server, how good she is first. But she's as well really calm. She's bringing a lot in terms of clutch, because she's so calm. She's bringing as well this this relaxed vibe, that sometimes we need. And she's amazing. She's amazing.
Yeah, it's fantastic to watch. Thank you so much for talking to me, Kriya, and good luck today.
Thank you a lot.
big apologies to Lisa for repeatedly saying her name wrong. It's because I'm a massive Liza Minnelli fan. Cabaret is full of bangers. Now, let's talk about the fact that SK is a team that has definitely impressed us more than they have in the past. They had a promising start to stage 1, top 4 again now. But it feels like maybe they've not quite showed us the final form of this lineup, Mac, mate. There's some players who aren't always showing up. I mean, their duelist Jolina can be fantastic, but also not necessarily the most consistent from map to map.
Yeah, I feel like everything that we did see yesterday, like, they played relatively well, right? And I'm hoping that we get that kind of SK coming into this one yet again, because yes, Lisa played well. You're also, like, I've heard so many good things about Jelena as well. But sometimes I feel like last playoffs in particular, she kind of disappeared. But with Lisa coming in and maybe being able to, you know, pick up a bit more, especially after the duelist goes in and tries to go for those openings, that's when, you know, Liza is going to be able to show exactly what she is. Lisa, sorry, is able to show exactly what she's capable of.
Yeah, I think as well with Lisa being added to the team instead of replacing Cabot, is she like gives that consistency that we're talking about, right? And one way to like find that out is we look at that first death percentage, right? She is tied second lowest. The only player ahead of her in that statistic is Mimi on G2, which, as we all know, she is like Captain Clutch. So it makes complete sense that we're seeing that in the server and in the results for SK as well.
Well, let's take a look at the map veto to see if we are going to have the typical maps that these teams play against each other. Last time it was Icebox, Lotus, and Ascent. So let's check out the first ban, Mac.
Oh, no Lotus. So it won't be the same. That's good to see. A little bit of variety in the mix. And let's see where we're going. SK want to take us to Haven, so we will still stay on one of the 3-laned maps, although, you know, a little bit different with Haven in there. GX start on defense. That's a choice. We'll see what they've got in store for us there.
Yeah, I think this is really interesting to look at the start of this veto already, because GX through all their games have been banning Haven ever since Zeron's mint, right? So the fact that they've chosen to ban Sunset and actually allow SK to pick Haven is going to be one to look at. GX picking into Ascent, which when we look at SK, they've got a pretty decent showing on that as well. So when I look at the rest of this veto, or especially at the start, I'm really favouring SK already.
Yeah, well, SK, they did struggle on that last time they played Ascent, but I'm sure there is some adjustments since then that they could have made. It's only been like a week or so since they last played each other. And Pearl will be arguably necessary. I feel like we should be needing 3 here, unless one of these teams, you know, overperforms and just shows a different version of themselves coming into playoffs.
Do you think that the Haven pick from SK was intended as a bit of a gotcha? Like, oh, you left this open, we know that this has been a weak spot for you. Because Nest did say it's something that they have been working on, Max. So I do wonder if that decision might come back to bite them.
I think so. I guess the good thing about going into this and it not being like that 3rd map is when it's left open like that, with Giant X picking it, SK are going to be able to start on their favourable side. So maybe they can get off to a better start than last time. It's looking like they had to start attack and things didn't go right according to that last affair on it. And I'm hoping that they're going to be able to show us a new version of themselves today, especially after a bit more warm-up playing yesterday as well.
I would like to get your take on this veto, Cairo. Do you think that this is going to be the result we would normally expect looking between these two teams, at least recently? GX got the upper hand here?
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, because as I said, right, at the start of the veto, I do ever so slightly favour SK, in my opinion. But with that being said, like, with Nest saying that they have been working on Haven, they know it's a weak spot, 4 times played, only 1 time won. Like, there's obviously a little bit of a trap being employed by GX, so yeah, I'm excited to see what they bring out here.
I'm excited to see this this composition from SK Nebula. I mean, they're no stranger to playing the double duelist on this map. I'm wondering, are you a fan of that, Mac, that kind of composition on the Haven?
Yeah, I feel like, you know, it's tried and true, and arguably, who was it? Was it Giant X in the interview? It was Giant X. They were saying that they were annoyed at Neon picks. So you see SK going straight into that with Purity on that double duelist. I'm kind of liking what I'm seeing from SK Nebula, and I'm hoping that, you know, the annoyance, the nuisance-ness as it's definitely not a word, but you know what I'm trying to get at.
I do.
If purity can be just a thorn in the side, just a complete and utter. The word is fleeting me.
Pain in the bum.
Nuisanceness is
Stab
pain
in the back.
butt. Yeah, absolute pain in the butt for Giant X. Then there is a huge opportunity for SK to make this one happen.
And are you a fan of the Euro pick? Because in the past, we've seen Smurfette on the Jet. In fact, the last 4 times they played it during the Stage 2 stage, it's been Jet, and now we're seeing a change to the Euro. I'm interested in that change, but we don't even have time to chat about it on the desk because we need to actually toss over to our casters. And for this opening map, it's going to be Cairo, him you haven't seen for ages, and Joy.
Yes, here we are. Welcome, welcome. First map, first game, Giant X versus SK. I'm Joy K, and I'm joined by Cairo, which, I mean, amazing that you have just jumped right in here with me.
Thank you very much. I'm excited for this one, you know. SK versus GX, the desk obviously doing the best to break this one down, and, well, GX starting pretty early with a mid-aggression.
Yeah, they are indeed. We've discussed that this was a bit of a grudge match and that they were struggling playing into the Neon, but the Neon immediately taken off the board here. SK finds the trade onto Sarah, though. Jolina making her way onto A side. Looks like this is going to be SK's choice for the plant.
Yeah, with that being said though, you look at what you have to re-entry here, and there's still plenty of flashes on GX, and they're going for a set retake. That smoke could help them getting back into the site.
Yeah, and that it did indeed. Smurfette comes out swinging, but SK's got the answer. Lisa finds a 3K, and that will be the pistol round already on the board.
It's unfortunate for GX coming back into the site. You can see the blind side used by the Euro actually goes behind the player sitting on the other side of the smoke. And SK understand exactly what they have to do to set up, right? Playing behind the box, playing anti-flash, and realistically countering everything that GX wanted to do. It was a nice mid-aggression to upset SK and force them onto that A-take, which it seemed that GX wanted. But now we head into the next round, and Antico, and right now, SK, well, they'll take their time moving across the map. GX won't.
No, GX won't. They're already pushing through sewers here. Straight into Jolina. Got a Marshall in hand. A few shots, and she teleports back out with a kill to take away from that.
Yeah.
So far, no other noise being made, though, here.
Yeah, I think... I was going to say, I think for the most part, like, SK are just making sure that they don't get caught off guard, right? Because GX showing their aggression, showing the space that they want to take, and I like this from SK. They're re-exploring the space where GX tried to take, knowing that, like, at the most part, there'll be at least 2 players here. Doubt there would be any more, considering the attention that was given to the other side of the map, and for the most part, SK will have a free open sight towards C.
Yeah, that they will. Slowly, really taking the time moving up here though, gathering information, smoking it out, but it's completely open as you mentioned, Cairo. Everybody's still hanging around that A side, and as soon as that plant goes down, of course they will start to rotate.
Planted.
I mean, at the same time, though, GX, they can always look to take their time coming back across, maybe catch a straggler like we see from the Cypher of Devilasa. And also on top of that, like, obviously, don't want to give away any orbs, right? So GX, that's the other aspect they've got to worry about, is SK building up towards ultimates when we look towards Lisa and the fact that she could potentially get closer to the Hunter's Fury. And on top of this, like, right now, I know it's only pistol round, I know it's only anti-eco, but these are rounds that we expect to see GX have plans. We've got to think about that as well. And the fact that when these plans, like, come through on anti-eco rounds, when rounds that GX won't be favoured in, like, what are they trying to do? They lose 2 orbs, they'll give 2 to the Spike, but also on top of that, 2 orbs go to Lisa, who actually gets that Hunter's Fury that we were talking about.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, yeah, she's getting closer to clean headshots here coming in from Lisa, just to make sure that she's got that online for the next round. And SK, they're looking very calm and collected here.
That they are, and SK right now, 5 players outside of C. That should be a pretty fast take. I mean, look at the bonus round, plenty of firepower behind this take.
Purity trying to find a bit of an enter here, fast lane to get them on to the side here. She goes forward, falls though. A lot being thrown at this C side so far. SK, they managed to pick up 2 kills, get the plant down.
Spike planted.
Perfect on site. Off to Jade. Jade will be able to pick her up, but Jolina now with the 3K. SK, 3 rounds on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bonus converted, and GX on the rifle round get completely caught off guard by the pace of this take. And not only that, it's the way that SK play around one another, right? Hunter's Fury sets up a little bit of chaos, stops players being able to escape into CT, and SK do everything to send this one home. So now, SK in prime position, Haven attack, we know the bias, right? But SK can start to really steamroll this and make sure the defense economy continues to hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. Running away with the tempo is the best thing that they can do right now. We've seen this from Purity before, just trying to get a little bit of an advance point. Eva checking the sewers.
Deploying drone.
Missed the drone for it.
It's just setting up a player in towards short, making sure that there's nobody here. Ava being seen, know the Sova's towards A, and SK look to actually bear on down here. All players committed, looking like a nice A split, but it's a slow scale into sight.
Fast lane again coming through. Eva might have a prime position here if she goes completely unchecked as they pass. Let's see, that is not happening. Lisa will pick her up. Smurfette finds a trade frag though. Nest falls as well.
Spike down A.
And all of a sudden, the playfield is looking rather even here. But it's only a bunch of sheriffs in hand. Sarah doesn't mind as she finds one, but Jolina still standing, manages to clean up the lot, and that is 4 rounds on the board here for SK.
On the A take, like, it was really nice baiting out of the utility, using the fake out. You see here when they first come in, oh sorry, it's a bit earlier than this, that the players start to like use the utility, bait out with an initial take. GX use everything in the pockets that they have, because on an eco round, you'd expect them not to have a lot. And then once the actual take comes through, they're left pretty bare bones. It gets scrappy, but SK do well to trade out to the end. One thing to note though, moving into this round, is Smurfette has the op towards the C side.
That she does indeed, and that's a dangerous C along with an op present, but let's see. Looks like SK, they once again got the read here. Full committing onto this B side.
It's not only that, I like this take though, because you're avoiding the op, and SK will know that GX had op money. Look at the post plan, it's mostly towards main, and Jade's also got a pick onto Nest, which will be so hard for GX trying to get back in.
Yeah, that she will. Nami though finds Jade unaware in that rotation. Now let's see, as Copy will be shot for the blind here, but now Lisa tailing Nami. Prowls her, but Eva still holds down that corner, shots her down. But they know that time is not on their side. They want to keep a hold of this operator, see if they can get something from it in the next round, so they'll have to let this one go.
You're done. Purity.
Want to boot here.
Yeah, Purity's gone hunting, knows that they have money to buy up into the next, and that GX have bought up the operator, so you want to try and make, again, like that defender's economy hurt as much as possible. All in though, I mean, you've got stuff to work with, GX. There's a chance to do something in the next round, and I mean, there's no surprises here that we are going to see a timeout.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said it as well, they can now find the tempo to run away with it on the attack side. Make it really hard to find a comeback once that split comes in. And yeah, I don't know. Like, we've seen a timeout before here from GX, and when they did this, when they faced SK last time on Lotus, they looked very, very proactive on their defense, much more pushed up. So in a way, I guess I would want to see that now after this.
I think as well, like SK's calling throughout the rounds has been pretty on point. We know Jade and the experience that she has from project to project, leading throughout, and you know this is the perfect start from SK if they do have energy issues, and even to compound the hurt for Giant X is when you start to look at the ultimate cycle and how they can build into this. Remember, we saw Lisa's ultimate round 3. We're moving into round 6. She's already halfway towards our next Hunter's Fury. Jolina can get 1 orb, which when you think towards C long should be easily an easy way to capture that orb and get the dimensional drift online. That being said, GX will have a plan. They'll know what they want to do here in terms of trying to make an issue of themselves in this round, especially with an operator early on A long to get that space and information. So that's why we're seeing GX lean heavier towards C.
Yeah, dimensional drift comes out now as well. So again, look for that information. Go spot it. Copy taken here as we try to see the entry coming in now. GX so far able to stop it. Operator has moved, so we'll take out Purity as well. And now Spike left on C side in the hands of Giant X.
Jade will be feeling a bit hard done by that she used her ultimate in the last round instead of keeping it for this one where she could rescue the Spike. But I mean, trying to come back into 5 bodies, where does SK even go from here?
Yeah, that's the hard question. Exactly, Cairo. As we do see that Sarah finds another one here. Jade falls in garage.
30 seconds left.
Looking for a little bit more, but slowly creeping up here is Devalasha finding Smurfette.
I know one enemy remaining.
Great gun to take out here. Sarah looking for more, but it will be Nami with the stinger that finds the end of this round. GX getting their first on the board.
Yeah, and it's a big round to get, but it's facilitated completely by Smurfette's op, right? We see it very early on, taking that A space and calling to the team, hey guys, I'm seeing absolutely nobody here. They've also put a trap down, so let's start to lean heavier towards C. Bodies on the line, they're fighting, and SK just give them the gunfights that Giant X are looking for. They finish it out easy enough, and now you can recover your economy, recover the match, and hopefully start to kick on with your own ultimate cycle.
Yeah, absolutely, and they've got a lot to play for. Sarah super close to the lockdown. Beautiful first frag on Smurfette here. Jade taken out of the equation. Once again, they will have to rotate around to try and recover this Spike. It's not being watched anymore by that operator. Eva's just trying to gather information where she can. Good chip onto Purity here, forced to back off. Spike will be retrieved now by Jolina.
Trying
to find info.
Yeah, they're trying to find info, but trying to find a way to get into a site. Nami pushed off, so you get that real estate, and also a pick back in your favour. How does the post plant look though? Because the players of GX are ready to be quick here. When they try to do that, SK2 back. So right now, advantage to the attack.
Definitely. Fantastic showing here from Devalasha so early on. Once again, she sits behind the box, but now this time she doesn't find the upper hand. Smurfette will take her down, drop that operator to swap for a fan. Sorry, what am I saying here? She picked it back up, but she falls in the end. Spike's ticking. Oh, Sarah, she doesn't have the lockdown. Not much to do here. SK. They are looking in control, Cairo.
I mean, that's what we should expect from the attack side, but it's more so the lack of resistance from Giant X. I mean, Smurfette does well to get the entry, but we need to see Giants being able to convert from an advantage, and they're just not doing that. like when you see Haven being left open after it being an insta-ban, straight away everyone's thinking, this is a trap. They must have something good on it. Scrim results must be going well. Smurfette needs to be careful because there's so many bodies here. And, well, she does well to get the entry.
Yeah, she does it again. Chipped a bit, but gets to walk away alive. Rotation comes in towards this B side once again. They've had good results on this.
Go, go, go.
Maybe a little rotation check here. Nami finds two. SK this time not being able to find the frags, even though they're being checked here. Ness now finds one with the Sheriff as well. Now it's Devil Asha standing on her own. Ness will find her second, and it's a flawless round coming in from Giant X.
Hey, a flawless round is certainly a way to keep things going. Haven can be a map of few and far between, especially on the defense. The fact that you have to try and cover three sites and be spread thinly, sometimes people think, you know what, 3 can just be enough. And as for GX, they're 1 away from that, 2 away from having a lifeline in the next half. And that's where we need to look at, especially with ultimates in the back pocket.
Yeah, absolutely. Like very, very important ultis online now, and we've got the lockdown, we've got the Hunter's Fury on Eva.
I think as well, you look at his setup for A, it's mostly a retake setup with the KG utility and Nami supporting.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like SK might have to read here.
My ult is ready.
But we see that Ness is around as well.
Maybe it's Flood rather than retake. I thought it was that was the case, but doesn't seem to be the spot as 3 players are on the east side.
You'll see the shots going out here as Purity. She goes in with the buck. He finds Stu, will be shot down though.
Last player standing.
Giant X not really wanting to let go of this side just yet. They're holding down on A, but Devil Asha on her way. In a 1v2 situation. But it will be the operator on Smurfette that finds her again.
Yeah, and SK for the most part throughout that round, like they're waiting for Devil Asha to get into position, especially when you look at the map here. They hit the site thinking that, hey guys, we can take this. And so late to the party is Devil Asha that she ends up getting caught off guard, having to recover the spike, and that's why SK will time out, talk about how the last couple rounds have been not going their way. I mean, you think towards the, well, it wasn't a thrifty round, the flawless one the GX got. It was mostly pushing lanes, making SK uncomfortable in their default. That last one, a good read in towards A. Again, that came through Smurfette's up and the fact that she was pushing down C long to give that information. So that's really the biggest problem is SK need to find a way to stop Smurfette taking this extra space and allowing for information to be fed back to the team, because realistically SK are just hitting into stacks at the minute.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I am also starting to think that maybe they should just try to set up for a fake somewhere, as they have all been sticking together a lot.
Yeah, that's true. The only aspect to that is when you're trying to fake out and trying to go that way, you've also got to consider, like, have GX really been rotating too much? I mean, most of the time they're only rotating off concrete information from Smurfette. It's a very quick take towards C, just Purity and the Omen of Jade.
Yeah. Information gathered here in garage. Looks like it will be pivot towards A side. Lisa committing the drone here just to get a little bit of information. So now Eva backing off, just in this position to listen in and see where the execute is going to go down.
It's the KG utility that's giving the information to GX this time round, not the operator of Smurfette. This looks like it will be another B take, but look at those 4 bodies towards A like right now.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rough one to enter B. But looks like Jade might find a kill. I'm speaking too soon. It will be Sarah. Gets the better of her, but will be traded out.
For the time being, yeah. The Purity's been deposited outside of
30
B,
seconds
so
left.
when the players try to hit in towards A, she can either cut off rotations or be that late lock. But again, there's so many bodies here for GX that SK, I think they've been read into here.
Yeah, Eva can hear the plant going down. Teleport from Jolina is there. Rolling Thunder gets committed. As it will be GX. They come out swinging. Jolina still standing though. But will fall in the end. It will be Giant X. As you said, just so many bodies already positioned around this A side.
That's the problem, right? Right now, GX are starting to understand how this defense or how this attack works and how to move their defense the right way. I mean, straight from here, the bodies never really move from the A side of the map, especially when the KJ utility isn't even interacted with once. So, yeah, right now, SK will understand what they're trying to do on the attack by poking towards B and blah, blah, blah. Right now, their default isn't hitting the high notes of where the KJ utility is and upsetting the operator flow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like a heavy stack towards C now. And the operator not there. Jolina with the dimensional drift will go in. Committing the Hunter's Fury as well just to try and clear this side out. Trying to get rid of Sarah. Sarah though wanting to fight more, but it will be SK that finds a really nice entry here. Ness on the side. Finding one. Hunter's Fury. Good kill onto Devil Asha as well, but it will be plant going down here on 2C while the scrambling members of Giant X are making their way.
No smokes left up on the defense, so right now SK can play from long. There's nothing to stop them having this line of sight, and they're adding extra layers by putting Jolina through garage.
Yeah, I think Jolina might actually catch them completely by surprise here. KJ util turned off. Yes, finds Ness here on the side. Just has to buy time here. And it looks like Eva, yeah, wanting to find a trade here, but doesn't do so. 3K for Jolina.
I think honestly, Eva had thrown in the white towel. I don't think she wanted anything more to do with that round. You can see her backing away. I think that's the other aspect to it, right? We were talking about the fact that on top of it, there's a way to default, right? You interact with the KG setup, you interact with the operator, but there's also the other option, which is just send it, right? Don't do defaults anymore. Stop letting GX get a read, and it seems as if SK have found something that works, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Absolutely right. Once again, looking for the execute here onto C. Blind goes out. Nami just throwing all the utils she has. Trying to get a little bit of information. Sees the portal from Yorudo. As that will be Jolina making her presence known. Finds Nami Purity to follow here. Lockdown will be committed. But it looks like SK still wanting to go for a plant in this lockdown.
But it's because there's no more smokes. They know they can play from long.
I'll handle this.
Ooh. Oh no, Ness. Jade is like right behind you. Now the detainment wears off. Jade is still on side. And as they're trying to tap, he's just waiting. Just waiting as she lines them up. Will find two of them. The overdrive from Purity. It will not matter as we head into the halftime break.
Switching sides.
Yeah, 100% there, Joy. I mean, it's a good half all in. You think about an 8-4 scoreline. I think both teams will be happy with that. But with that being said, we'll jump to a quick halftime break before we get ready for the next half.
Enemy remaining.
up and dance and you turn up, yeah. Let's turn it right. That's how you turn up and that's how you turn up, yeah.
Welcome back. As we had a little bit of a halftime break here, we are back with Haven. SK looking ever so in control. And we have swapped out Cairo for Ash. So welcome, Ash.
Thank you, Joy. Yeah, I really appreciate Cairo stepping in there for me, but I am actually finally back and I'm looking forward to this series with these two teams that have been sticking together throughout the entire season, right? There's been good reason that we've seen that, and heading into the pistol round now. Already that duel into short, quick TP away, and a great insert here for Smurfette for some mid-round information on the side of GX.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something that we've been seeing from Smurfette the entire time now, is that she's just looking for that early info. Sarah though finds the early pick. They find an almost empty A side, but it will be Jolina finding that upper hand here, putting Smurfette in her grave. But we do see a rotation coming through here from Giant X.
Yeah, and a lot of that just coming from that initial information that they had found on the side of Smurfette, right? Just being able to try and walk up short, sure, being taken down. But now you have SK also looking for that re-push into mid, trying to find that information, and we have to keep our eyes on Sarah's position here.
Yeah, we do, as this might prove to be pivotal. Shooting away, Jolina trying to connect the shots here. Plant goes down, SK trying to find the retake.
They're not able to find anything. Nice stall so far, and it's just this contact play here out the smoke here for GX in the post.
Last player standing.
That it is, but Ness actually finding 3K here. Oh, little low though. Lisa knows where she is. Not sure if that fault line committed. Ness though, still dancing. Will find a fourth as well. Giant X now after this swap. Maybe able to get some rounds on the board, as we mentioned earlier into the game. Attack bias might just start to do some work here for Giant X.
Important pistol round for Giant X to be picking up here as well, right? Ending off that half 4-8, this being the best opportunity to find a better start, especially with how SK ran away with those initial 5 rounds in a row on their own attacking side. And now, on the side of Giant X, it's all about what that approach is going to be here into the anti-eco, how they're going to deny any value from those pistols, and it's a great start by taking out Liza. But overall, Joy, these two teams, I mean, I feel like there's no surprise to be seeing them here into the main event in that upper bracket either. Both Giant X and SK have been performing so well, improving so well over the season as well.
Oh, absolutely agree with you. Giant X, they've been a real giant coming out of the group stage, and SK in the first half of their group run, they seemed absolutely unstoppable, but that was slowed down after a while, and they did not get the upper hand the last time that these two teams met in the group stage. So even though it was close, I'm really curious how this is going to play out so far. You know, SK have been looking really, really sharp.
They definitely have. I think on Giant X, there's been that conversation about the IGLs as well, right? The swaps that have been going around with Ness now stepping back into the role when she had previously kind of shared that as co-IGLs with Smurfette on different rosters earlier on. That dynamic duo that's always been staying together, right? And I think I like the change from Nami over to Ness. I think it makes sense. You look at the fact that Ness being on that initiator is going to be the player that we're looking to be able to kind of control the pacing of how Giant X want to take these rounds. And Nami in herself, she's such a heavy fragger as well. It enables Nami to play a little bit more for herself too. And she'll obviously assist with that mid-rounding. An incredibly vocal team on the side of Giant X. And the synergy has just come together so well over time. And
Yeah,
I'm really enjoying the adjustments that we're seeing here, Joy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I saw these roster changes coming in, I was so excited, and I just knew, like, all right, Giant X is going to be the team to watch here, and they've really been proving that. SK, on the other hand, have also been a team to watch, with Jaima also being a heavy fragger, doing so much work for her team. Right now, a bit more of a quiet round coming out of both of these teams.
Just a bit of a slow start, right? Haven's all about that push and pull, the information that you can find. I'm looking to play a bit more of a strong setup, leaning towards the A side on the side of SK. And I think what I like, though, is that Giant X are consistently going for a lot of this kind of like short information, having some space over towards A to allow that pivot to happen. I'm not able to hear too much quite yet. Even maybe an opportunity for Nami to go for a backstab.
Yeah, that's true. Purity, though, manages to pick up Smurfette here, but you're absolutely right. Nami being sneaky as ever on this A side just means she catches Lisa here completely off guard, and now Jolina up in heaven. Let's see what she can do. Well, not much is the answer, because Nami will take her out. Plant will go down on the A side here. But Jade,
last player standing,
manages to pick up one of her own before she falls. Now it's just Avalasha once again. Kind of late to the party, we said last time, and looks a little bit impossible to retake this on her own.
It's going to have to be a save, right? In a 1v3,
Yeah.
Giant X, this is a huge bonus to be walking away with as well. Again, it comes down to that positioning that they're able to find early on into those rounds, finding an opportunity to insert a player, whether it's Nami, whether previously Smurfette, into that position over towards A to bring out that opportunity for that rotation to come through. And you really couldn't ask for a better start to their attacking half here as they look to try and equalize into the next round there up against SK.
Absolutely, and where they tried to go for that save, I mean, saw Sarah hunting, finds that kill as well to round it off. And yeah, like as you said, I mean, as like Giant X, they're not trying to run away with the tempo themselves, which I mean, it's great to come out like this.
This goes here.
That definitely is. For SK, just going for the approach of being able to play these numbers into the eco, right? To see if they can overwhelm. I like that it's early space that they're taking here over towards the A side. But such patient play here for Giant X. They're expecting that potential push. The first time we're seeing that deep A lobby smoke from SK as well. And force that presence to be held there over towards A. C-site free for the taking. The plant should be able to be secured, but a quick flood actually back in being planned here by SK.
Yeah, it is, but Jade will be caught unaware. Smurfette already on site. Will find her. Sarah holding the backside here. Assisted by Nami. So just pushing SK back as they're pivoting completely towards A side now, Ash.
Yeah, Purity has a lot to shoulder here. Not able to even find one. And a quick A split to come through. This round should be just impossible for SK to be able to pick up unless Liza's able to pull off something miraculous.
I mean, that was clean enough for me. Lisa finds a headshot, but it will be Nest to clean up and find that plant. And that's just a little bit of an unfortunate gun difference that we're seeing here in this round.
I mean, that's the game of Valorant, right? It comes down to that economy as well. You've got that ultimate economy coming in. But we also know that we can almost never count out those GC sheriffs either. Everyone typically good for at least one. But now timeout to be called here by SK Nebula, right? I don't think there's any surprise. I feel like on defense, I like that we're seeing Jolina pulling out the operator here, maybe looking to get her set up on a deeper line. It feels like SK on their anti-eco rounds, on their buy rounds, haven't been doing much contesting. They haven't been playing that defensive push-pull game. Here on Haven, have been playing a lot more bunkered and looking to play, I guess, some of those retake protocols, but that also requires a bit of information to be able to be found across the map, right? You need to try and push GX into setups that make them a little bit more uncomfortable. Right now, GX are very comfortable in being able to play their own game and pace themselves as they'd like here on the attacking side, as SK, I really haven't been applying that much pressure into the early round.
No, you're absolutely right. SK haven't really been able to find an answer to the execution that GIANX has shown on this attack side, but on the other hand, like when the operator was in Smurfette's hand, they did find a lot of information with it, so I'm hoping to see some creative setups here from Jolina as well, as you mentioned, holding down that C side for now.
Cutting through.
Off your feet!
Alright, heavy commitment here with the Rolling Thunder as well, as we do see Smurfette making a very aggressive entrance here.
Spike drop.
Yeah, I think it's free for safe for the taking, right? Expectation, they know that they had the Rolling Thunder to work onto the site with, they were looking to play that retake, but losing Liza early on makes it a bit harder to actually break into this site, losing out on that opportunity to use that initiator utility to find the information. It's just gonna have to be that contact play, and a great opener for Purity.
Absolutely. Devilasha finds a nice kill as well here towards Sewers. Nami's still standing, but not for long as she falls as well. Purity caught in the back. The drop down from Devilasha will just give Ness another opportunity to find that, and there's the operator just trying to keep standing and dancing, and she does it again. Ness drags it over the line.
I mean, that's a huge 1v3 for Ness. Being able to win out that Red Bull clutch is massive for the side of GX, and this is tough for SK. They had a heavy investment with that operator. It isn't able to find any purchase, and that was a much needed round. Now, GIANX, not only do they find that lead, they should be able to find another round off the back of that as well, forcing SK back into, again, one of those pistol buy situations.
Yeah.
But it feels like the aggression right now isn't as measured as you'd like to be. There's like these solo peaks over towards a long, just not as much support as you would like to see, of course. This round being a little bit of an exception. At least the Guardian's able to be recovered here.
Yeah, that it is. And now we do see a long push up from here, SK, but GIANX, they've got the read. They're already on the rotation. Sorry for you, Till. They will know it will be going down.
Cage triggered.
Ness holding on to that fault line just like for a little bit longer, knowing that, yeah, they might want to keep this for after planned. Now, through A long, it looks like SK gonna try their best for this retake.
Retake, or even looking for a little bit of containment at the very least, do some of that economic damage.
That seems to be working for them as they find the first headshot here onto Sarah. Blinds will go out, but it will be Smurfette ready to grab these kills when she can. It will be a 4K for her.
Good job.
It's GIANX, they take us to 10 rounds.
Yeah, being able to hit double digits, we have to remember that this initially started as an 8-4 half for the side of SK. Unable to find a single round so far on defense. GIANX looking very comfortable into those post plants. I'm interested in seeing how this approach is now going to change into the next buy round here.
I'll show them.
Yeah, it's as you say it, like SK not being able to find a single round on defense is worrying me a bit. I mean, they've got the better win rate on this map, played a lot of different compositions on it, but it just seems they can't find their footing in this defensive half. Dimensional drift being used here by Jolina. Not that much information gathered there though. So we do say Giant X still hanging back a lot here, Ash.
Yeah, she's playing very patiently, right? Smurfette with the dimensional drift of her own, going to get the information. Looking for some sort of pinch potential here, with especially with us having control now garnered for the side of Giant X. But they're actually looking for an insert. They're gonna look to re-clear. And they've heard now.
Yeah, and this might be Devilasha caught in the middle of it. Purity falls, Smurfette finds one of her own here. So it will be the seaside ready for the taking. SK, they've got the read though. They're close, they're nearby.
30
But
seconds left.
with just 2 members, Lisa deciding to pop the Hunter's Fury here. She's got 1 left in the quiver.
Thug.
And she does find one. And Ness being taken off the board. That's a great way to start this comeback arc. So they're waiting out the lockdown.
And you've got a double hold in garage here, though, that Jolina's gonna have to deal with. Flash available.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Blindside out here. So much. It's so hard to get into this side, but now SK, they come out swinging, find 2. Eva still standing, finds 2. Jolina was the last, but she will be there. And we'll find that defuse. SK, they get their first defensive round on the board.
A much needed defensive round for the side of SK as well. The first one that they're able to find, like you were saying here. And overall, now, it was expensive though, right? They've been backed into a corner when it does come down to that money. I'm interested to see what the buy is going to look like into the next round, all things considered. Only walking away with 1 rifle and having been in that endless cycle of those save buy economic situations, but right now, a little too close for comfort here still, Joy. At the very least, they did force out a couple of those ultimates on the side of Giant X. So that ult economy not looking as strong, but they cycle up into those so quickly. Like, I feel like we just saw that Rolling Thunder used like 2 rounds ago.
No, you're absolutely right. And we've seen Lisa particularly had her Hunter's Fury ready in round 3. She picks up yet another kill here. She trades Sarah out. And, I mean, Lisa's been the player on SK that we've been singing her praises on Haven here. She's been so important to keep this team going. And it's good to see now that from their bootcamp, there's still a bit of life in this team. They're happy to see that they've got their first round on the board. But now, Devilasha, the Bulldog in hand. Jolina falls, as will she. And it's starting to look dire here for SK, Ash.
It really is. On their map pick here as well, just really struggling to find these answers. This short position was massive from, we were able to get that trade, finding a second one as well. But the flood in through CT, just not finding the impact that was needed to try and help Eliza out in that positioning either. And now, likely, the match point that's going to come through here for Giant X, and then it would be 3 more rounds where SK would have to play perfectly to try and take us to overtime.
Yeah, it is a lot to ask. And I like Purity's position here. Once again, with the Bucky, she was able to pick up a 2K before. So far, it's just a Cypher util that is holding down this site. SK have a nice spread around though, able to rotate fast if the execute is coming down onto C.
Cover going out.
Just slow work here on the side of Giant X. You see them mostly sticking together, knowing that it is that eco purchase here on the side of SK, not looking to give any of those rifles away for free. I'm surprised we went in there after we heard the Bucky, I'm not gonna lie, but just hoping the blind was enough.
Nah, I called it before. She got a 2K with the Bucky, and I mean, I'm honestly glad that it did some work
30
again for her
seconds
this time around. Ooh, but Eva will be able to pick up Jane Wow off the back of that, and that's great stuff. Quick rotation down to A to find a plant here. They want to confirm this match point as soon as possible.
I like the CT positioning here. Purity on 2 HP really isn't going to be able to do too much. Gonna have to keep our eyes, especially on Devilassa with the Vandal in hand, a hero rifle.
Yeah. Spotted Nami up in heaven. Just spraying through the wall. That will be enough. Put her in her grave. Sarah, though, went hunting once again. Found Purity. Devilasha creeping onto side here. Doesn't check the corner in time, and Ness will find her. This is looking like it will be match point.
Not one left.
For Giant X confirmed. With a shorty, nonetheless.
Match point.
3 opportunities now for Giant X to try and close out the map pick of SK. Also 3 rounds for SK to win to make it go to that overtime, but it does really feel like we're seeing some signs of life here on defense. But the fluidity in how SK are looking to play together in these moments just don't seem to be coming together here. It also doesn't help that Giant X are shooting so well, coming down to a lot of these gunfights. This angle from Jolina being denied right off the gate. The walk down is dangerous.
It is. It will be Ness
No
going down
way.
though as she finds a 2K. Jolina, SK fans, look alive. They might be down there. Not out yet as they open up this round beautifully here.
I have the spike.
Eva slowly checking every corner. Have the Hunter's Fury available, but I mean, in this 2v4 situation, I think you're better off just holding on to it. Sarah,
Nice
don't find
stun.
one. Jolina
Oh my god.
will find it. It's Operator Ash. She's getting so much value this round.
It definitely is, in a moment where you wouldn't have expected it as well. So well played by Jolina over at Bricks. This flash was everything, and being able to find both collats with the op as well is absolutely insane for Jolina. A perfect stun from Purity too to help out with that final engagement. And now SK, there's that world where we can see them take it to overtime. We've got 4 ultimates online for SK Nebula. That opportunity to try and use them to take these rounds before Giant X can build any of theirs back up.
Oh, Eva trying to put out some damage here. Will do quite a bit onto Lisa this time. But yeah, that's Hunter's Fury out for them really early on into the round, and still not a lot of information found other than that there were people over towards A.
Not giving them anything on the side of SK.
Oh, well, you can give them that, I guess.
Huge jump peak for that information, right? But now it's a question of Giant X are actually going to commit to this. They're all walking out.
They are, and they have the overdrive available on Purity.
But
So I'm
spike-
not sure how I feel about it, but Purity. Oh, she finds 2. And you're absolutely right. Spike's rotating away. Oh,
It's going to be
Nami.
It's going to come down to this interaction. Liza and Nami.
What?
And Liza's been so good at coming out on top. Just being able to find these opportunities to get her one, hold down the fort. That's why we've been talking about Liza so much in this matchup as well.
Yeah. And I mean, rightfully so. It's as you say, like, she's just gotten the better of every duel that she's been given. Dimensional Drift will gather all the info that they need as Devilasha comes out swinging. Picks up Ness, or Eva, rather. And Ness will fall as well. Yeah, SK. Looking to take it to overtime. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet.
We're getting there, though.
We're getting there,
One
but
round.
not
We've got
yet.
one round. This is
Yes,
the
but-
opportunity.
But Ash, I've seen this before. The last time these teams met, we saw a 13-11 scoreline as well. And it was just so close. It was an exact moment like this. Giant X sitting on 12 and SK able to take it to 11, but just not able to take it to overtime. But I would love to see them prove me wrong.
Oh my god, that is my IGL. Jade was trying to get the fist bumps like with the entire team. You know, now forcing out that timeout from Giant X as well. But you know, we're a little too locked into the server. But with this timeout now here for Giant X, I do wonder if maybe we'll see like some sort of tempo change. What was working out really well with them were those lurk opportunities, right? We even saw it in that round as well. Nami having that opportunity to just like walk up, but I think just pushing the issue a little too far, taking a bit of a risk because of the numbers that were lost on that C side, and Nami trying to catch a timing and equalize there. But Liza again has been so good at, I think, just anchoring over towards that A site, even if she has to give it up, playing passive into that A link and watching for that lurk opportunity that Giant X have been going for and conditioning nearly every single round. And I think the fake was just maybe a little too overcommitted over at C, especially with how quickly we saw that spike kind of looking to run away. But
yeah, you're absolutely right. Maybe a bit overcooked this time. Let's see the operator going down to that C-long once again. Immediately you see the rotation coming out here from Giant X. They know this is the all-important round. Oh my, Nami, so low.
But look at this positioning. I really like this walk up here from SK, just denying any of that opportunity to have had that A control. They find that for themselves instead. Then you power it with that combination, or you pair it with that combination with that Hunter's Fury, a blind one to be shot through just to buy a little bit more time. And it's all up to Jade.
Yeah. It's a lot to ask for, as Jade will fall under the pressure here of this will actually force that coming through here. Nami trying to find her way onto the side here. Jolina though shuts her down, as it will be Giant X trying to find footing onto this A side. Lisa nicely dodges the blind side, finds Smurfette, and now
You should run.
Ness still standing. Crosshairs down. Jolina with the operator, not really the best for the retake here, and she will fall. Giant X, they confirm the first map of the game.
Stealing away the map pick of SK has definitely got to hurt. The fake comeback coming in here for the side of SK Nebula with that 11 rounds, with being able to get to 11 rounds, such a streak that they were able to chain together there. But Giant X had such a hot start on their attacking side. Being able to find that bonus was massive, and then they get put into that economic situation on the side of SK, right? Took a while for them to try and claw out of that, and they hadn't been able to break that cycle for a while, and that's why a Giant X were just able to so comfortably close things out on the other half.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to sound like a broken record at all, but you know, I did mention we did see this before in the group stage on a different map, so be it, but still. Yeah, Giant X really forcing SK into an awkward situation. But there is more to be seen, as this is a best of 3. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon with more matches for you to watch.
My ult.
Spike down, C. Standing. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Last player.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Gotta let it go sometime. Don't let it stay on your mind. Don't let it stay inside. Gotta let it out with the sunshine. Maybe walk it out. Sometimes gotta scream and shout. Let them know that you're here, no doubt. Took a long time, but we here now. I know you're ready for the hardships. Know you're ready for the progress. I know you living your truth, but don't forget to always stay honest. So do a little dance, do a little wiggle. Yeah, it's your turn. Yeah, learn how the universe works. Yeah, come on. Can't control the world, but I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, no, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah, we can't control the world. Yeah. But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it, control it. Yeah. We gon' celebrate like we never have. Slow wine with your better half. Never hesitate to get the bag. Money talks and we always chat. That's why hard work and dedication can get you to a better place, better space. You ain't got time to be wasting. But don't chase it. You can't control the world. But I'm trying to control myself. No, I'm trying to control myself. Yeah. We can't control the world. What we doing? But baby, I just can't hold it. I'm just trying to control it. Yeah. Just trying to control it. Hey, just trying to control it. Yeah. Let it out, let it out, la 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 la.
Ooh, here we go. Back again, same scenario. Win, 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 yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then, we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Yeah. We need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu. This here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we doing dumb. Told them we the one. They would count us out. Now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping. Yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love. Came with a dub. It is what it is. It isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you.
Hello, welcome back to VALORANT Game Changers EMEA. It's lovely to see Joy K and Ash on screen because we didn't get to see them at the start of their game. We did get to hear Cairo though. Thank you so much for stepping in. It's always great to hear your voice, and it's always fantastic to hear the voices of Joy K and Ash. We'll be returning to them for our second map in this series, Ascent, in just a bit. But first of all, let's talk about that 13-11 scoreline on Haven. It was a bit of squeaky bum time for both of these teams. GX in particular in the first half, because they decided to play defense, Mac, and I know this tilted you.
Yes, I thought it was going to be horrible. And it was at the start of the game, but then they managed to pick up a couple of rounds, towards the end of the half and managed to make it 8-4. And then they showed us exactly what they're capable of on the second half on attack, which is why I kind of wanted them to start like that, so they got off on the better foot. And we were discussing why they would have done that. And all we could really come up with is maybe they wanted to get the hard half out of the way early. So I feel like that's an okay strategy. It worked for them. They got it done in regulation this time, and I think that's pretty cool. But hey, it was dangerous. It looked dangerous at the start of the game.
Yeah, I agree with him, Mac, with everything that he said. Yeah, and like on top of that, like, I mean, you start to get worried as the rounds go on in that first half, but GX did very, very well to recover from it and get a good read on how SK wanted to play their attack.
Well, it was great to see Jolina really providing a boost to SK's attack at the start of the map, because we did raise the issue of Jolina's consistency going into this game, and she was putting up the numbers, which is exactly what her team needed her to do. Cairo.
Yeah, I 100% agree, but I felt as if, like, while we're seeing Jolina play really well on the attack, when we got onto the defense, which for most duelists, we see them start to thrive and get better, I felt as if Jolina struggled with her role. Like, the operator, sure, we got some highlight moments. We were talking all about the double collat that was on A long, but, like, for the most part, I was quite underwhelmed, and I thought that, like, SK, moving on towards that defense, had a real opportunity to send this one home, and we all have to remember this was SK's map pick. So yeah, I mean, the stats definitely don't show the narrative that I'm saying, but I definitely wanted to see more from her on the defense.
But I feel like we're seeing a similarity between both of these, which is that when they did have the operator in hand, they were really able to give their team the boost they needed. I mean, Smurfette, again, second half, coming alive, man.
Yeah, going absolutely ham and showing us exactly why she was picking in the Yo as well. We were having the conversation, she usually loves going into the Jet. She's known for her Jet. But coming in the Yo, okay, things are a little bit different, but especially moving into the second half, she turned the hell up and managed to completely turn the game around. And that's when, things started to show exactly why GX were happy to start on the defense and move into the attack. And this is exactly why, right? Like, so many of these post plants and so many of these, even early round openings, she was just getting involved time after time.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, to also echo Mac's thoughts and how she, like, started to heat up into the game. Once she got that operator on defense, she didn't necessarily get the value in terms of kills, but I was trying to say it when we had that first half there, was like, it was the way she facilitated the defense, let them go and lean heavier towards one side, and the fact that you're Euro, you can TP out rather than dash, you've got that immediate I'm away, I think really did well for her being able to push those boundaries on defense.
And should we talk about the end of the first half as well and the GX defense? Because I think this is something we saw with SK yesterday. They seem to get off to a good start on their attack, but they just become readable to the enemy by the end of that first half.
Yeah, and the thing about this part as well is I just want to highlight what Jade does here. And how she isn't cleared is absolutely crazy to me. No one's looked at it. She's gone straight through the whole detain and then manages to get the perfect lineup, knows it was the fake tap, and it looks so beautiful. And then somehow, even after all of that, we still see, who was it? It was SK winning the round, right? So made things a little bit awkward.
Well, hopefully things aren't going to get awkward for our teams on Ascent. This is going to be an interesting one because it's obviously a very good map for Giant X. They have a 100% win rate from the group stage. They played it 4 times. It seems to be quite the comfort pick for them, Pyro.
Yeah, it is. And the last time that SK played it was a loss, but that was to Giant X. So we see here the composition differences between two. It's the same old Giant X. They play bog standard Valorant, but to a high degree. And when you look towards SK and what they bring forward, a double sentinel, a move in the direction of how like the meta is moving on Ascent. I'm really interested and excited to see how the development looks for SK, because they lost it last time using this composition. Are they going to go back to what GX run, or are they going to stay with what they know and know where the mistakes were when we see them play it this time round?
And just to jump in here, with the agent select, let's actually see the agent select, because I want to see if we are going to see the same competitions we saw last time. we know that Jay can shut down around. We saw her just there getting that cheeky 2K. The fact that we know she loves a deadlock as well makes me think that we're going to again see an aggressive approach to this game from SK Mac. They want to set the pace here.
Yeah, we've got the exact same comps coming through, but the difference is, right, so they played double Senti last time, but they had to start on the attack. This time, because it's not the third map, they get to select the side, so hopefully the double Senti can set them up for more success than what we saw in the last time they met on Ascent. But it's such a tried and true comp that Giant X is running. It's the comp that's lasted for pretty much years and years, and there's a reason for it, because if you play it correctly, it's just the Ascent composition that works and is tried, and maybe even good enough for a 2-0 here.
Well, let's head over to Joy K and Ash to see if Mac's 2-0 prediction will come true. Prediction.
Thank you for that, Frankie. Amazing. Yeah, let's see. Indeed. I was kind of expecting the double Sentinel from SK. We have seen it before, as been mentioned, but I think on defense the start will be a little bit easier for them indeed, Ash.
Yeah, I think that last time these two teams faced off against each other, yeah, we'd love to see the vibes being brought here for the side of SK. But the last time we saw these two teams face off against each other is the exact same compositions, right? We've got that double Sentinel on the side of SK Nebula, and then for Giant X, it's that bread and butter composition for Ascent. And okay, even though it says Ascent is Sarah, Ness, and Ava's favorite map pool, and Smurfette and Nami prefer Pearl, guys, do not get it wrong. Smurfette is like a beast on Ascent too. The jet is insane coming out from her. It's a very comfortable map for the side of Giant X. They haven't lost it so far this stage, but even looking back into the careers of Smurfette and Ness previously as well, this has always been that kind of playground for them and for these Turkish players too. That is something else that we have to keep in mind here for Game Changers EMEA. But contact being made here, I think we did hear them tap over on that orb, if I'm not wrong. Should be not quite a pop, but the stall being laid down by that sound sensor, drawing out a lot of utility early on into the round from the defenders on the side of SK. And now Giant X, they can look to re-clear other space. The wall had gone out over towards B main, and that's the thing on these pistol rounds, though. That barrier mesh buying so much time on one of those extremities, whichever one you choose. And with this setup, allowing SK to stack very heavily strong side on A with a Sentinel setup over at B.
Shadows traveling. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Looking to find a contact here is Purity as she's pushed off that angle here. Information gathered, and Giant X decide, nah, we'll try our luck on B side.
Here, 30
Might
seconds
hear
left.
a rotation, as yes they do indeed. Cypher Trip will be destroyed. It's now Sarah. Slowly making her way. Oh.
There's no time for this.
There is no time for this. They need to get the plan down, and they're looking to do that, but Devil Ash is still on site. J-Mon will find the first pick as Sarah finds a few to back her up, but it will be them running out of time. They just need to find the last two picks, and I don't think that Ness has got it here. They don't have to give it to her, and they know to do that. She will pick up Lisa to boot, but it will not matter. The round is lost.
10 seconds
Just running out of time here on that pistol round. And again, they see so much presence over towards that A side, but when you're running that double Sentinel, being able to layer that Cypher and Deadlock utility, especially on a pistol round, but even on gun rounds, can be so deadly, especially when it comes down to stalling that time and trying to funnel Giant X into that position as well. With how much SK were showing over at that A side too, was really nicely done with that fast flood back onto site. But with the purchase now on the side of SK and this A main space being taken, it becomes a lot easier to read this B lean from coming out from Giant X.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, Smurfette kind of ready for Jolina's rotation, but yeah, the Marshal will take her out here. Nami though, with the frenzy, finds a kill. Oh, but everyone is just falling on the side of SK. Oh, I mean, sorry, Giant X. Eva the last one standing, and yeah,
It's my.
Jolina decides to make it a quick one there.
I mean, not too much you're going to be able to do, right? Giant
Yeah.
pistols, but this is where we look at them to have a clean round. And so far, with these rounds back to back, we've already seen adjustments coming out from the Sentinel setups on the side of SK.
It's my.
I'm curious what the plan is going to be now into the bonus. Just another swap around, just flip-flopping sites here so far. The Cypher now over at A, Deadlock over at B, looking to get a little bit active here as well with the lineup and the grab net and take this B main control right off the gate on the side of SK with 3 players and a deep sound sensor to insert for that initial B main contact if GX do opt to prod back into the left side of Ascent.
Yeah, it looks this time mid was left open. Chinex just taking that space for free. They will smoke it. So Lisa
Deploying drone.
using the drone here just to see and spot somebody out. KO go spotted with the spike, but so far they don't have a lot of information on where the other players are, as everyone has been leaning back here.
Look at this positioning for Smurfette, just all the way deep in towards market. This timing could be so key.
Yeah, and that is Cloudburst to make sure she gets away safely. She picks up the
30
first
seconds left.
frag of the round here. Once again, Ash, they need to force the issue. They're starting to run out of time once again.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the clock, but this plant should be easy to secure this time around. Dart not going to be able to find anything. And into a 2v5. Double Asa and Purity could look to do a little bit of that damage, but it was a nice B split pivot that we saw coming out from Giant X, taking that pick on Jolina. And we talked about how we wanted to see this be a clean round coming out from them, especially with how they had run out of time previously, but a flawless to come in here for GX.
Yeah, a well-needed one as well. Finding a little bit of footage on this attack side is so needed, and we've seen it the last time these teams met that it was a struggle to not be the one starting on defense.
Last player stand.
Definitely starting out on their strong side, for sure, for the side of SK. For Giant X. A lot of responsibility to be shouldered, I think, by the initiators on this team. Whether it's Ava with that 0 point to get the information necessary with the knife and the suppression to try and disarm some of these Sentinel setups, or if it's going to be Nest to look to break those trips with the help of those shock darts as well. Dallas, she's playing ahead here. The double push up.
Destroyed.
Yeah, double
Looking to
push
just
up
bring-
indeed, and Sarah
My ult's ready.
seems to have the read. The operator brings Trudeau here for Jolina, finds Smurfette. Yeah, the barrier. It's so annoying to play into Deadlock if you have to play into this. Can't really advance that way, so you're gonna have to be forced to go through a lobby here, which is once again just pushing them on time.
I mean, it's just another opportunity that they're looking to split into, right? There's been a lot of util. Sorry, that's already been dealt with by Smurfette walking up over towards market. But that grab net is huge to slow down this push here. Now coming out from Giant X.
Yeah, exactly. Purity finds one. Blind goes out very nicely. Finds KO as well here.
Spike down
And oh, Sarah not being able to rescue that spike, decides to go for a save here.
10 seconds left.
Really nicely played here by SK. They just really throw out their util at the right time, and as you say it, like just so good at stalling out a way to get into the site.
No, there's a lot of impact to be found by Jade. That timing, perfect coming out from her. And overall, I feel like there's a lot of respect being given to some of the utility as well, coming out from SK. Like that barrier mesh typically just being left to decay on its own, and then they go for a bit of that contact play. Even though they originally did show some of that presence over towards Catwalk. But I'd like to maybe see some of that dealt with to put a little bit of that extra pressure on the side of SK. I think the mid pushes have worked out really nicely as well.
Yeah, that they have, but they have been really, really reactive to that though. Jolina, ooh. Yeah, Sarah being punished for that solo push up on B. Has now Ginex trying to find a way into this A side. But everybody's already stacked up. Jolina's there, finds another one with the operator, and we just see players falling left, right, and center here on the side of Ginex, Ash.
I mean, we saw how deadly Jolina was on that operator once they were able to get that purchase on Haven. And being the Yoru on Ascenta as well just provides so much of that additional mobility. Jolina, we got to remember, originally started over towards B main, looking to punish the lurk that Sarah has had consistently round for round. That exit opportunity, if you will, for the side of Giant X, where she's the player that you're looking at to gather that information, cut off rotations, and you're playing off of her for the potential mid-round pivot if things are going awry on the other side of the map. And then all of a sudden Jolina is over at that A side, and that's a little bit of that difference you're going to be seeing, because for Smurfette, we're also expecting her to pull out that op once we do see Giant X hit the defense side into our second half. But that mobility is so different with how quickly Jolina can get those rotations down due to that gate crash. But again, now when you're already dealing with the double sentinel that Giant X have been slowly kind of working around, now you also have to worry about the threat of the op coming out from Jolina, who is currently 10-1 in this map.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And the desk kind of called out Jolina, saying that in the last matches she hasn't really been showing up. But right here, right now, she's really found her playground, really showing what she's made of. And yeah, we are right to sing her praises here. 10-1 in 5 rounds is a very nice scoreline to have. Oh, tries to find the first shot, doesn't quite connect it. As once again, we see Sarah on the lurk.
Doubled up this time, though. The conditioning's been done that Sarah's typically alone. And a deep drone to come through as well. Alarm bot just to ensure the information we garnered if any push gets guaranteed. But we're already seeing Jolina set up on that deep line now, right?
Oh, okay. Thank you for the donation, is what Devil Asha is going to say to that. Jolina with the op. Yeah. Ready for this jump peek, you would say. Gets spotted out. Still has the angle down. Smoked off of it now, though. So we do see Nami coming in to the backside. Will be shut down immediately by Lisa. Now, Giant X just trying to desperately find some footing onto any side that they can get into. But once again, they are being denied. And it will be SK finding the upper hand once again.
SK look like they're running a clinic right now on defense. For Giant X, it seems like a lot of the ideas come down to Smurfette going for some sort of mid-aggro push, looking to get an unexpected pick. And they have to kind of slow things down a little bit, right? Overall, that's why we're seeing this style of play, dealing with that double sentinel setup, especially with the operator in hand. But right now, Giant X, they need to start making an adjustment. The timeout to be called out is no surprise as money starts to dwindle on the side of Giant X. They're being caught in that back and forth that they had originally forced SK on previously. But SK, even though they didn't win last map, Joy, they were on that comeback arc, right? That 11-13 loss for them. They had the momentum on their side in that second half, even though Giant X were able to close things out at the end.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And Giant X just kind of getting a taste of their own medicine here. What is in their favor, however, is their ult economy. We're really close to getting the lockdown. We're really close to getting the Hunter's Fury. And it might just be what they need to try and swing around in their favor.
Yes.
But honestly, like you've got to get creative with finding entries onto these sites. And that's what you're struggling with. So I'm not sure how they're going to change things up, but I want to see them do it.
I mean, look at these setups though from SK. I think what's really frustrating is how dynamic SK have been playing these sites as well. You've got Liza, it was solo anchoring over towards B, sure, but look at all of the layers of Sentinel utility. You've got a retake camera available there too, and Liza able just to find the spam is massive for that first blood.
That is heartbreak for Giant X, as they have already committed the lockdown, and then it's SK who gets a kill off the back of that. Nah, that is just a heartbreak, as we do see Sarah still hanging back here. Hunter's Fury comes out, chips Jolina a bit, but Purity will fall. Giant X just doesn't really seem ready here, but now Smurfette has the opportunity to just try to drag this over the line, but she's not able to. Jolina has arrived with the operator once again.
A huge retake coming in here from SK off the back of a Giant X timeout here as well, where they're not able to find that success. The ideas were there. I think Ava gets a little bit unlucky with getting picked off, and then you lose out on that KO ultimate. A little bit more of that stall utility there as well. But I like how they were approaching that retake. It's coming from all angles, CT, market, and then the flank coming in there. And again, these adjustments on SK with these Sentinel setups are making it really difficult for Giant X to get a proper read of the defense to see what might be a little bit more comfortable. And it feels like they kind of have to try new things out every single round because of how SK are making it difficult to read.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with you more, but that makes it all the harder for Giant X to find any footing into this game so far. We do see that, like, Smurfette has the Blade Storm ready, has popped it, is running around with it as well. We still got the no command as well from KO. Didn't see it coming out last round. But, I mean, if they're just going to cycle ultis through rounds, trying to find, you know, find a round win here, I'm not sure how that's going to work, but I want to see them try. Bladestorm finds one. Smurfette goes in and out. It's good to pick up Jolina here, as we do see the trade kill coming out here. Is Lisa now down as well?
Can't use that.
There's an opportunity to try and find something into this round, especially with that pick coming out from Nami as well, turning it into a 2v4. Not really able to pick up any of these weapons, though. Smurfette looking to cut off a potential rotation. This is a position that we're going to have to keep in mind here. Smurfette opts to stay, or if she groups up with the remainder of her team. The better play to play those numbers, right? In this 4v2, when Giant X are really looking to break back into this game, like we were saying.
Absolutely, and I mean, Smurfette is quite low, so having to play on that side by herself, that would be a little bit risky. She does manage to retrieve the operator, which might be really nice for this after plan, but it looks like SK, they've got the read on it. They know that the operator is on Giant X's side. And it looks like it's going to be a save for them here, Ash.
I mean, I think it makes sense. For even though they have a lot of money to work with here, they just don't want to give any of these rifles away for free over towards the likes of Giant X, right? Especially with how they're going to have to look to rebuy into the next round. Otherwise, their money situation hasn't been that great overall. It's a bit of the better play, and then not trying to cycle into any of those ultimates, giving any of those orbs away for free. So massive thrifty rounds here. Pay safe card thrifty at that, coming out from Giant X to finally get a second round on the board for them.
Yeah, and once again, we see that they are just rotating around these Sentinels, so it's so hard to get a read on what SK's plan is on this defense. Yeah, see Eva here managing alongside Nami to take some kills here, which was just so important for them to find a footing onto this B side.
It definitely was. Look at this aggressive play now. The operator not able to find the angle, gets immediately denied. Smurfette shut down. A great push coming out from SK. Then you've got just an ult coming out from Liza to maybe get a bit of information. Not gonna land on anyone outside of A. A quick dodge able to occur here. But a very comfortable stack now with the utility that's been laying, right? You've got the barrier mesh over at B. There's the trip over in Market too. So 4 players reading in to Giant X, having to lean into that A site.
Yeah, and they're heavy stacked there already, as we do see Eva trying to find a rotation here. Might catch Purity off guard, but she's really biding her time. And once again, the clock is starting to tick. Purity might have big opportunity here. Oh, Devil Asher falling quite low as we do see them pushing up, and that is not what they should be doing on the side of Giant X. A flawless round coming out from SK.
I really like that set play. It feels like SK, we saw the grab net combo previously outside of B. But that was the first time they got like really aggressive with it. They did go for a bit of that push previously, but it was usually just to try and shut down Sarah.
Yeah.
But the information to try and even like force them into the other setup, knowing that they had that strong side on A, is just like really nicely done by the side of SK. Now, Giant X, again, these contact plays over towards mid is where we've seen them find the most success when it comes down to those opening opportunities.
Yeah, Barrier gets deployed here as well. It will be shut down though. It's now Giant X, they make their presence known around tree. Purity still on the lurk here. Oh, not even necessary. Jade is able to find them and she finds... Now Purity comes around, finds 3. Nami wants to get for herself, but it will not be much more. SK feeling very, very comfortable in this defensive side.
They also feel a little bit like a swarm, like able to just collapse on top of Giant X on those executions. Like, yes, I do know that it was an eco round for the likes of GX in that last one, but overall, just the play style, SK looking so drilled, so measured in how they want to approach the defensive side. I think that Giant X, they have had some good ideas with how they're looking to deal with the setup here for SK, but I feel SK have just consistently been a bit of a step ahead.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And I think now Nami's taking a more aggressive stance, trying to find a punish here on the push-up that's been happening on that A lobby. But yeah, of course, now this time they decide to not do it. She clears the space. Smoke will be coming down.
I think for SK, this is a huge pick on the side of Smurfette, but for Giant X, they have been taking that time to try and deal with SK's utility.
Ooh.
Scanning ahead.
No, you're absolutely right, Ness. Finding some information here. 2 beautiful kills coming in for Giant X.
Getting a little too greedy there.
Oh yeah. Catwalk play, but here the operator on Jolina, it still does its job, but she will fall in the end to Eva. She jumps down, tries to confirm another kill, but will not. It will be Giant X getting round number
last round in
3
the half.
on them. Yep, number 3.
An important round win here for GX. These mid walk-ups, again, are what we've talked about as being, I think, one of the win conditions for a lot of these rounds here is Smurfette finding a first blood, an opportunity to get a pick, catch one of those timings to open the round back up for SK. Otherwise, it's been a lot of SK, I think, winning out in those initial engagements, especially with the operator online here for Jolina.
Yeah, and this operator has done a lot of work for them. And yeah, Giant X, they've really gotten a taste of their own medicine here. Only getting 3 rounds on the board so far on the attacker side. Last time they met SK on this map, it was the same, but the other way around.
Yeah, but in that case, GX, they had started on defense that time around instead, right? Now, this pinch over towards PU looking deadly. We've got, actually, a cancelled ultimate, not able to find that. It's Jade alone on an island on site trying to anchor, finds her one. But now the rest of the cavalry having to look to break back in to the post plant, looking for this retake. Ava has tons of utility to use. These flashes are going to be imperative into these fights to try and counter the push that we're going to see coming back in here from SK Nebula.
Absolutely. Sarah should have the entry covered, but a nice blind actually.
There's no way.
Besides that, Jolina still finds one, but it will be Sarah still left standing. They have Alasha on site though. The 2v1 situation with the time ticking. Just trying to get close. Trying to find somebody, but will be Nami Shorty that shuts her down.
8-4 half here for SK. Same scoreline, but swap for the teams as the first map that we saw. But overall, I'm looking forward to seeing what GX are going to be able to do on the attacking side as we head into our halftime break.
Who do you think that you are? Coming around nose in the air with your fancy car. Ha. You don't think you gotta work hard to see your name on a star on Hollywood Boulevard. You wanna run the world? No, you want the whole wide world to run around you. You. To make your fantasy, you gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Turn into reality. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Yeah. You gotta work harder. You gotta work harder. Ooh, harder.
Yes, back again after the halftime break. We now see Giant X been swapped to the defensive side, which they have been doing well on in the past. So let's see if they can claw their way back into this game, Ash.
That's the thing. I feel like Giant X, my eyes on them to win out this pistol round would be imperative. You try and build up to getting that operator online early for Smurfette to see how she's able to position herself here on Ascent and the angles that she likes to take over into mid as well. But in that first half, Jolina was such a force to be reckoned with, too. It felt like she could do no wrong. Very much so able to flow off the back of her performance over on Haven and find so much value in and up on herself. Now, it's going to be about those entries, the information to be garnered here by the defenders as well. But
Yeah, nice information gathered. Opening pick goes over to Eva. She finds Jolina, so that's one less. Smurfette for one, make it 2. As they are on site, but in a 2v4 situation, the tricky one. Only the sensors left. It's not a lot of util to work with here on the side of SK. Purity though, good for one. As it will be Jade Noir finding another. The defuse yet to come through as Jade is still standing here. Needs to find one, but Jade finds 3, make it 4! She is closing out this pistol round with the Red Bull clutch for SK.
IGL on the side of SK able to shut down that pistol round. This started out as a 2v4 in favor for the defenders into the retake, but great positioning coming out from Purity, playing into that stair smoke, and then Jade just bobbing and weaving in this 1v3. It's just so well done. Massive for SK. You can see the hype in that replay cam of the team at boot camp as well. You loved to see the energy.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the content you signed up for. Now Smurfette pushed up really, really far. Ness takes a big chip of her health as she has to go back now. Lisa will find her with the shock dart.
Ultimate ready. Spike dropped.
Yeah, Giant X off to a rough start here, Ash.
Yeah, Smurfette was taking a bit of a risk looking for maybe a potential early pick, but not expecting to find the entirety of SK over towards B main, who, although they are contained right now with the weapons advantage, there isn't really too much of an expectation unless Sarah can find some sort of insane timing on this flank. But there's also going to be that Cypher trip to deal with there, right? To give that green light as the flank is incoming.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the spam through the wall will be enough here to confirm the kill onto Eva as well. Nami's just sitting on a frenzy that really won't do much. And, I mean, Sarah able to do a dent, but not much more here. With just the ghost that they had available.
Yeah, flawless round coming out here from SK. It feels like it's unsurprising to see a flawless coming off the back of that Jade clutch that we saw in the round prior. Just with how the energy was flowing, the momentum that they built off of that as well. For Giant X. Now this is where things get pretty interesting. This is a must-need round here for GX. They cannot lose this rifling round if they want to try and take this the distance. A huge 0 point coming in with all 5 players on SK to be sought out. Now the pivot to come in here, right? Looking to re-clear towards this mid space, and you see the walkout from Giant X. Nami has full A main control.
That she does. She spots Lisa. Now to win the duel is the next task at hand. Because Lisa has been so strong there. Jade
I
taking
like this. You see the paranoia come out, and Nami doesn't overextend, right? It's that shrouded step back and then looking to regroup, but there's the pressure already made, right? They don't know if Nami is still deep in A main. It slowed down this attacking round here for SK. Wary about that A push.
Yeah, exactly. And this is what Giant X need. They just need to slow down the tempo here on the side of SK. Run them on the time the way that they have been run on the time by SK. Looks like still the push is going to be for B.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock, they've got to go.
Yeah, they've really got to go. And they're so good at just denying it. Annihilation popped. Doesn't connect to anything. But that is massive already as Sarah finds the trade here. Oh, and Eva.
Spike down B.
She comes up clutch. The spike, they need to plant it, and they need to plant it now.
Just in time.
Yeah. Managing to do it just in time, and now it's all down to Sarah. You said it before, the much needed win here. She finds Devil Asha. As now it's just the Yoru left.
Right underneath.
Right under her, goes unspotted. She will find him, but not in time. As it will be Jolina picking up the round here for SK, and it's absolute heartbreak for Giant X.
Right down to the wire, and this is insane too. Like, this is a map that we know Giant X to be really great at, but the adjustments that we saw from SK in the previous half and now into the attacking side as well just looks so comfortable, because you think about, okay, yeah, they're great on defense, double sentinel setup, but once you're able to continuously get that spike planted, it's the same story as well, right? Just being able to have so much stall potential in those moments too, or even cut off some of those rotations. Deny a bit more of that lurk or flank opportunity coming out from the defenders due to all of the sensors and trips available.
No, you're exactly right. Nice spam through the wall here. Leaves Eva almost with no health left to play with.
Portal closed.
So far, Not a lot else gathered here on the side. They know that there are some players mid. Eva, though, with the little health that she has, still manages to pick up a kill. Flash, but she will fall in the end. Good damage from Smurfette. Jademois, good for a 2k. As SK looking to clear up here and take us to match point.
Enemy remaining.
Yeah, coming down to a 1v3 or 1v4, sorry. Joliena's health was so low that I honestly didn't even notice that she was still. I thought she had been taken out of the equation, but overall, match point for SK. This is huge now. Potential to upset Giant X, or they have already actually been upsetting Giant X on their own map pick, but Ascent is also a good map for the side of SK. This is a map that we've seen them play previously. I believe they're currently 3-1 for this stage on this map as well, although their results hadn't been as convincing compared to the likes of Giant X, but right now, or sorry, that is 2-1, not 3-1. But regardless, you can see how drilled they've been. SK looking extremely comfortable here on map number 2.
Yeah, and now with the Hunter's Fury online as well, they're ready to draw this over the line. But maybe Smurfette might have a say in this. She's got an operator.
Yeah, finally being able to get that online, that's something that we were trying to hype up previously, right? Is the amount of value Smurfette's able to get on that sniper. Now just looking to tuck away from that drone, going for a bit of a re-peek for that information. But 2 being spotted out over towards this B side. Have SK still looking to find an opening over at A, especially with the tree control they've garnered.
No. Eva. Spotted by Jade.
Portal closed.
They still have time to leave.
30 seconds left.
Alright, Bladestorm online now for Jademois GX. They find another kill here. Sarah will fall though. Nami stuck in the net will fall as well, but Eva's still standing here, has the no command available. Plant goes down, it's all or nothing now. GX, they need to make a move, and it's just Jademois left standing. It should be an easy round for them to pick up. And it will. We're not at the end of this map just yet, Ash.
Not quite. Not quite. There are still, though, 7 opportunities for SK to try and close this map out. Take us to a third one for the side of GX, though. This is a tall hill to climb. Not even a hill at that point. It's a mountain. It's a mountain.
That's a mountain to climb indeed. 7 consecutive rounds will be hard, but not impossible. But look at the ult economy here for SK Nebula. They've got so much to play with.
It's definitely more than just an uphill battle on the side of GX, with that in mind now.
Yeah. So much is that we see that an Odin has come out to play as well here. Oh, come on, Smurfette, you can't fall.
No.
But you will. Oh, very unlucky. Just gets chipped there. Ness with the Odin, just trying to do some damage with Sarah on a forever lurk, it seems. Just trying to catch anyone in the rotation, but SK, they haven't really moved away from A side yet.
Well, I mean, they don't need to, right? You've got an aggressive turret over at B main, hasn't spotted anyone walking up, and then mid is completely controlled here by Sarah as well. She's just such a great anchor on the side of Giant X with the information she can find for the team.
Sarah, she finds one, but will be shut down here. Eva just trying to stay standing, but it will be SK as they take Giant X's map pick in a very dominant fashion.
I love the way SK looked to cut noise in that situation. They know they have the advantage with those ultimates that you were talking about there, Joy. And you have that Armageddon being thrown out. Manages to catch one over towards that A site, and somehow there's just still able to break up this site that was stacked heavily on the side of Giant X. Now upsets back to back here, Joy, for our first two maps of today. These two teams have a history up against each other in SK Nebula. They are looking to bite back, find their revenge for all of the wins GX have gotten on them previously.
Yeah, upsets indeed. We've called this a grudge match before, and I mean, it is definitely showing. They want to stay in this upper bracket. That is what SK wants, send Giant X down there. But we're not done yet, because now it's a 1-1 score. We are going to Pearl after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
10 seconds left. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Walk anywhere, eyes them lock, on me fresh sneakers straight to the snapback. Pretty girl them smell, make a long get weak, wanna give me loose chat. Any boy try to take my style right now, better bring it right back. Come me look good in anything from the latest fashion, no throwbacks from a thrift shop. Yeah, hear that? Because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Ha, because my style so different. You see my style so different. Yo, watch how my style so different. Anywhere me go, yo, I'm just straight killing it. Anywhere me go, killing it. Killing it. Anywhere me go, money on my my mind, all I hear is ching, ching, ching. Some boy can't afford one chicken wing. Roll with top class, gal, no basic thing. Confidence in myself from the words me sing. Yo, become a style done properly, cause I must compliment the physical anatomy. When you see me on the street every day, looking fresh.
All I want to know is what assistant coach Meneg said to the team members of SK before they went into Ascent, because they could have been down and out, but now we're going to 3 maps after a 13-5 domination. Cairo, it seemed like there was nothing GX could do to stop this team.
Yeah, I have to agree, right? And that was the big thing coming into this map. Like, it's a map that featured in the last time that these two played. We were asking, hey guys, are you going to be able to show something new, something better? And Mac had picked up on it as well. They're starting the defense this time, and what a way to start this map.
Yeah, it just looked, in comparison, just so different. As you can see, momentum goes a long way moving into the attacking side, and GX just couldn't really find anything going for them. So even though I spoke about how that is the meta tried and true comp for Ascent, today it was not that way at all. The double senti way too strong on the defense, and then you also saw, you know, Jade popping off there on the deadlock, which made things much easier than usual.
And SK were doing a fantastic job of conditioning their opponents. I know that, Cairo, you wanted to highlight round 10 in particular?
Yeah, I did, because I really enjoyed the way that they played this defense, right? When we go back and we watch it and we look at the priorities that SK actually put on this, they've managed to position Purity in through main, and everything from here on out is to bait for Purity, right? Jade gets the kill onto Nest, that gives Purity a bit more space, and that's activation to dismantle the split take is absolutely special, right? And it just goes to show the understanding that SK have with this comp, and also how to play on the map.
I would love to highlight Jade. I know you guys, in fact, would like to highlight. This was not my idea, this was yours. Let's take a look at Jade's highlights from map 1 to map 2. She was playing controller on map 1. Map 2, we see her on the Battle Senti Deadlock map. I'm trying to make that phrase happen. We haven't seen Battle Sage for a while, but at least we get Battle Deadlock now. And Jade loves this agent. There's so much she can do with it, and there's so much she can do with a pistol.
Yeah, I'm sure that she's, you know, one of the Scottish battlers that's made it through time, but making it happen. 252 ACS is so much better than 102. We can all agree on that. But it just goes to show that if everyone is feeling more comfortable and performing up to the standard that they know that they can, it makes it that much easier to win your bloody games. And that's why we're going all the way to a third.
And we're going to have a fun third, guys. Let's take a look at the historical comps on this map for these teams, because we saw that SK had a bit of a difficult time holding down Pearl yesterday. They did just about manage to hold Black Hand off to a victory, but they had a bit of a disaster on their defense. However, if you look at GX, this is what I'm excited about. I was talking to you guys about the Vice and how viable she is right now, Cairo. I feel like we're not seeing her that much. And actually, she's fallen out of favor, but it's not because she's necessarily weak.
Yeah, it's not because she's necessarily weak, it's more preference. A lot of teams tend to pick her up when it suits their game plan. Obviously, everyone talks about BBL's Pearl and the way that they're able to play Vise and Chamber together. I think when I remember back to actually stage 1 and how we see GX play it, a lot of delay through Vise combined with the Astra, so there is synergistic ideas coming through from Giant X, and this is something that a storyline we brought up last time in terms of Giant X. They play bog standard Valorant. They don't deviate away from what we typically expect, and this was like a deviation that we didn't expect in stage 1, and it's really nice to see that they're sticking with that same idea.
Yeah, and the other thing as well is, you know, you get some teams, last time they were playing, are bringing in some things like the Jet. You know, Jelena seems to love the Jet, but sometimes it might be better just to lean into what was working earlier, which is that Yoru. And Yoru, you know, synergizes so well with a map like Pearl because you have those insanely long rotations. You can sell fakes that little bit easier, and it just makes life so much easier for the rest of your team.
So that's what you want to see from Jelena today. You don't want to see that Jet.
I'd prefer if we got the Yoru. I feel like I liked what we saw from her on the Yoru, you know, so far tonight, and I'm hoping that we get a bit more of that.
Oh, fingers crossed. But unfortunately, Jolina is focused on the game and not listening to the stream. We saw the Jet yesterday. She was coming back out today. Jolina, I feel like she had a bit of a slow start yesterday, guys, but now she's looking warmed up. So with that in mind, Kara, you giving the edge to SK on this one? Do you think the momentum's going to carry them forward?
I would say like momentum versus Giant X's ideas, because I feel as if Giant X compositionally wise might have the edge just in terms of the utility, and they have more that they can do with it. But as for SK, in terms of coming into this map, seeing how they were able to start Pearl yesterday, I hope they have a better attack side. But, and listen, the world's your oyster, but I'm so excited to see how this map 3 goes, because it's anyone's game.
I'm waiting to see if Mac agrees, because I
Yes.
forget that Mac can't necessarily see my eyes are like, because they're tiny, and I'm just like, I just sort of did like a smize at Mac, just like, what do you think? And he's like, yes, I agree. Well, yes, boys, I agree with you guys because we're the experts. I agree completely. I'm under your spell. I mentioned this to Ness in the GX interview earlier though, because Sarah was like, oh yeah, we don't need like meta, we just got great firepower, so we can do it. But then when you look at this competition, it's like, actually, I think there is a little bit more to it than what Sarah's saying. Maybe Sarah's just being braggadocious, Mag.
Yep, maybe. Look, we'll see what Sarah's going to be able to do, but arguably, you look at the map win percentage, and it is that much higher for SK, so I'd be worried right now if I was GX.
Well, I'm going to test production now, because I'm going to throw to our casters, Joy K and Ash, with just my eyes.
Received, Frankie. Not just by me, but by production as well. Clearly, as we are heading into our all-deciding map between SK and Giant X, it's Pearl, and I am so happy that we're gonna see Vice. But what about you, Ash?
I'm excited. I think this is another story of similar to what we saw on his side. It's the old school versus the new school when it comes down to these compositions that we're seeing. And I think that the desk is hitting the nail on the head. Just these teams, these players don't always necessarily want to play into the meta. Sometimes you want to also lean into what's more comfortable per person on each map as well, and what's preferred. I think that I've got my eyes on Giant X. We have to think about the fact that, who was it? It was top of day earlier that we got that little tidbit about favorite maps at the beginning of Ascent, and I think it was Smurfette and Nami who said that Pearl is their favorite, which, you know, I don't know a lot of people who would say Pearl is their favorite map in the game, but that puts a little bit more pressure, I feel like, on the side of Smurfette. I'm looking forward to seeing her pop off on that Yoru pick here as well, and especially looking towards the fact that there are going to be those opportunities to try and break up these setups here that can be difficult to manage for the defenders on the side of SK. Because Pearl's not a fun map to defend, if we're going to be completely honest. Like, you think about the fact that mid is so difficult to like contest, the rotations can be so long here as well, and that's why you often see that Yoru shine too, because of that gate crash. That opportunity to reposition on the other side of the map so quickly is what makes such a big difference. So I'm curious to see the approach that SK are going to be taking. This is a comfortable map for them, considering how many reps they've managed to get on it so far into this stage.
Yeah, exactly. And immediately mid is coming up for contest here, as we see a lot of prepping coming out from the Vice already. Wall being placed as well. Ooh. Purity actually is getting spammed through the box and falls here. Jolina trying to do some damage, forced off that angle once again. This has been a great opening so far for Giant X, as they are now deciding where to take this next.
I like this mid push coming out. Pop flash in here. A little bit of chip damage to be done by Jade Ma, but the knife also reveals that there is that backup coming in here, right? This flood over towards the A site, this backside control is imperative for Eliza and Jolina to keep a hold of.
Yeah, exactly, but Smurfette being quite low. Lisa lands the shots, but it will be Sarah taking the last of them out. It will be Jaima and Devilasha left to try and retake this site. There's the flash. Ness ready to push up. They've got the angles down, but Ness and Sarah so incredibly low, forced to run for the hills as they will fall.
Spike down A.
And that is SK. It might not be fun to defend, but definitely fun to win the pistol round.
Really nice hold of backside there coming out from SK. The rotation coming in as well, and just being able to keep a bit of a hold over at mid door, funnel the likes of GX over towards the A site. There's so much time that was bought
One
there
enemy
as
remaining.
well, but overall,
Spike down.
Joy. I'm looking forward to seeing how these teams continue to adjust as we go forward on Pro. We are running into a little bit of a tech pause for you guys at home right now. We are in EMEA after all.
Oh yeah. Just as a reminder,
It's a short
of
one.
like where we are. It's that was a short one for sure. But yes, where were we? All right,
Taking a look.
SK.
Taking a look at this matchup, I think that for Giant X, again, it's going to be a bit of that information game. I feel like in these eco rounds as well, what's nice is just trying to poke and prod, see how SK are looking to set up on the defense as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Jolina makes short work of Nami. Just the shoulder being spotted. That's enough. As she picks up a second. The spray down be long, though it will pay off as Ness finally shuts her down. But a lot of damage already being done by this Jet.
Yeah, that's the thing. That damage is done, but overall it is that eco round here, right? So we don't have as many of the expectations. The odds are stacked up against the side of GX for this round, and 2v4, there is an opportunity to isolate a 2v1 here up against Velasa, but the hold on mid doors will be too strong. A clean start here for SK to kick things off. Giant X now finally onto a purchase.
Yes, they are looking to get this one in. Full rifle buy coming out, and now I'm just wanting to see them take a bit of a different approach. We've seen a lot of presence around that mid side that hasn't necessarily been paying off for them in either pistol round or, well, in this last eco for them. So let's see what Giant X's plan is now.
Looking to see how SK want to get aggressive, aware of the fact that when you're running the Killjoy on this map, it's usually up to that duelist to get a little bit more forward, and Jolina to be punished this time around. She's not having the support, pushing a bit further than what Jade was able to follow up with as she was trying to farm that ultimate orb. And now the group of GX looking to regroup over towards this B side. There is a nano swarm for that delay that will be available under the nebula if that does get popped, but plenty of time to work with here on the side of Giant X. They get that insert over towards B long. Now look to do a little bit of that poking, try and force off that angle over towards A main with the initial aggression that occurred previously before walking back over towards B, hoping to pull those rotations away from that B site, but SK refuse to budge. The read is good.
The read is good indeed. We do see Ness once again trying to push up here through B doors this time. Camera gets a little bit of information here. As it's a nice vulnerability coming out, as it will make short work of Devilasha. Lisa, though, able to take a few kills before she falls. They need to get the plant down. They're running out of time once again. The spray is there from Eva. Will it be enough as the seconds count down? Yes, it is in a 1v1 Eva versus Jade. But it's all important round for Giant X, and Eva drags it over the line.
Giant X finally get their round win here in the third one, as expected, but more costly than what you would have wanted to see. We're getting some of the ideas of the approach here from SK though on defense, right? You've got that push up over towards a lobby, trying to farm the orb into the hands of Jade, but the punish coming out nicely from Giant X here as well. Just very aware of the approach that this team is looking to take on this map.
Concealment.
Yeah. Not a lot of information to be found early on to be here. Orb gets taken by Eva. Very close to getting that Nightfall up now. Tsunami on her lonesome just decided to kind of push up.
Ooh.
Everyone hiding.
Sarah, yeah, nice pick. And now we do see the rotation coming through Art here. Jademois being forced away from there. Ness has still been silently pushing up as Nami finally finds a kill here onto Jolina. Ness finds one for herself. Will she find Purity as well? Yes, she will, as that will be the opening for the A side here. No one in Flowers, no one in Secret. It's just free for the taking, as it's only Lisa left standing.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a save for Liza at this point, right? But I really like that approach from Giant X. You have Ness lurking over towards A main. She's able to take out that 1v2 situation, which is absolutely massive. So much pressure being put on the two players of SK over in that A main smoke by the remainder of the Giant X cavalry running through Art there as well. Really got to take that gun away. But overall, for Giant X, they tie it up early, 2-2.
Yeah, and I think this is important for them to also find this momentum after the way that they were kind of served on Ascent. They need to find this, and that's really nice here. Actually, Eva finding Lisa right before this round and take that gun away as well. But yeah, I agree with you. They need to tie it up early because they need to find their momentum here.
One enemy remains.
Defeated.
Right now, for the side of SK, it does seem like a lot of that approach does come down to trying to set Jolina up for an early fight. We've seen how much of a powerhouse she's been so far this series. Has looked so good since swapping to this duelist role earlier this year. Previously known as just an insane controller player. But mechanically so gifted. And again, look at this walk up. Purity this time. Doing it solo, immediately punished. These A-walks consistently guarded by Giant X.
Yeah, exactly. And I do like that Giant X, they are also now just swapping around the way that they want to play Pearl consistently. Eva sneaking around, having a look at his mid just to see if there's any rotations, any possible pick-off that she can get here.
Dog through B-Link, doesn't spot anyone close.
No.
It's just the
Jolina's
walk up.
in Link.
Nice in
Sees the
hand
stars
too.
being placed. Very nice haunt to make sure that Jolina has to be forced back here for the reposition. The Blade Storm still dangerous.
30 seconds left.
They're just missing each other every time. Nightfall now committed here as well. Only spots one.
Be revealed. They know Devilas is stuck on the right side.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, they know where she is. Jolina though finds one. The plant, it has to go down soon. But they do find it once again.
Player standing.
Smurfette shuts down Lisa.
Scanning ahead.
Do you see? a nice spread here as they're just trying to sandwich Lisa in here. They're just trying to
Nice
find her, but she
shot.
finds her with the Guardian.
Playing it open.
Yeah.
So low.
Oh. Sarah will find her. Just a little bit too low there, as you mentioned. Giant X, they're finding their footing here on Pearl.
I think what they're doing really well is just isolating a lot of these engagements, able to swarm around these defensive positions that SK are putting themselves in. It's a lot of these mid pushes, these crunches with that A main presence as well, or even in this case, I think it was just like a general like mid split through B-Link with a bit of that art presence, and you're looking to just completely collapse on one player, force them into a position where they are on an island. Much more aggressive look here towards A main. The most aggressive take we've really seen of this space from Giant X previously. They played it a bit more passive, allowed SK to try and walk up. And SK that are playing further back this time around. Jolina finally has the operator online.
Wall trip.
Alright. With the shear activated, this gives Vice a little bit of information as to there's somebody there. But yeah, they don't want to go through mid doors. I mean, operator being set up there. Alright, Steel Garden comes out. That's the call to push forward here through the Nano Swarm. So be it as they're trying to find kills here. Smurfette finds Jamois.
Launching thorns.
Missile drift coming in. As now everyone on the side of SK trying to rotate here towards that A side, but yeah, Cosmic Divide coming in clutch, making this retake even harder, Ash.
Dark comes out to try and find a bit of information. Liza's just been so impactful for the side of SK so consistently with her utility. The frags coming back in. We're evened up now. 3v3 here, Joy.
Yeah, that we are indeed. Rotation yet to come through here from Eva, but she might find a really nice backstab here. Sarah has been seen.
Pulling them in.
Oh, finds a headshot, and it's beautiful from Eva. She finds it. Oh, it's beautiful. Great coverage from GX to make sure that even in a situation that started looking a little bit tricky for them, they still managed to close it out.
Really nicely played here from Giant X. I love like the set pieces of utility that we see coming out. That clear into the smoke where Purity gets taken down as well, trying to play for herself, but denied it thanks to the information that Smurfette was able to find with that dimensional drift. But even just Ness throwing out those thorns, making it really difficult for SK to maneuver around these sites and reposition while GX are going for those executions. Now a shift over towards this B side, knowing that SK are on this low buy. This B take should be a bit more comfortable for them. One shot fired, otherwise not much more information has been given so far.
Oh, Sarah. All right, well that's right. One rifle over to SK at least. Yeah, but
you look
they
at
did see the entry otherwise was empty. So now we see the rotation coming through here.
That's the thing, right? Especially with Sarah being taken out, they know that they love to play these 4-1 splits.
And SK, Lee's actually finding another kill, and even though they're on the lower buy, it's looking dicey now for Giant X. Got good control over the side, just need to find a plan. Oh man, but once again, that will actually find a kill here. Another rifle falls.
Last player standing.
And Eva, while passing, she just wants to pick up a kill. She does, but it will be a pay save card thrifty going over to SK.
Really nice protocoling coming out on this thrifty round. It was this triple walk up towards the main to punish Sarah on that lurking position. They know previously that usually one or two players have been waiting outside of A for that initial A push. But they had conditioned that it was usually one player just walking up on their own. This time they bring those numbers to try and punish, and then it's a quick rotation. They know it's going to be that B hit. And Jolina again with the operator back online now, poised over towards this A main position. Repeats it too.
Yeah, that is ballsy if anything. Takes a lot of damage and goes for the repeat. She could have paid for that, a high cost. But now, so low. Yet luckily, with an operator in hand, you can still be quite impactful in this round, even though you're sitting on low HP. But it's a bit dicey now, a duel here between Purity and Sarah. And Sarah's just, you know, trying to waste people's time.
And it's that reposition here, right? Jolina goes for the aggressive peek over towards A. Now she ran immediately towards B, looking to find the angle, hoping that Giant X will lean into that B site after the operator was revealed over towards A, and it will be a crunch that they're looking for. This Hall's position for Jolina is something that we're gonna have to keep our eyes on for this B execution, keeping an eye here on lane.
Yeah, that they do. Blindside hits. But Eva ready for Jolina to peek, and with that low HP, she will fall, but it will be Lisa. Comes out spraying, finds 3 nice kills. Ness is good for 1. But how much can she do with the spike being dropped right in the middle of the site? Not a lot. And with time not on her side, she's opting to go for a save here.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, nothing you can do in that situation, but overall, the approach right now, SK finally finding their footing on defense. That initial conditioning is done from those first 4 rounds. Giant X now wary of that A aggression. They put a bit of a pause on some of those players, but Liza has been such a huge factor in so many of these moments here for SK, clawing these rounds back when they look like they're just about to fall apart. She's been so consistent throughout this series, so reliable for SK Nebula as well to put Giant X onto the back foot.
Yeah, and I mean we keep saying it as well, but we have to keep singing her praises because you're absolutely right. Lisa's just put in so much work for SK. And now, really aggressively pushed up here are SK. This Giant X scrambling through mid. Making the presence known in art. They managed to pick up 1, but pay a heavy price here. 1 for 2. Oh no. It's just heartbreak. And there's not a lot that they can do. The jump peek! So Jolina even confirms that, but now Ness, she got to pick up a Phantom from one of the Fallen. But is she ready for what lies around the corner? She is not.
Yeah, able to pick out 1, but Purity with the judge in the corner. It's going to be too difficult to deal with. Operator scooped back up to hand over to Jolina as well for the likes of SK. Overall.
Yeah. Yeah, Judge just a little bit too rough to deal with on such close range. Giant X calling in a timeout here.
They want to slow this roll here for SK, right? Who pick up initially the pistol round, the anti-eco, the first 2 rounds of this half. Then Giant X, they find 4 rounds in a row. And SK, they've stolen the momentum right back. And with only 3 rounds left into the first half, they're trying to figure out how to stop the bleeding, all right? That operator being online here for Jolina is something that we've talked about, something the desk has talked about, as well as that once that comes online, that's when the defense starts to get extremely dangerous with how good she is at being dynamic with her positioning, how quick she is also to take a lot of those risks, take fights with the op that you wouldn't expect. I'm still thinking back to that A-long fight that we saw on Haven for our first map when she had the, what, two double collabs?
Yeah.
Which is just crazy coming out from her.
Now you're absolutely right. As you know, we're right back into the action here. Haunt will be killed. A little bit of information gathered as we now know where these players are on A side, as we see the rotation now away from A. Ash.
I think what's always interesting about seeing Ness starting over towards that A side too is that she throws out that wall over towards A main, right? Just to get that information on if later in the round SK look to try and push back over. Still guarding to land over towards this A site here. I think Evie found Purity, but a very solid take. However, SK are going to be very quick also on the re-entry. It's going to get scrappy.
It is going to get scrappy indeed as the lockdown gets committed as well. There's the Hunter's Fury from Lisa doing a lot of damage, but Eva, she will find a kill of her own, but it's looking dicey here for Giant X. Spike's still in hand. They've got a little bit of time to play with, but they must also have players to play with in order to get that Spike down.
SK were so quick to respond to the ultimate usage coming out from Giant X, the drone coming in through here as well. It's all up to Sarah in this 1v3 off the back of a Giant X timeout.
Sarah trying to set up for a 1v3, but it's just a little bit too much for her to handle, as it will be a defuse coming through from SK.
See the investments from both these teams, right? There's initially the Steel Garden, then the Nightfall gets layered on top to try and cover some of those extremities as they're expecting the rotations to come in. And also for players to be flooding off of site and into flowers and try and suppress the noise that they're able to hear. But SK were so quick to reply with the lockdown of their own into that retake as well.
Yeah, that they were indeed.
Both sides invested a lot here, and now Giant X off the back of their timeout. Back onto the back foot. Not having a purchase to find, and again, still struggling to figure out an answer to Jolina's operator. Even when shifting over to the opposite site, the stall has been so good. If you're not running into Jolina with the op, you're running into Liza, who's able to, get like a 3K back site over towards A. And it feels like everything has been going right for SK in the last few rounds.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And so you see that, like, Giant X are trying to go for a little bit of a different approach here, pushing through doors, but that is also heavily guarded with Jade being there. Not to mention Devil Asha's there with the full Killjoy utility set up already. Sarah trying to push up, will fall to the operator. Now it's Nami. Everyone is just trying to make a push alone to gather some information. Han's still available here though for Eva, just to see if there's anyone onto the side. But it will be a spray down here for SK. Lisa just too damn clean with the shots. Will confirm the round once again.
Last round before the switch.
I mean, I feel like Liza just owns the A site at this point, right? You're looking at 15 and 6, has been so good at countering these late round pivots coming out from Giant X and maintaining a hold of this site with the help of Purity. And she's been so clean with it too. SK, you love to see the IGL going around with the fist bumps for the entire team, keeping the vibes high here. Because the last time these two faced off on Pearl, GX have taken this map each time.
Jolina running for the hills here. But yeah, you're absolutely right. SK haven't looked as dominant on this map. And you can tell that they've just really want to get the better of SK, or yeah, of Giant X now.
Bring them down.
But as the desk also mentioned, it's everyone's game. They're getting a big lead, but everything's still possible. Dimensional drift will come out here from Smurfette. Peaks, but not quite connecting the shots here, as so much information gathered here by Smurfette. Jade Motto still able to do a lot with her KO utility as spraying through the wall. It paid off last time for Purity. Not a lot of damage this time around, but Jamois on the side, able to pick up 2 kills here. As they just keep falling on the side of Giant X. But now Sarah shuts down. Ness finds another kill. And it's just them two left, but now it is the operator. They're looking to restart Jade. But can they do it? No, they can't. Sarah, she's wanting to drag it over the line, but Jolina pulls out the blades and shuts her down.
Switching sides.
The hold of this A site was so difficult for Giant X to deal with so consistently. And they were so good at these fast floods, contesting this site space, and not even giving GX the opportunity to get that spike planted. But Joy, we've got a quick halftime break before we get into the last half of this best of 3.
Usually I take a backseat, yeah. Low key, I'd say I'm discreet and don't wanna put my heart on the line too many times. I've been burned, I bounce back quickly, and with the drama tell 'em miss me. Won't ever let it go too far, expose my heart, that's risky. Maybe there's just something about the way you stop and stare. Something did those eyes tell me you care. I'm still learning how to trust. So can we keep this between us? I got a reputation to uphold, so don't reach out your hand for me to hold. Don't rush to tell the world that I'm your girl right now, 'cause
Yes, as we are back for our final half of our first match between SK and Giant X. So let's see how Giant X will fare on the defensive side. As we were talking in the green room, Ash, you were curious how SK is going to deal with the utility that Giant X has in their belt.
There's just so much stopping power, or not even just stopping power, but opportunities to divide Jolina up from the rest of the team. So SK, the expectation is for them to take a bit of that slow defaulty approach to figure out what the setups are looking like here for Giant X. You look at that
A site.
Look at that A site. I do not want to touch that site with a 10-foot pole. You've got 2 trips. You've got the arc rows, as well as some thorns to slow things down there too, just fully stacked. And even though mid might be left open, it's because that sentinel utility is watching it. You've got a cam, and then you've got the wall, so it allows for that option to play those numbers a bit more effectively for those trade opportunities on site itself. But great shock darts already coming out from Liza to neutralize the majority of this A site setup.
Oh, nice that they passed over the share together though, so they would still be able to not be cut off from each other. Land confirmed, but spraying through all the smokes, so much chaos. Sarah already down, Jademois as well. Purity might have a really nice rotation here and catch people off guard. As we do see the entirety of GX making their way onto A side now. Tsunami picks up another kill. Jolina off to the side here. Purity finds one. No defuse possible just yet, as they are starting to run out of time.
One enemy remaining.
Defuse. Ness is running out of time, and they will find her. And that is SK. Even on attack, they find a pistol round. And I'm getting worried here, Ash. I'm getting very worried for Giant X.
Yeah, really struggling to see Giant X find their footing on this map of Pearl. This has looked really good. I like this pistol round coming out from SK Nebula. I think it was great utility that we saw coming out from Liza. Again, cannot stop singing her praises. Not only was she just insane at locking down that A site on defense, but her utility across all 3 maps has been so consistently impactful for SK, whether it's that information or ability to find picks.
Yeah. No, I agree with you 100%. Lisa has to be the MVP of the series for me. No matter of the outcome of this map and this series, because yeah, the outcome's not decided yet, as we know. But we're seriously starting to see it swinging into SK's favor the more that these rounds progress. Ness with the shorty though, able to find one, and actually now on his eco, GX are looking very good. Purity. Scale on here. Haunt gets taken out, so her presence is now known. With the back turn, she might be able. Purity trying to run for it, but it's definitely not happening, and that is a nice round to win here for Giant X.
Yeah, getting caught off by this initial push, not being able to find the first was massive for the likes of GX. It really was Nami's round to be able to convert this for Giant X's side. You look at the fact that she's able to find that 3K with just the pistol in hand before picking up that Guardian and finding just so many ways to open up this round here for Giant X, a much needed one, because we wanted to see them win that pistol round, right, to try and have the best start into half number 2. But this is a nice adjustment at the very least. Hero rifle in hand here for Deluna.
Rushing through A, or rushing through from mid through A, as steps will be clearly heard. Smurfette holding down B-Link. Nami, again, good for one, and the Guardian of Eva finds the second. And all of a sudden, Giant X, with their rifle difference, just trying to do so much work here, but it will be Devil Asha managing to pick up the rifle Jolina dropped, but not able to drag that one home. It's Ness, good for the 3K here. Giant X, they find their footing.
Ness closing out that round for the likes of Giant X. First ultimate online into the second half is going to be the Cosmic Divide here for Nami as well. Just really nice utility being thrown out, I think, by both sides for that art fight that we saw coming through, which was initially quite telegraphed with those heavy steps that were being made in towards mid at the beginning of the round that we talked about.
Yeah, that's like the thing I dislike the most about. I hate the sound of the steps when you're going through mid. But alright, this time is looking like a more default entry towards A. Trying to clear out any possible thorns on the floor with Shock Dart.
Yeah, adjustment in the positioning. Shocks aren't going to find anything to break. And now we've got the Sentinels a little bit more spread out here as well, alright? As GX look to switch up their defensive hold.
Yeah, and I like that Eva's just leaning towards back, ready to rotate and see, you know, where are these players going, and from spawn she will have a fast rotation as this map is quite big.
Yeah, and that's kind of the perks of how they're setting up here towards mid, right? Again, constantly having that camera in the hands of Sarah to get that B-Link information, and then there's the wall that gets triggered, right? Whether you're going from connector or through art in mid to A as well.
Yeah, with the thorns denying the entry here. They're just trying to run them on the time. Less than 30 seconds left.
Still backside.
Yeah, they do indeed. Plant will be confirmed here as Nest still tucked away in flowers, but will fall in the end. And now we do see the null command immediately being committed. SK, they want to get this round on the board.
Ava's walked out backside already. They're aware of the fact that there might be that late lurk through water for the backstab that's coming in from Purity.
Oh, Sarah, nice on point with the 2 shots, but now it's still Purity from Flowers on her lonesome, but Sarah's got her, and that will be Giant X. Round number 7 for them.
Yeah,
it's starting to look competitive again, at least, Ash.
It definitely is. The rest of the team just had to stay alive for a little bit longer, not able to buy the time that Purity needed for this wrap. And with all the stars having been expended as well, there was no gravity well that could be used late into the post plant left, but a timeout to now be called here by SK Nebula. They picked up the pistol, but otherwise GX have so consistently been able to pick up the next 3 rounds, comfortable with how Ness has been anchoring as well, finding a lot of impact backside of A, slowing down the pushes that SK are trying to make, and we haven't been able to see them kind of deal again with that Sentinel utility a little earlier, whether it's the trips, whether it's the thorns. We saw a preview of that in the pistol round, but since then the util hasn't quite been landing to dismantle these defensive setups.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I'm just thinking that you've said in the start as well, in the start of this defensive round, that they just have so many tools to pick apart the team and kind of divide Jolina. And I feel like SK has been doing quite well in backing up Jolina when she makes an entry, but it's just really hard to stay standing in the midst of all the utility that you also mentioned before. And now we do have the Steel Garden online again for Ness. I feel like this is going to be a really, really important ulti for these after plans. Okay, a little bit of damage here onto Jolina.
Team's just looking to walk down, find the space over towards B. We haven't seen SK visit this site yet at all, and it's been a change in setup here as well. Previously it was Sarah set up on this side of the map. Now Ness has been the one to make that shift over.
Oh, Jolina, really aggressive entry here, but she will fall to Nami. Nami finds one only though as she falls, but Ness is here. Operator from Smurfed, let's see what she can do with it. Finds one.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Finds 2.
Here.
Yeah, she's looking for the last one. Lisa back in B hall. She knows where they are though. Only has the Guardian, wants to step forward, get the other gun, but nah, decides that there's not much to be gained here. And Giant X, they're going to tie up the scoreline if they keep running away with it like this.
They're looking really comfortable on defense. This is where we expected them to come alive though, right? The attacking side, although we've seen Giant X have that success on the attack on Pearl previously. Defense is where this composition shines without a doubt. No contest. The double Sentinel, so strong, especially with the fact that you're not running the Yoru on the side of SK, so you really do have to commit like a body close to that wall to try and trigger it.
Take flight.
And otherwise, the rest of the trips have just been a little difficult to find, especially with how much SK have preferred a lot of these 4-1 splits.
Need that back.
Leaning now into the fact that they do have that insert over towards that B site from Purity, that opportunity to revisit things. I think if the plan does go awry here towards mid, but look at the line that Smurfette's holding. I love the smoke to deny the angle.
Yeah, absolutely. They know she was there last round, so they're kind of just counting on her to be there as well. Han being committed as well, doesn't really find anything. Smoke's about to go down, forces Smurfette to teleport away. And there's the Cosmic Divide coming through. Splits up that A side nicely.
It's a fake. It's a total fake, though. They're shifting over towards B, and all has to do with that position that Purity initially found at the beginning of that round over towards B long. Massive pick for Smurfette regardless, but a really great call coming in here from SK to shift over after baiting those rotations towards A.
Yeah, absolutely. Devil Asha trying to push up here. But there's the Steel Garden that will shut down that opportunity once and for all. Sitting on their pistols, as it will be the spray down into Hall, and that will confirm it for Giant X, tying up the score.
It's insane that you think about it being a 5-person retake on the side of Giant X as well, with how SK were able to worm their way through mid, find that positioning over at B too. And the idea was there. But Smurfette being able to even get that pick with the cross, the operator over in CT, just shifts the momentum of that round, turns the tides as we equalize. for SK. You have knives here for Jolina. We've seen how aggressive and how risky she likes to play. When this ultimate is up, this duel is important.
Yeah, this is an all-important duel here. And she will win it, and that's the operator down, and that's massive. Picks that one up, and let's see what she can do with it this round. But that's great information gathered, and even a bigger threat taken off the board here for SK. Nami out in the open, just able to pick up 2 kills off the back of that. The blind from the Arc Rose comes out. Sheer will be tripped now as well. So Vice will know that there is somebody in B-Link, and they need to wait for that wall to go back down until the rest of SK are able to join them here.
3v4. And so much utility still up on the side of Giant X. You've got this trip. It is walk. Can you walk past it? No, not quite enough. Not quite enough space. The attempt was made, so you know, you live and you learn. You find it out. The Nightfall to come out here. This round is just about done and dusted here for SK, unless some miracles can be performed.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it's as you say, it's just too much util to deal with. Fantastic. It was a fantastic Nightfall and great follow-up here from Nami on the Arc Rose once again. Nami's only playing with 20 HP here. Let's see what she can do. She finds one more. She finds them. And that is the ace for Nami.
Barrel of is always dark.
Single-handedly taking that round to double digits here for the side of Giant X. And this starts out with Jolina getting a huge pick on Smurfette with that operator, taking her down with the knives. But Nami just being able to fully hold on to this site. No plant to be seen. Regardless, it would have been like a 3v1, but absolutely massive when it comes down to those picks. Another timeout now to be called here by SK and Nebula. Things are getting really shaky. They haven't been able to break the streak with a single round here since that pistol.
Yeah. I mean, all of that on 28 HP that's crazy to me. But that's how I love to see my Nami. But you're absolutely right, and it's starting to look worrisome for SK now. This last map of Pearl, it's just been an absolute roller coaster. I was fearing for Giant X, now I'm fearing for SK. Both of these teams, we've said it once and again, they deserve to be here, and they're making it look so competitive, Ash.
I think what's really frustrating for SK right now is the fact that we are seeing them take like different approaches round for round, right? Whether it's trying to get an insert over towards B main or A, like doing a little bit of that, working through like mid and whatnot. But that mid utility is so deep at times that SK aren't able to trigger it in the early round and apply the pressure that they want to, and just allows later into the round GX to have so much of that stall, so many pieces of information
Portal closed.
that they get to work off of for those calls. We've seen this split before.
Okay. Jade spots Eva. Smurfette is there. Ooh, but she will fall, and that's the operator down. Jolina, though, finds another one off of the back of the Hunter's Fury here. This is the round for SK. After the timeout to find it, Hunter's Fury finds Eva as well. It's starting to look good here for SK.
One enemy remaining.
Operator retrieved. Sarah down as well. Now it's just Nami standing. She did it all by herself last time. The question is, can she do it again? She finds the first. But I think that the call now is just to look for a save here.
I mean, still could look to do some damage if she wants.
She might.
There's still a decent bit of time. Could get that opportunity to wrap around. But overall, definitely shouldn't have the time to win this round out. It's just looking for some of those exits as the information is found. If we get it... Okay. For a second there, I was like, is she really gonna attempt like to run onto site?
Yeah. And
get,
like try to look for the diffuse, but no.
time had ticked away already too far at that point, especially with how close those GX players were with how they were stepping away. She knew there was no way it was going to happen. But yeah, now looking to deny those all torps and whatnot. But I like the change of pace that we saw coming out from SK with how quickly Jolina exited onto the site. Because previously when we've seen those splits before, they typically take a little bit of a pause over in mid and A main, right? And that's just the additional time that gets bought for the rotations to be called in by GX. But a great pace safeguard thrifty round there from SK Nebula.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you want to see after the timeout as well. Now we're seeing big commitment here from SK onto A side. And Eva is very far pushed up into mid. I walk right into her actually. Let's see where SK is deciding to go.
You are powerless.
A little bit of a fake incoming here. It's gonna be a question of how much Ness can get in this position over towards the link.
Calm and collected. Eva finds one, Ness finds another, but in the end, they both will fall. So it's a 3v3 operator still in hands of Smurfette, and she is posted up on that B side, right where SK is heading now, and she will find a shot there. But still, we're equalizing it all the way as she also falls in turn. Oh man, Sarah sneaky as ever gets the better of Purity here. Now it's just Jade left standing. They know that Sarah's up there. She's trying to hit the shots, but it will be Nami that finds the last kill of the round once again.
Yeah, attempting that fake just off the back of the KO ultimate over towards Art, but Giant X, they don't buy it, right? There's so much sound that's heard over towards B-Link with Ness's position as well.
Last player standing.
It just doesn't quite work out in their favor. The thing is, I feel like consistently we're seeing like these cypher trips are always up too at the end of the rounds. They're very rarely dealt with, and that's just so much information and impact that Sarah is able to have later into the round as well, even if it doesn't end up coming to fruition as far as stalling something out, but just kind of having that extra insurance.
Spray from Nami actually finds a kill, believe it or not. Jolina will find her and deal with her though in the end, and now the entry has been made by SK onto that A side.
Lockdown invested here though.
Oh, yeah.
By Devilassa. You have Smurfette, like you're saying, with that dimensional drift, just trying to do a little bit of that scouting, get that information for Giant X.
Yeah. Question is now how much she can do with the operator.
All legged.
Oh my god, Jolina's also so incredibly low. Jade Ma biding her time here, swings out at the right moment. Sarah will find her though, but Lisa is low. Jolina has like no health to deal with. They need to swing this together. 4 health to play with, but it will be Sarah that goes down. They're trying to trigger the defuse, but it will be SK once again tying up the score. Believe it or not, we're sitting at 11-11.
Really nicely done there by SK. It feels like these rounds where SK are kind of disrespecting the setups that we see coming out from Giant X are the ones where they're finding the most impact, the most success. Previously playing a little bit slower, trying to find out, you know, what the setups are looking like. As just gave that time for Giant X to make the rotations, but the tempo change works out really nicely. Now, timeout to be called here, right? Giant X, they're the ones who clawed back into this second half. Defense has been much more comfortable for both of these teams. And each one wants to close things out. Again, this is such a grudge match. Every time these two teams play each other, it goes to 3 maps. It always goes the distance, Joy. The majority of the time, Giant X, the ones to be able to take that victory over SK Nebula. So SK are the ones looking for revenge here in this EPR semifinal.
Yeah, they absolutely are. The question is if they're going to be given that revenge. Let's see how things go now after this timeout called from GX.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yes, this should do.
Again, a lot of people over towards that A side, but could still see them coming in through mid. Giant X, they have a nice spread. Good setup once again on both of these sides with that double sentinel. No information to be gathered with the drone here, except for that B long is kind of a safe space right now, but look at all the people here towards A.
I like this setup on the side of Giant X, right? Knowing that SK have looked the most comfortable on those quick A executions, they end up throwing the Vice Wall instead of over at Art, over towards A main to ensure that there isn't that follow-up for Jolina if she does go for that execute towards site, that conditioning, looking to make the big difference here for these teams.
Yeah, Thorns activated just to buy time, make sure that there is not a lot of space to be taken here on the side of SK. They're looking for the plan, but there are the kills coming in here for Giant X. 3v2. Let's see what they can do. Ness finds her third, finds her fourth, and that will be all. And that's Giant X taking us to the match point. Now let's see if they can draw it over the line, or if it's SK taking us to overtime in this deciding map of Pearl.
Spike down A.
Great timeout to be called. This adjustment coming out from Giant X looks so good with the idea that they had to be able to try and bolster towards this A site, understanding the comfort that SK has found in these quick A hits. And now looking at how the setup is going to be done again. Let's see where this wall actually gets placed. A little bit further out, a bit deeper in towards main here as well. Very similar look to what we saw in the last round. Instead, this time, though, we do have Devil Asset trying to find that timing over towards mid.
Yeah.
Deploying drone.
Keeping an eye on it, at the very least.
Too suppressed.
It's a massive 0 point to be able to get onto this site. Just denying all of that Sentinel utility.
Yeah, Jade only 10% left. 10 health, sorry, left to play with though. But look where SK is going. This has got Giant X guessing where they are, where
they're
SK
taking
wants
too
to
long
take
though.
this.
The Prowler already sent out from Flowers over towards site. They know that no one is on default. The read is coming in. Giant X are more than happy to play into their spawn, knowing that SK haven't opted to get that plant down quite yet. And now they're kind of almost like sardined in towards mid, looking to re-hit over at A here as
30
well.
seconds left.
I love that you call it sardine, but yeah, absolutely. They're just completely getting canned in, and now they're forced into a situation that's just incredibly uncomfortable, stuck in the Steel Garden with all the jammed first, and that is looking so incredibly rough. It looks like they've just taken too long, and now it's just 2 people left standing. Nami finds the upper hand here to find everybody. It will be the defuse. It will be Giant X once again getting the better of SK and staying in this upper bracket.
Repeating history with another 2-1 in favor of Giant X. And both of these teams had great ideas on defense. It really came down to that comfort on the attacking side, a footing that SK weren't really able to find into that second half, and the reads were really great coming out from Giant X. That last timeout that was called, the adjustments made on the defensive side to understand those quick tempo pushes towards that A site to shut them down and to close out our last map were beautiful on the side of Giant X Joy. And these two teams, I mean, I'm just looking forward to I want to see them play again. I love the grudge match between them, and both of them played so well throughout this entire series. Liza has so much impact on SK. There's so many players that we can sing the praises of.
Yeah, there absolutely is. I mean, this was a series that went all the way, and I am so happy that we got to cover this one, and that we got to start off day 2 with such a fantastic series. But Pearl, yes, heavy on the decision making here, and a great timeout taken, which resulted in Giant X just once again finding the better of SK. But once again, as I said it before, these teams, they're incredibly competitive against each other, and I agree. I would love to see them go up against each other again.
There's opportunity for it to come because this being the upper semifinals, we have now SK dropping down into that lower round one. For Giant X, their opportunity, they take it into that upper final, right? During stage one, they had also been knocked down into that lower round one. They had lost over to G2 Goes in, but finding themselves into this upper final has got to feel good for the likes of Giant X. So many storied players, so many experienced players on this roster, and being able to put out a performance that was insane across the board, so consistent, so impactful from every single member.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I couldn't agree more with you, but let's hear what the analyst desk has to say about this match.
On Pearl, gentlemen. I just loved seeing the synergy from these two teams and the chemistry really coming to the fore, because I think that's something that sometimes these teams have struggled with, but with Giant X, it really took them over the finishing line. Every single member of that team knew what they had to do. Multi-kills galore, I believe probably from every single member, MacMate.
Yeah, there was just crazy scenes going on, and you have to look. Even though Ness is up the top, that's almost expected at this point. But Nami going crazy in that second half was something I don't think anyone was expecting, especially after the first. But this is what happens when you bring that double Senti in. You can have a crazy second half, and that defense seemed to be the strong side for both teams, which on Pearl you don't usually expect, but it's what we ended up getting.
Yeah, I love to see it, right? And realistically, like GX, they have the experience. I've spoke about it at length, but the fact that they're able to come back into this like they've done in so many playoff stages now, right? And they're again the thorn in the side of SK's hopes of being further up the leaderboard. I mean, sure, SK, they still have that second life. We can't forget that. They will drop to the lower bracket, but I mean, right now, GX on track for another at least second place finish.
It is good news to know that SK, they're not going anywhere, at least they're not going far, because yeah, as you mentioned it, they've got another tournament life. They're going to be in that lower bracket. Potentially we could even see a Giant X rematch, and that MVP, no doubt, Ness, I should say, deserves it so much for that performance. We did speak earlier today, and she is the IGL of this team now, Cairo, but that's not impacting her performance in any way, shape or form.
And nor should it, right? And something like we didn't really, I didn't get a chance to bring up, but I wanted to speak about was the fact that like with so many experienced heads, I imagine with like Ness wouldn't necessarily be taking the full weight of IGL, and right? You've got Smurfette there, you've got Sarah. I mean, we spoke about the IGLs and how many players have done it. They'll all have their own ideas. Ness will just be the one selecting which is the best one, and yeah, I don't think that will be impacting her at all.
Should we also talk quickly about SK before we say see you in a few to them, because again they're not going anywhere. We want to talk about Lisa and the impact that she's made to this team in such a short space of time, Matt.
Yeah, so far so good, and again, you know, pretty much save Lisa. She is just doing an absolute number on everyone she goes up against, you know, having incredible stats already throughout the groups, and then here in the playoffs, you know, phenomenal performance yesterday, got SK the win, and still a phenomenal performance, but unfortunately, even with crazy plays like you're seeing on your screen, it wasn't enough to get it over the line. SK, unfortunately, some individuals going missing that you kind of need to be firing up, and Lisa is not in that conversation. She's in part of the good conversation. So, you know, unfortunately, there are some things, adaptations you'll need to make it through the lower bracket if you want to succeed.
Well, you know what? We should talk about the fact that, one, the double Senti definitely came up trumps for the side of GX. But actually, Mac, just sticking with you, SK still showed ideas in the pistol round on how to counter it.
Yeah, they certainly did. And it's... part of it's like the knife, but part of it is just craziness, I guess. Look, a little bit of spookiness going on. As you can see on the screen, if you look at the minimap, there is so much utility for GX on that A site, and SK are going to be walking straight into it and still somehow winning the pistol. Now, as you'll see, you know, they're going to have some solid utility just to clear out all the close angles, clear out all the nooks and the crannies. But the thing is, you've got those shockies that can deal with some of it, and then even with all of those defenders on the site trying to make the post plant happen, SK just shoot that much better, positionally, able to set up these crossfires, get the trades that they're needing to, that recon refresh. And the worst part about all of this is that off the back of that pistol that looked so good, that looked so unwinnable, that they won, they then lost against essentially just a classic in the hands of Nami.
Yeah, can we talk about Nami? Well, I don't want to just talk about Nami. I want to see Nami, because that second half for me, she was an absolute superstar, Kari.
She was, and do you know what? It's a player who always shows up when's needed, right? Obviously, we spoke about the fact that she's moved off of the IGL role, so we're expecting maybe a little bit better individual performance after that first half. And the last map, I was like, oh, Nami, not like this. But the second half shows up, and this ace, like, and also the anti-eco that Matt had mentioned, it was absolutely brilliant from her, and she was an absolute hero in this series.
I have to say, it's weird when NASA Ignite, when they're separate ways, because I just saw Nami as like, oh God, I was about to use the football term, badge player. You know, I just saw her as a franchise player for NASA, and you had such great individuals on that team, but we never saw them fulfill their true potential, should we say. They were gradually making their way up the ranks. And now actually we're seeing the individuals in different teams, and we're seeing that full potential of Nami unlocked. We knew she was a great player, but now we see she is a fantastic one. But we are going to talk to one of her teammates right now, a legend of the scene. We've always known she's fantastic. It is Smurfette. She's joining us now. Smurfette, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, how are you? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you, I'm good. How are you?
Very good, and fantastic watching you playing against SK. Talk to me about that last map, Pearl, and that second half, because it looked like SK had some control, but as soon as we switched to that second side, you took it away from them.
I mean, our defense side is like because of our comp is really strong, so we kind of knew that there is a big chance that we come back because we have like really strong Pearl setups on defense. Yeah, I mean, we were sleeping on the other half, but then we woke up, I guess.
Did you always have that in mind when you were playing the first half? We know we've got the double senti coming, guys. We know that we can bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, we do have.
Yeah, you do that. Let's talk about the IGL change, because you're witnessing your long-time, very close teammate and friend Ness taking on the IGL role for the first time. Did you know that she was going to be a fantastic leader from the start?
Yeah, of course. If you ask me this, of course I'm going to say yes.
Well, why hasn't she done it earlier then? You've been playing with her for years, Smurfette.
Okay, true, but it's not on me, okay? I did tell her, like, you can be IGL, but if she's not comfortable, I cannot force her. So it's not on me, okay? Don't blame me for this, please.
I'm not blaming you. I'm just happy it's finally happening. Obviously, Nami was doing great things with the role as well, yeah. But how exciting is it for you being in a server where Nami is just cracked and popping off?
I mean, I love how when she plays like Phantom, she's like always getting like insane kills with that. So like I think that she can focus more on her game when she's not IGL as well, and it's showing, to be honest.
Can I ask what it's like for you guys to not be on boot camp at the moment? Because it's something I feel like most teams are doing at the moment. Unfortunately for you guys, that's not the case, but the performance is still strong. Is it impacting you in any way not being in the same room?
I mean, it kind of does. I wish we were doing bootcamp, but like we couldn't do it. But like hopefully we'll do it next split. So
yes,
we'll see, but it does affect.
Do you mean me to talk to anyone? Giant X, get these guys together. Bootcamp, stage 3, championships is on the line. Got to ask you one final question. You're in the top 3 now, and it's a simple and a quick one. Who do you want to face, G2 or KC?
I honestly do not care, to be honest. Like, I can face whoever. It doesn't matter, because like they're the same for me.
At the end of the day, there's only going to be one winner. Both strong teams, and so are you. Thank you so much, Smurfette. Please pass on my best to your team, and we'll see you playing in that upper bracket final.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. I want to say teşekkürler, but I'm so worried that my Turkish is bad after I got told off by Hypoc on VCT last year. He was just like, it's teşekkürler. And I was like, oh, I thought it's teşekkür. I mean, amazing to talk to Smurfette, though. I quite like being chastised by her. It's fun. I don't get answered back to in interviews very often, so I feel like I shouldn't encourage more players to do it, but I'm happy if you do. We're going to see big things from this Giant X roster. This is the first time we've seen them in the playoffs, Cairo, but I'm really excited to see them play the winner of this next series.
Classic.
Can I just say the reason that Cairo just took the Lord's name in vain is because he realised he was muted on the stream. Apologise, Cairo.
I
apologise to production.
I apologise to everyone in production. Yes, I have absolutely messed that one up. But what I was saying was, it was nice to see GX the first time in this playoffs, and it was nice to see them actually showing fight and what they have in their locker, right? And well, I can't wait to see them play someone like G2 or KC in the next round.
Yeah, and I can't wait to hear you apologise to production. So we're going to go to a break. Cairo is going to get on his hands and knees and just apologise to Jack and the crew. And you guys are going to be back in a few minutes because you don't want to miss G2 versus KC.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Darling, I'll be just fine. You want
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue à le stream pour cet jeu parce que il est le bleu et le G2. Yes, I'm so excited for this one. I know there's going to be quite a lot of viewing parties on both sides for these teams, and a lot of viewers who will probably hate everything that I ask the interviewees because I have no bias and I can't show it, unlike everyone on their streams right now. So we are going to be seeing G2 Gozen versus Casey. If the hints that I gave you with my terrible French at the start was not enough, and I'm really excited about this one. If you couldn't tell, guys, we've got G2, arguably the behemoth of the EMEA Game Changers scene, versus Casey, who were desperate to take that from them and are definitely crowd favourites. So let's kick off by chatting about G2, because a lot has happened in the G2 camp since we last saw them in the playoffs of stage 1. And Mimi has been she's been busy. She's been busy getting the team ready, but she's also been busy watching championships because they are seed 1, and so were their compatriots, their counterparts in Masters recently. So Mac, let's take a look at the Mimi tweet. The first seed debuff is real. Do you agree with her? Because the community's been talking about it.
Partially. I agree with the Masters aspect of it, where you have to have that week off and everyone else gets a bit more match fitness because they're up there playing the lands on stage. Here, though, I don't know if it's going to be super real. Obviously, G2 didn't do super well as first seed last time. They've been first seed forever, and it's been pretty good. But this time, they got a bit of a new look roster, and coming in first seed doesn't matter that much. You don't have the extra week off here in GC because playing groups only ended like last week, so everyone should be warm as hell.
Kara?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. The fact that, like, when we look at GC previously, we've obviously had this first seed bye, and I think, like, it's not affected the top seeds too much. Obviously, G2, they didn't play too well last playoffs, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Well, Vanya is someone who's also made some changes. She might be in the team, but she's moved from her duelist role that we saw her on stage 1 back to her comfort zone, and where she does an insane amount of damage. It is the controller role. And I was wondering about your thoughts on this, Paro.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the change, to be honest. It's nice to see Vanya back on comfortability, and she was always one of these players that had big, high-impact plays. It was a nice experiment that G2 Gozen went for by moving her onto the duelist, but it was an experiment gone wrong at the end of the day. G2 Gozen didn't meet their expectations of winning the region. That's expectations set by themselves by being so good. So the fact that they've now moved Vanya back into the controller role, and now we're seeing Akita as well, is something that, like, I'm really looking forward to seeing her match up against Alkia on the other side as well.
There's this theory as well between players and in different strategic FPS games where personality types end up sort of trending towards specific roles, and it can be one of those conversations as well, right, where you've got Vanya and she seems much more selfless, and putting her on a duelist, maybe that just didn't fit her personality, didn't feel like she was performing as much as, you know, being on a controller, being in a place where she can sort of set everyone else up and help from afar, but then also clutch up. And you can see that reflected in the statistics, which I believe we'll have a look at in a while.
But she is so strong, though, in that duelist role. For me, I was wondering if she was just... She prefers to close around rather than to set one up, because we're so used to seeing those Vanya clutch moments where she's just picking up 3Ks on the bomb site at the end of rounds. It's textbook Vanya, and obviously if you're a duelist, you're not necessarily expected to do that, Mac.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's just about, you know, going in first, and maybe she can provide assistance from the grave in a different way, but, you know, it's better when you're alive and you can sort of implement things without having to communicate them as effectively. It's one of the things, and each team has their own identity. The other thing is they've also gone for, you know, another different role swap after Petra's left. We've also, you know, had to shuffle everyone else around again.
This was an interesting interview that we're about to see, because I noticed that G2 are not on bootcamp. We might talk about that impact of that in just a moment, but before then, enjoy what Drew Spark had to say about joining G2 as their new coach. Drew Spark joining me now, as there are big changes in the G2 camp, and one of those changes is Drew Spark. So, Drew Spark, what's been your priority since joining G2?
I mean, there's a lot of things to check off the list, I guess. We have a new team, obviously I'm coming as a new coach, right? So like there's a, you know, a new system in place to be put. But honestly, like we've not really had a lot of time to put into place a lot of the things that I would like to put in, and Mimi as IGL as well. But so a lot of it's just kind of been drip feeding a lot of the things that I'd like to add, while also working with the system that the team has already had here for, you know, a good few years, which is very solid in itself. So yeah, a little bit of mixture of both, and I mean, happy with the results so far, considering we haven't been able to, you know, reach our full potential yet.
What do you think that big difference maker has been in giving you such consistent results in the group stage?
Honestly, I think it's just been the ability for the team to manage themselves really well emotionally. Like we've lost 3 maps so far, and I think in all of those maps it has been a matter of obviously the other team playing well, but us not really showing up as we need to be. All 3 of those maps were map 1s as well. So just I guess the ability for the team to manage themselves, be able to come back emotionally into the games, and yeah, like just keep a very calm professional head. I've got you know, a few young less experienced players, but I also have some vets as well, and it's good to have like a nice mix to, you know, to keep the team in check.
What is G2 looking for from their duelist at the moment? Because it's the role that G2 has changed the most. I know that you're also new to the team, but surely that's a lot of pressure on a player like Akita. So what are you looking for from her in stage 2 apart from frags?
Honestly, I just want her to feel very comfortable expressing her skill. Like, she has so much skill, and I don't want her to be thinking about, oh, I need to be in this position at this time or anything. I just want her to kind of let loose and, you know, tell us what she wants, how she wants to play the game, because she has an incredible support cast behind her. And yeah, like, we obviously want to enable her to go out and do her duelist things. And I think that what you've seen throughout this group stage is her growing in confidence, especially with her picking up English as well, and developing that. But yeah, like, her confidence has been growing with each match, and you can see it in like the results as well. Like, she's just putting out an incredible amount of you know, impact for us in the frags, especially the first kills.
Real quick question, how is she doing? Because I know that she's had some wrist issues recently. Is she fit to play?
Yeah, she's doing good. She's been juggling exams as well, which involves a lot of writing, but she's been doing a good job of like managing you know, the balance between resting a hand but also making sure that she's staying sharp. And what's important for us is that she feels very confident today to do the job. We've had a couple of like intense practice days leading up to this as well, so just to kind of stress test it, but I'm not worried about her today.
Fantastic. Well, it sounds like the team is going to put on a great show. Thank you so much, Drew Spark. Good luck.
No worries. Thank you.
I don't think there's any doubt in G2's ability to put off the performance they need today, but there will be some questions about KC given their performance against playoff teams recently. So we're going to have a look at these numbers now, Mac, because this is a team with so much promise. We've yet to see them actually win a Game Changers final yet. So with this in mind, are you concerned about these results?
I wouldn't say so. So far, what we've seen recently from KC, especially yesterday, like there was a couple of hiccups in there, but that was a stellar game out of Twisted Minds, and you can't fault KC for at least dropping a map there. But at least they got a lot to go off of yesterday. We've got more to go off as well. If we're talking about KC, you need to talk about GX. Yesterday, she played phenomenally. Her opening statistics were crazy.
Well, we want to talk more about the crazy statistics and the potential of KC, but we've got to talk about someone who came from contenders because of their potential, and that's Anasilia. She impressed yesterday on the breeze, so let's see what she told me earlier today. Anasilia, thank you for talking to me, and congratulations on making it to your first Game Changers playoffs. How are you finding it?
I'm very excited to play against everyone, and we are not eliminated. So I'm very happy about that. So now we're gonna show our best. So
I feel like you in particular were very determined to not be eliminated on split yesterday versus Twisted Minds Orchid, because you popped off on the breach. How was that game for you?
I don't know, in this game I was just feeling it, and nothing else to say, to be honest.
No, that's
and my
fair
team
enough.
is insane.
Yeah, your team is insane. After the game, on Hey Lydia's stream for KC, she was chatting to you. It's a really fun interview. and GX said that the other teams are trolling you and they're stealing your comps and they're stealing your strats. And I just wondered, is that something you've noticed?
I mean, yeah, of course I've noticed it. We were playing frags against these teams and they were doing it against us. It was funny. And, but yeah, it's normal.
Is it strange to play against your own playbook?
I mean, no, because when you're playing against the same comp, you're expecting something like this to happen, that they can do everything that you do, and it's not really unexpected.
So last time you played G2, you played on Ascent, and looking at the comps, things were a bit weird. You had the Teo, Vice, and Deadlock composition, and then you were playing against Reina and Sky. I'm just wondering, is that a comp we're going to see again?
Who knows? Who knows?
Do you feel confident in that comp if you were to play it again?
Yeah, of course. We fixed a lot of mistakes that we were doing, and now I'm pretty confident in our gameplay.
And so, what would you say is your strongest map at the moment?
Strongest map?
Because I know we haven't seen everything you can do on them yet. You've been playing a lot of the same maps to hide things.
I don't really know. I think we don't have, like, from on the split first, we have our strongest map, it was Bind, obviously, but in this, I think we don't have, like, the best map. We have a lot of, like, decent maps. I
like that answer very much. Yeah, our best map is Bind, but it's not in the map pool. You're keeping things close to your chest.
Yeah.
I like it. We haven't seen much of your Icebox this stage, but we also know that G2 love to play that, and you know they're likely to pick it against you. Would you be happy playing it and confident playing it against them today?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I can't wait. Right, okay, now I'm calling it. Ascent, Icebox, let's go. Thank you so much,
Finally,
Ancelia.
I'm not gonna be the breach. I'm gonna play
Yes.
KO.
Yes! Oh, you prefer KO?
No, I'm just tired of playing breach on every map.
Oh. Well, we're excited to see you play whoever you feel like playing. Thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye, guys.
I can't help myself. As soon as a player gives me a nugget of information, I'm just like, what do you mean? What do you mean? You like playing this other agent? Oh my God, tell me more. And meanwhile, production is just like, Frankie, just like we literally said 1 minute, 3 minutes ago. But thank you to Anasilia for talking to me today. Let's see what we are going to be playing. Are we going to see the Ascent? Are we going to see the Icebox? I'm not sure, Cairo.
I mean, yeah, straight away, looking at the beginning of this video, G2 have been a bit here or there with their insta-ban, but KC have always been banning Peril, so this is a deviation away from the norm.
Okay, so floating it and letting it be there just in case G2 want to send it that direction, but we're not going to see it straight away. KC, pretty strong on the Lotus yesterday. Loved what we saw from them in terms of their game plan, so we'll see if that goes well for them against G2, because we're definitely seeing Sunset, definitely seeing Lotus. Won't be seeing Ascent. That's a bit of a change.
It's a bit sad. I love how KC have left the Peril ban all the way to the end. And Icebox as a decider, which is going to be good to see. G2, obviously, they've only lost like 3 maps in the totality of playing in this stage. So, yeah, like they're going to have strong maps. Like they haven't lost Sunset yet, they haven't lost Lotus, and they haven't lost Icebox. So everything looks good on the G2 side. Whereas we look towards KC, I mean, there's a bit here or there when we look at these maps.
I think, well, G2 obviously know exactly what they're doing. They haven't had to show their hand too hard so far, and they're just going to do G2 things, but can KC play their own game? Hopefully we'll be ready to get into Agent Select very soon, because I know that the teams are ready and raring to go in the server, jumping around, warming themselves up. So we are going to see a very G2 composition. Are we still fans of the Amy on the Gecko, Mac?
I think it's okay. Starting on the attack definitely has a bit more value with the Gecko, like I feel personally. But KC, the difference is them bringing the Sova in can deal with those Cypher traps once we get into that second half. So keep your eye on that. I feel like there's not a lot for G2 to deal with the Cypher setups, so focus on that.
Mitch, please. It's business time. Let's get this show on the road. G2 versus KC.
Thank you very much, Frankie, and our wonderful analyst desk. Tom, a pleasure to be here with you, and a beautiful rivalry. We're going to see G2 and KC battling it out here on the server. I can't wait.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think obviously this is sort of the matchup that has got a little bit of, I want to say, bad blood. Like, I think both teams have this sort of back and forth on Twitter. Both teams really want to beat each other with large fan bases behind them. So I think this one's going to mean a little bit more than just that move forward into the upper bracket. Of course, both teams looking for that, but it's always a little bit more of a grudge match. And going into Sunset, not a bad map for either side, but it is going to be G2 that I think you have to favor. Incredibly strong defensive sides of what we've seen from them so far on this map, and it's no surprise that KC have decided to start there.
Oh, it's an iconic matchup, one that, man, KC have managed to win in the past, but mostly it goes G2's way, only dropping a couple of maps here in Stage 2. A strong squad, and with their attack side already looking to find its way into the B site, there is certainly going to be a challenge for Safia to hold this down. Alkia close by as well. These pistol rounds, the early injection could be helpful for the side of KC and getting that leg up. Already managing to catch Nello, and that is a death trap that they've sprung in mid.
They managed to remove the lurker, but the full force of the squad still looking to come in elsewhere. The defense have managed to get into a decent position. The spike looking to be planted right at the back. Is that a missed plant? That's incredibly deep. Yeah, normally going to see a bit more of a passive role, but it seems like the attack are trying to get aggressive, trying to get into the faces of these KC players. Amy kind of gets away with one and leaves it onto Vania. And if there's anybody you'd want in these late round scenarios, she is. I think we'll have heard the steps as well, so has a decent idea. Spike stolen. Mid, she could just leave.
Oh, she could. But instead, she's going to sell the idea that she's left. That the A site's the new target, tucked in the corner. Vanya will be spotted, though. Glance. A sharp knife in this battle. 4K picked up, and the pistol round for KC as a result. And I'm with you 100%, Tom. Seeing that plant go in was strange. I love this to start the round, by the way. Great reaction to losing that control in A main, to the pressure being applied. I think that either the smoke going down made it a bit hard to get a precise plant in with the wingman, or you're sending that in to draw the eye, and as they go to shoot him, you swing through the smoke and take those players down. But either way, it didn't work to great effect.
Yeah. Either way, it was a great parcel delivery of the spike to the defensive side. It's a bit of an odd one, but we'll see if they can build on it if it works out a little bit later on. Of course, I think I'm looking forward to this matchup mainly because of some of the stuff I saw yesterday from KC. A lot of the time, you're going to see someone, for example, in this case, Akita, with the vast majority of those opening battles. She is someone that wants to get into the face of opponents. Wow, this pretty much says exactly what I wanted to say. When it comes to the other side, a lot of the time it's GX. All right, it might be an eco ace, but it's an ace nonetheless. And what I was trying to say, Mitch, is she likes to get aggressive and take fights. And there is Exhibit A.
That is wonderful. You know, before we went into this game, Tom was telling me GX was on a tear. GX is an Omen who plays like a duelist, gets aggressive, and well, I think your point's been proven exactly a couple seconds in to round number 2, and there's an ace on the board, a 5-0 start for Omen. Of all the players to have it, maybe, you know, your Omen, your Cypher, they're not the ults you're looking for, but hell, if that's a sign of what's to come, G2, well, they might not be favored for too much longer. That's a 2-0 start. It was an eco, though, and now G2 come in with those rifles. This is where the game could change pace completely back into their direction.
Where you expect it to be. As I was mentioning, you're going to see Akita as the tip of this spear pretty much every single round. She is involved heavily with the early fights for G2 and has a lot of setup around her a lot of the time. In this round, not so much. More of a dry peak, more of an individual show of brilliance, and I think we've seen it countless amount of times now. The amount of players that have come into this G2 Gozem roster, maybe not the most well-known in terms of the duelist role, and then managed to just take over. Someone we do know very well, Alkia, is going to put this level.
Yeah, and they've already got the read thanks to Glance immediately re-clearing B, peeking in after Safia had gone down. They knew players were not committing. They weren't taking space of the A sites where the hit was coming in. But GX isn't able to stop them at the first choke point. The advantage is that all of the players are here. The disadvantage is that with that orb, Amy has gotten the ult online. Thrash is sent in. That forces Anacilia forward into the waiting arms of Mimi. Glance does well. It was a very big part of why they won that pistol with 4 picks on the board. But Akita puts her to bed. And with 12 seconds left, a plant will be acquired by Wingman. Alkia with almost no choice but to let that go through. If Alkia does find sights on Akita or Amy, though, it's only going to be 1 bullet to take them down. So a good chance to at least make this costly and maybe have a shot at the round.
Opportunity, but anything more is definitely going to be difficult. Of course, saving this sniper doesn't really have too much value.
Run!
We'll be able to fire next round, but she's managed to get herself a Vandal instead. A slight upgrade to escape out of the side. I think both teams will end up relatively pleased with this one. 3 players surviving for G2 and a round 1 on the board, and a little bit of damage for KC, and they'll come buying right back up again. I'll be curious to see if they now actually bring that operator into play, because obviously the few extra credits may have made a slight difference, but the Alkia staying alive will mean that she at least has a gun no matter what.
It was good work to, I guess, make that assessment, especially with Thrash being picked back up. I think there was no choice for Alkia there but to back off. A real opportunity, though. You saw it, those 2 shots whizzing right past Amy, and it very well could have led to a pick and maybe the round crumbling. But G2 are back up on the board as predicted. Operator, as you said, Tom, with those credits carried forward, will be put into play, giving KC a big weapon to work with. And it's going to be a passive play to the back of B side. Sometimes you'll see them peek in towards B main looking for that early fight. But Neon, not as easy to get out of there afterwards. Of course, you can speed your way through, but whoops, the old jet dash could be a little bit more useful. If anything, that boombot at least clears that back box where you'll so often see a player hiding in. Maybe not in a round like this, though.
It seems a bit of a pricey way to do it, but
Never be too careful.
Eventually re-clearing and spotting it. It seems like there's a clear idea of where Nello is going to be, and Anacilia, someone who had a fantastic performance yesterday on Split, is going to be the one to get that open. And Nello hasn't really been able to find that same level of impact that you sort of come to expect. And while that jump peak may be a little bit wider than expected, these 1v1 duels have not been going the way of G2. And well, KC looking set, really. I would be disappointed if KC were to let this one slip overall.
Well, this would, and disappointed in KC, perhaps very impressed with Mimi and Vanya, and maybe even confused as to why, with, you know, at the time 30 seconds left on the clock, they went barreling into the site with these weapons. That this call has been made, a save with 2 weapons carried forward, and it's no real puzzle to solve. Take a look at the HUD on the right side. 2 players at 300 or so credits. Well, if you're not going to be able to buy in the next with Amy and Vanya very much requiring those 2 rifles, you might as well bring them through rather than throw them at this 2 versus 5. So KC 2-0 start, an ace in the second round, a 4K from Glance in the first, and now the 3rd round on the board for them in round number 4. This is a very early sign of life coming out of this roster, and this is Sunset. This is where G2 decided to start the series out. Their map pick, great signs for KC being able to replicate the result that they found only once in their team's history up against G2, who have historically, bar that one time, always taken the dub.
It is worth noting that G2 kind of have a pretty absurd 70% round win rate on the defensive side. So
wow.
Even if you're looking at like 4 or 5 rounds on this attack, they'd probably be quite happy with that. And even still, you look at the last results, 9-3, 9-3 on the last couple of games they played on this map. So definitely a defensive side squad, but when it's your map choice, there are expectations that you'll be able to do it on both. Early days, and the rifles, as you mentioned, with those saved couple of guns, will be coming back in. No lurks this time either. Like, we saw Nello consistently trying to play towards middle. Instead, she's grouping up with the squad, and they're pushing into the Cypher setup of Sapphire.
Yeah, you know, they heard the double flashes from G2 coming in towards this A site, but KC weren't sure if maybe it was going to be a fake. And with some Cypher utility holding the site, they're confident in waiting for this push because they don't want to get caught by the showstopper. And this time they won't. GX making it out unscathed. Now here is the problem. Those traps have to be contended with on the site. That one-way smoke buys GX a bit of time, but it's fading now, and there's the swing. It's GX to come out on top. Nello falls. And that is a solid pick. I thought GX was dead to rights.
Yeah, that happens a lot. She's able to survive in scenarios. Akita, though, with the swing off the util. As said, this G2 roster does well to set her up, but now she's all that's standing. Two in her way. First will work out, and she's going to close out Glance as well. The new player on the block pulls out a Red Bull clutch within just 5 rounds for G2 goes in.
I thought it was going to be Glance in with another 4K, ready to sing her praises. Put up one hell of a fight on that side after the util dump, but trading out all the teammates wasn't enough, with Akita left on site, a 4K of her own, and G2 not allowing that lead to build up any further. You said 4-5 rounds, it would be enough potentially for G2. Looking at their history on the defensive side, well, already 3-2, and now they're knocking on the doors of crushing that economy of the defensive side, but they're not quite there yet. Still a big opportunity for the buy in this round. An operator in Alkia's hands, rifles as well, but if they lose this one, that might be G2 into the lead despite a 3-1 start.
Looks like the hit towards the A site is the plan once again. That's not been cleared properly. Because of it, these trades have come in thick and fast. The swing through the smoke is there for Alkia as well, and on a straight up contact play, failing miserably for G2. This time as well, back on the lurk is Nello. Why? I think if she gets anything from this scenario again, it would have to be a miracle.
Without a doubt. And again, it's not the same situation as before. You know, you could see Nello running in to try, but you know that op's likely holding the line. Not only that, but as we can see, it's a triple stack up, a firing squad waiting around that corner. There is just no need to throw this weapon away, but it won't necessarily amount to a convincing and strong purchase in the next round. G2 have used quite a lot, and they've not gotten the reward that they wanted. And like you said, Tom, it mostly comes down to that initial clear. I think it was GX in the corner, being able to pick off one. And although they do eventually get that trade in, it's too late with 3 players close by, 2 unknown, ready to spring, the stun coming in from Anasia, and that's it. It's done at that point for KC. Again, right back on the horse, a 3-1 start. Now a 4th round put on the board. Some ultimates being kept in the bank as well, with Breach and Sova ultis coming into round number 7. This is a very convincing start for KC. We'll see what that does to the economy, how G2 decide to invest, because they've really struggled to find, I guess, a consistent foothold. Still early days, but yeah, it's got to be the eco. Just look, there's barely any credits to work with.
That goes there.
They're gonna at least drop that gun over to Akita, give the superstar of the 5th round a chance to win this one out, but realistically it
right there
has been a bit of a rough start, and a lot of it has come down to a lot of these sort of more basic dry peaks. And I like the fact that we've seen this aggressive sort of pushing from Alkia, but then also this double initiator combo working together to just basically place util in mid, get info, and just work together to basically clear this one up. This is looking squeaky clean once again. The crunch into middle ends with a flawless round, and KC, they are dominating.
Yeah, this is the round you wanted to see as well, especially after G2 used the cage to cross by the door, get so close. That's where you get a little bit worried, like this could be a potential burst play from the Pistols. They get the close range fights, they maybe get a couple trades and just keep that economy modest on KC, but no, it's a flawless round. It's a clean start. Coming into round number 8 with KC having again those safety nets to fall back on, and it was those very safety nets that allowed them to keep these rounds flowing in their favor. And G2 couldn't manage to break the economy, couldn't get that lead back, and Now, well, lead back. They haven't had the lead the whole game. Now, there we go. That's a big connection. I think that's their first pick so far, and a very valuable one indeed with Alkia down.
It's been a lot of the pressure on mid where her lurks have just been isolated so easily. Bit of early presence. And towards this B site. Seems like Akita's goal is to try and sell a ruse. By the way, one away from having a second showstopper of the game, but the rest of the squad are walking up towards this A site. The fact is, though, the defense are doing exactly the same. Timing here going to be everything as they swing in, but Glance does incredibly well, considering that was 2 versus 3 in that exact scenario. They've managed to pull one out of the bag. The problem, though, is that now Akita, their duelist, who's ended up lurking, has taken the B site for free.
Yeah, they went back towards A thanks to the pick that they'd found and managing to deal with that. Even with Glance finding so many, it's given them this little bit of space. And Akita rips the round wide open. Now it's GX, the player that we hailed, the player who picked up an ace in round number 2 that has to clutch this out. And the problem is, look at what she's up against. This isn't a simple pop 2 heads and it's an easy game. Hell, it's Amy and Akita on the other side, but ultimates in play, a showstopper, a thrash, and GX walking in. The contact is found. Akita's down. Paranoia's good, and it's going to buy some time. Smoke going down on the defuse. Already underway. Amy's heard it. Desperately trying to stop that defuse, but it's being stuck under her nose. Up against the odds. GX comes out on top.
And she holds herself at the end.
There was naught else to do. Mosh Pit had cleaned up the kill, but not in time.
Oh no. Yeah, that was brutal. But again, it's just the way that GX plays is just like a duelist player on Omen. Like, it really is. Like, just takes a 1v1 fight versus Akita, paranoia, and then just sticks the defuse. No fear, no worry in the Red Bull clutch. And well, it's no surprise that Drew's decided to take a pause here, because the manner in which we're seeing G2 lose some of these rounds is not something I think they'll be particularly proud of.
Oh, that one has got a sting. I mean, he could have even used it in the replay there, right? The paranoia going through the stick. It's an audacious play. And Amy coming in to spray down, not landing it, then goes for the mosh pit. You just don't expect that GX is going to be sticking in that situation. You think that she's looking for that extra fight because, of course, if you just glance at the scoreboard, oh, Thrash is online. Oh, probably that's going to be sent in. You want to tap it. You want to get in, maybe TP past it, take the fight and hope, pray that you've got enough time on the clock. But no such passive play from GX, exactly as you forewarned, Tom. An aggressive player, a confident one, and that ace no doubt helped to start this one out. Now looking at 6-2, and G2 staring down the barrel of what looks to be a dominant half from KC. Now 4 or 5 rounds, that's where the goalposts were set. There's been some rounds where it looks like G2 were about to connect it, but those rounds, they are few and far between right now. A 7th looking likely. Weak weapons, a deep push, and at least a trade for G2, but these weapons, they get weaker and weaker as players fall by the wayside until it's Mimi in a 1v3, a player flanking, and a round secured for KC. 5 rounds, now the maximum that G2 can leave this half with.
Yeah, I also really want to give credit again to sort of the Glance and Acilia control over mid. They've been in different positions in a lot of different points of the round, but they're very happy to sort of use their utility to crunch back into positions, re-aggress as sort of like a squad in those moments. And the calls must have been incredibly clean as well. That's something else to mention with GX as well. I believe she's also calling for the squad. So you're watching her doing all this mad stuff. And she's also calling. Here goes Akita. Oh, it's just filthy. It was a trap play, knowing that she might try and do this again. The trips were far more aggressive. And well, aggressive is the only word you could use for GX in these moments.
It's never in doubt. With how these rounds have gone so far, it is a wonder that KC didn't come in picking this map. In fact, maybe they would have if G2 didn't swing in first, because they're looking unbelievable. The preparation shining through as G2. Well, we've heard about them other teams playing their comp, well, maybe their comps being, or their ideas even, their playbook. In the interview earlier, well, maybe that playbook's being figured out, at least here on Sunset. Looks like KC have got their hands tightly on the reins, and then the second half, well, I'm not sure if it will hold the same promise it did before. 4 ultimates coming into round number 11 for KC, 2 for G2, one of which could be impactful, the other not so much. It's looking like we could be seeing a 9th, and at that point, a curse may be the best hope for G2 when it comes to that second half.
That's a decent start. The star duelist has gone down. Yeah, I know it shows an omen, but GX. There's always another to replace. Glance has been having a fantastic performance so far. Was hunting for the trips, found a cam, and found the majority of the squad. And actually, with the information, they're going to realize that Glance is the only one really in support. She does have her ultimate, though. That's why she might be playing a little bit more passive here.
Oh, that's connected once. Not quite twice, but Rolling Thunder put back through by KC. They're happy to dump a lot of what they have into this round, trying to bridge the gap, and it's Safia to do it. Akita on the floor, and a new hero needed for the side of G2. The spam, it's not pretty. And Asia is still alive in that corner and buying time for the other battles to go down. Nello on 5 HP, Vanya on 63, but they found themselves free passage to this B site. Now, you might be thinking, well, they haven't got the spike. Of course, they have got the ultimate from Vanya, so it will be picked up from the shadows and brought back into the light on the B site. Nello's died to the trap wire. Oh man, 5 HP. It's enough.
Oh, that's something you never see. That's literally something you never see, especially on a site where there's nobody there, no pressure, just a mistake. And now Vanya's left alone to try and clutch this one out. It was already looking rough, but she might just hit the timing. First comes for free. But now Glance is the player on the other side. She has been fantastic so far. And already we've seen a stick under the nose of an opponent. The questions will be asked, and Vanya has to face versus Glance, who is waiting on the other side. It is a 9th round onto the board for KC. And that is just, it's one that it's going to keep you up at night, right? Dying to a trap wire.
Nello did so well here. Finding that first kill, doubling up in the battle later for a 3K, and then, oh my goodness, the trap wire kill. It really is. It's a rare commodity, Tom. We don't get to see that every day. We really don't. And hell, I wouldn't be surprised.
You don't get to see that any days.
No. We really don't. There's a handful maybe in the history of VCT. And I'll be honest, Tom, this technical pause that we're seeing here, I wouldn't be surprised, because if this is what it was, because if it was me, I would have probably kicked the power cord out of my PC in frustration after that went down. That is devastating to see happen in front of our eyes. But you know what, Tom? I'll always remember today, at least.
New mouse to the prac room. New mouse to the prac room. Where is it? Yeah, you'll see it. It's over everywhere. The place. That is rough. Wow. But I think the credit still has to be given. Like, just the way that we are seeing, firstly, the somewhat reactive nature of KC. And that's something that, like, as an element, when you say it out loud, you go, oh, okay, then that's not a good thing, right? Like, oh, the other team are making a call and you're just reacting. But it's more so just the manner and the pacing of which they're doing it. They're clearly realizing whatever the goal is, whatever the plan is for G2, in most cases before they do it. Like, think of the traps they had around the showstopper. Think about in that round where they spot the push early, they realize they have Rolling Thunder, so both players fall back to the spawn, they wait for the Rolling Thunder, they use Hunter's Fury to counter it. The second they can get back in, they use their own Rolling Thunder. So there was never any time in that round where G2 weren't ahead of them. And that's very rare. Like, you're calling up against someone like Mimi, who has been involved in this scene for a ridiculously long time, has worked with some of the best IGLs, and is considered one of the best. So it really is impressive how KC are playing into what is probably considered G2 Gozen's current best map. So impeccable stuff from them so far. Obviously, we've already mentioned the defensive side has been nigh on flawless for G2. Like, they're 9-3 halves you're looking at, but I kind of have the respect, I guess, for KC to think, okay, Glance will probably win them around, like Alkia maybe win them around, GX might win them around, that I think that we are potentially looking at a full reset needed for G2 goes and maybe into the second map.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big part of this victory so far has been Glance. Now, getting back into the game, you can see 14-3. It's easy to say that. It was, what, a 4K from her in the pistol round, and so many of these, even most recently, clutching out that final play. But the reality is, I think it goes deeper than that. The utility, the re-clears. When Safia went down on B in one of the first rounds we saw, immediately Glance is peeking in. Oh, nobody's pushing. I wonder why that is. Perhaps it's a play towards the other side of the map. The drones to re-clear mid. Well, this time there's no re-clearing mid. They are going running and gunning with a triple kill for Alkia. It looks like more on the cards. Finishing it out with a 4K, and the dreams of 9-3, they have crumbled to ash in their hands. My goodness, KC are looking confident.
I'll be honest with you, I was going to say, like, the only person who's been a little bit quiet has been Alkia. She's only got 5 kills. Well, she's going to finish the half on Nijmegen, and I'll be honest, we're going to go to a break, because right now, G2 goes and need it.
If I love you where you love me, you would question me, yeah. At times I hold it back and give you less of me, yeah. Do you love me? Do you me for real? Shorty, keep it real. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh yeah. This ain't I want you more. I want you more than you. You want me. This ain't I need you more. I need you more than you. You need me.
Well, G2 have been cutting through opposition like a hot knife through butter here in Stage 2, yet to lose a series and rarely dropping a map, Tom. I don't think even the wisest of mentats out there could have calculated this scoreline. 10-2 in favor of KC going into the second half. You said if G2, 70% win rate when it comes to that defensive side, looking at 4 or 5 rounds being enough. Well, Tom, they're coming in with 2. How does that fit into your calculation?
Maybe if they win a pistol. Yeah, it looked like a completely different beast. I'll be honest. Casey in the match yesterday, it came down to the wire. Like I was saying, the teams looking at them from that upper bracket, waiting out of the knockout stage, probably sat there thinking, okay, we got a pretty good opportunity after Twisted Minds took them the distance, and yeah, it came all the way down to the wire. But right now, I don't think they're thinking that anymore. Probably sweating a little bit, as it's already way past the point of expectation. G2 are going to be playing this one very passively on the A site, but I do wonder if this is something that KC are prepared for. Just taking out the cam and then just sitting pretty, waiting to see if there's any noise or rotations. They've got the same sort of lurk from Safia to give them that idea, but there isn't. It's just looking like a full retake with a singular kill trip, and they've already found it.
The A site taken and no real contest after the trip goes down. It looks like they were thinking about getting a little bit aggressive, but it's not needed. Look at this late play from Safia, hiding. A snake in the grass, set to strike. Timing will be everything. And they wait for Alkia to step forward. Paranoia in tow, helping to sell that fight forward as Safia strikes from behind. A double, a triple, in fact. And now G2, a pistol is where hope was lying. Well, it may be where hope is dying as KC take another step towards victory on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that one was a little bit more interesting for me, because I think a lot of the other rounds I would talk about, like, how it felt like G2 goes and were countered in a lot of moments by high impact ults or individual plays. This, it felt like they set up for a retake, but then even though I think it was quite clear there was a player lurking in middle, they didn't really feel prepared for that. Like, the paranoia came through, a player pushed, and then it was like there was no one watching middle anymore. That felt a little bit too easy for someone like Safia, who, well, if you looked at the way KC played it, they were fully expecting every round for Nello to be in mid.
Well, this is an interesting play by G2. Rounds have been scarce so far, and they've decided to come in with a big investment. A bookie pushed up in A main, perhaps about to find an engagement onto Glance. The mid-fight, they push down to try to claim that space, but Akita's dropped. The bookie is now gone. They've gone in for the fight with Stingers waiting. An incalculable response from G2 as the element of surprise gets them a 4v3. A lot of space taken by Safia here, and still big weapons awaiting these defenders as they move back to the B site.
I'm gobsmacked that Alkia goes running through there. I think must have assumed there was only one, or maybe just assumed she's got fantastic teammates to save the day. Well, Safia had the full squad facing off against her there. Maybe a little disjointed, but even still, she's made that one look very easy indeed. Put Mimi, well, with 2 kills to her name and 2 kills needed. Not the greatest plant spot of all time, but just look how much util they've got to just waste her time altogether. When it finally gets close to go time, Glance is there to win the fight. 12-2. I think you might have been on the KC side or the G2 side, but whichever side you were on, I don't think you were expecting this.
Now, Safia's playing unbelievable as well. This half has been hers. The flank in mid, the 3K there, and this time taking the space and catching them on the rotate back through. The first kill, a surprise. The second and third, not a surprise in terms of her being there. They knew, they had the information, but a surprise she gets away with so much. It got a veritable Wilhelm scream out of me. And that's 12-2 now.
I must wait a
1 round for KC to claim this, and it's not just about taking a map off G2, taking their map pick, but doing so this dominantly is a statement of success. Lotus up next, and for KC, it's gotta feel like whatever they've done in terms of preparing for this match, it went right. The triple kill, and that's gonna put G2 to bed. Vanya and Nello, a Bulldog and a Spectre, and they're up against all 5 of KC.
Enemy remaining.
Dear Lord. Pania in a 1v5. If there was anybody to do it, you might think it'd be her, but not today. KC, the reigning champs, and I'll be honest, the group stage had me worried that maybe they were a one-hit wonder. Maybe their song had hit the top of the charts, but we'd never see them again in that sort of form. But what they're playing like today has been an immovable object, an unstoppable force. A 13-2 coming on their opponent's map choice. It's not getting any more dominant than that today.
That is a stellar result for KC, and now we look to the next map, their choice as well, and wonder how are G2 going to reset from that. I mean, Tom, this result, it's gotta feel incredible for KC. They didn't pick this map, but with a result like that, I mean, you gotta imagine that their map pick will look worse than this. It will look less favorable. And we've seen G2 bounce back before, but they've rarely tasted defeat on a map in this stage, but they've never tasted defeat in a series here in stage 2.
No, for sure. But the manner in which that has happened, you almost have to look at this as a 2-0 unless there's going to be an incredible sort of reset. So I think this is where Drew Sparks going to have to earn his money. I'm not sure the counter coach, Smart7 on the other side, is going to have to really say much. More of the same, please. I don't think there'll be too much critique of those 2 rounds, but nonetheless, it felt like the desk didn't have long enough to talk. So we've just sped this one up. We'll have a short break and then back to Frankie and the boys.
Spike down B. 1 enemy remaining. A. Enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away. Oh, we're just getting started. Life of whatever party. I'll be at night all day. I won't call away.
If I was to tell you G2 playing and there was a 13-2 scoreline, you'd be going, well, of course that's G2. They're just going to 2-0 the series. Jobs are good. But no, because they're up against KC. And KC, they're well capable of giving a team a run for their money and challenging for that trophy. And they're definitely showing what they can do. And they're doing it so well. Sunset was the map pick of G2. So, Mac, mate, your thoughts, please, on why they just couldn't get a foothold in this map.
I don't know if their, feelings have been hurt because their Premier games haven't been going right. I don't know if there's some other things going on the back end or if they just expected this game to be a lot easier. But KC took it to them today, and I have to tell you, like, a glance going crazy. Literally everyone had a round there for KC, and even though the kill department doesn't look like it's overflowing at all, it was a very one side of the fair, so you're not going to see anyone sort of going too far ahead of the pack there.
No, I have to agree with Mac, and I mean as well, you've got to be thinking Glan's grudge match used to play on G2. I know we don't want to bring it up and it's a cheap point, but we also have to think that Glans will be maybe feeling that, right? And this isn't the first time that we've seen KC turn up against G2. We have to remember to last playoffs where it was KC that knocked G2 into the lower bracket where they would eventually go out. So right now, on track for the same result, and we need to see a big comeback from G2.
And historically, we're so used to seeing G2 getting to play their game and everyone having to adapt to them. We'll see Akita highlights here, but I think it's important to discuss the fact that actually this was entirely KC's game, no matter this impressive start from Akita, Cairo.
Yeah, and I think it's signs of life that G2 can maybe think about for the next match. Listen, if we can get Akita into positions where she can go and frag, where we can support her, then yeah, maybe that is the person that they need to be a hero. And on Lotus, this is a map where we know Julius can thrive, especially with a big open A, the C mound that you can fight for, etc. So I'll be really looking forward to seeing how G2 implement their game plan.
Do you think that KC can get away with those contact plays that we were seeing round after round on Sunset, though? Because we've seen that being countered successfully by the operator. That's what's catching KC off guard at times. But of course, if G2 don't get to snowball, they're never going to have the bank to do that, Matt.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I feel like at least there is sort of longer lines of sight where an operator could be brought into the mix. But in terms of
they need to
like
afford it first, Mac. They need to afford it, and they can't right now.
They haven't been. They certainly haven't been. But honestly, from what I saw from Akita, I just wanted to talk about that highlight quickly. Yeah. She's mechanically gifted. Like her couple of rounds where she was able to show off was great. And I can see why she's in the lineup. But there was only, few and far between rounds where she was put in positions to succeed. And, Kyra already touched on that. But yeah, moving on to a map like Lotus where we're going, I feel like with the comp that I saw G2 run last, if we get that comp out of them, we should see more aggression. But they need to bounce back. They need one of those motivational speeches or a hype person. There's deliberation on what is what, as we've spoken about today. But whoever that has to be, they have to get it done quickly because there was not a lot of time to make any adaptations on Sunset, and moving into Lotus, there might not be a lot more time because we saw KC on Lotus yesterday, and they still impressed.
We're ready to go into Agent Select already for Lotus. In the past, G2 have played that double controller, double initiator comp, no Senti. Is that all we're seeing today? I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Take that is indeed, Mac.
Yeah.
Getting it again for G2.
It's looking good too, so arguably you can say Clover's, a pseudo duelist. You do just get to give your life, still have impact from the grave, and then you can also res once you get the ult online. So theoretically, they got a lot more chances to try and make things happen this time. But with the lack of a Senti and starting on attack, you want to play aggressive. You want to get as many rounds as possible because that second half, you have two options, right? You have to either go forward and fight for map control, or you have to make it retake-centric. And I don't know if I trust it after what we just saw on Sunset.
Well, let's head over to Lotus with our casters, Mitchman and Tombiz. Yes, I used your real names, boys.
Thank you very much, Frankie. I almost missed the nicknames.
Does Frankie know that my real name isn't Tombiz?
It's not? Tom, let's talk. Let's get some real talk in here. What is this composition from G2 Goes, and what's going on? How do you feel about it? Let me know.
Am I allowed to use the word ass on stream? I don't know what I'm saying. The last time somebody picked Clove in EMEA, I got to watch Profek drop 2 kills in a map. So
yes.
I'm hoping that Nello will do a little bit better than that. See, the thing is, I don't hate Clove necessarily as an agent.
Yes.
I don't like them replacing a Sentinel. I don't really think that makes sense. I understand that there's clearly some logic about wanting to be more aggressive and have delay with the smokes instead, but I think, for example, a Killjoy or a Cypher just brings so much value. Your flank watch is going to have to be impeccable on that attack side because there's plenty of avenues where you could lose control. I think there's a lot to be desired with this composition, and I think versus weaker opposition, they can just beat any team. It doesn't matter what comp they run. Versus KC, I'm not sure I believe in that.
After the map we just saw, it's a very valid point. Now you can see this deep aggressive play from KC, knowing that they're not going to come up against any sort of trips. GX already able to take one, but G2 going deep through that left side of B and making their way to the C site. They're addressing this push from KC by wrapping around behind them, but now holding on to that space. Another challenge, sending 2 players towards the spawn. A reactive paranoia with a cross, not quite watch. This will be a timing-based battle, but Glance again in the pistol successful round, stepping up to carry her team across the line. That's a double that's left a lot of pressure on the backs of these remaining players, with Vanya's flash connecting, but the kills not following. It's Mimi to do it all and nothing to be found. A strong start here on this map with 4 players left alive, and a good response from KC after a bit of a spanner thrown into the works by G2 with that deep B push.
Yeah, that's the thing, is a lot of this composition feels like it's going to revolve around being pacey. Like, you've got 2 initiators that have very reactive utility. Like, I think Fade especially is probably the most aggressive of the initiators, excluding Teo, rest in peace. But, like, excluding that, as I said, you don't really have the ability to play defaults unless you're just holding the entire map, because you can't just leave a portion of it clear. The most terrifying thing is I got first-hand experience of watching KC play this map yesterday. They are hella aggressive. Like, you're going to see GX TPing deep into angles. You're going to see GX fight over on A at all times. You're going to see the sniper pulled into play. So I actually feel like unless there is a serious idea just to beat this squad, they're really going to struggle, because their opponents have already proved that they're going to disrespect them throughout the match.
Well, a 1-0 start and no contest from G2 in round number 2. They've gone in with just a bunch of classics, a single Sheriff in play. It's already found its mark. Akita desperately low even going into that fight, but finding something, and Vanya does exactly the same. Despite low HP on the players, already a decent amount of impact, but with Akita and Mimi falling so quickly, this leaves a lot of pressure on Vanya. A couple kills here, make the economy a bit more modest on that defensive side. We'll see if it's attainable. It's definitely not. Good position from Anasia, and 2-0 for KC with a weapon recovered as well and a Sheriff in the back pocket. It won't be that bad of a bye coming into round 3. Still a contest for KC.
I need it.
Maybe a little bit more costly than they would have liked, but
yeah,
with how aggressive this squad was, not gone too bad in the end. We'll see if they can do anything in the bonus, though. I think that a lot of the early rounds, even through the match yesterday, we saw that they were able to win the pistol, win the second, but winning the bonus wasn't really part of the game plan. It was about making things as costly as possible and then coming in with a strong buy. So this is where I really just want to see G2 have a more dominant round. And yeah, we are kind of seeing what I expected. Like, they're having to leave this hard lurk, but it's kind of like, let's just get Nello to play without any of her normal kit. It is very weird. Playing on hard mode.
No, it really is. Really and truly. Now, this push from Akita has found a lot. One player going down in response was Mimi, caught by the utility on the cross, but the site is seized. The shock darts are good. They almost took Amy down. That shield, though, regenning up, and the plan's eventually coming through. From here, look at what KC are working with, fighting back through this. It's already 2 players pushing B, so they're quite disconnected. You see this little fallback from Glance, clearing the back of a flank. But ultimately, Glance's position is nothing more than a distraction, not one that will work with Nello, as you said, playing that role without the utility, watching for these players coming up behind, and, well, now in a bit of trouble. That paranoia is connected. The player is down. The response, though, from G2, push deep again.
Still making this one costly.
One enemy remaining.
TP across doesn't really get anything, and bear in mind that Aoki is kind of the one with something to lose. That rifle can be brought through to the next round, so it's the same as what we saw in the previous. It's like a little bit of damage. They've made things costly, but ultimately just going to try and hold on to the gun for the next round. Not a bad round overall for G2 Gozen, but again, it does feel like a lot of this is going to be very direct, aggressive play, and I can only assume that the addition of Clove is more revolving around their defensive side rather than the attack, because at least for now, all I've really seen is, okay, yeah, we've now just given Nello a lurk roll, but with smokes instead of... It's almost like a Viper, but without valuable kit.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You know, Viper on this map, I'm a huge fan of. Playing with a Sentinel, perhaps in her place, as often that will be the revolving door in a composition, potentially. That can work as well, but what I'm seeing here, perhaps I lack the depth of knowledge of this composition and its values. I see lots of good utility for G2, but in terms of how you're going to apply it in scenarios where on the defense you lose that initial space-taking fight, right? It's not like we have a grenade and a seize, the easy A main push takes. You know, if Akita gets dropped, what do you do from there? And I suppose they could have ideas around the paranoias, around the reveals to clear control and push up and take that space, but
around
it's
the
a
middle?
lot of risks to be taking.
Idea around the medal? They got a medal idea?
Yeah,
maybe they got pick-me-up idea. The pick-me-up? They're not dead yet?
Yeah, perhaps that's it. Metal deep into A. Well,
But now you
Akita's
get to
gone
find
down.
out.
Well, I was
There you
talking
go.
defense more so, but let's, on attack, double initiator going in. Paranoia, you've got a lot of options. Didn't mention the medal
And
for
the medal.
good reason.
Here we go. B-site is the play. And Acilia. That was actually running into a trip, I think, for Nello. The medal has put Safia down to 1 HP. It doesn't make a difference, though. She has just walked in and domed them both anyway. It is a immediate response after the bonus round went the way of G2. But this has been maybe more of an overarching problem for G2, at least in my eyes, is that I feel like I have a lot of faith in the new duelist. I think she's been fantastic, but she's very heavily been involved in most opening duels, far more than what we've seen from Casey on the other side. As I said,
Yeah.
GX has way more than she probably should, but there seems to be a bit of balance there. It did feel like in the last map, once Akita was dead, I didn't really feel like they were going to have a chance in the round.
Perhaps that's the logic. Give Akita double initiator, give her the paranoia to work off of, and at every step of the game, barrier up, site take, post plant, it doesn't matter. You can support her, but this time she's being dropped. Rolling Thunder, going deep.
Good start.
Valkyria's still in that corner, though, and almost gets away with murder. Will eventually be dropped. And with this, KC left in a 2 versus 3 for his second, with Nello down. Much more achievable victory on the horizon. And I like this glance. Again, we complimented the utility on Sunset, this time being used just to clear out. They're worried, like, where is that player who we expect to be flanking up, especially after you're losing Safia. You got to be conscious of it. And then the Hunter's Fury thrown through, and it's got a pick as well, leaving Mimi on 20 HP with a Sheriff.
Look at where the other players. The only other port of call is that aggressive push on the other side, and that's exactly where Anasilia is just waiting and watching. Will eventually get the job done. It was a decent low-buy round from G2 Gozen, but they had chances, and those chances were not taken. I also want to say as well, like, obviously I know that with Glance leaving, I think there was an aspect of where she wanted to live, etc., involved in her leaving the team, but I do wonder if G2 Gozen at times look back on that and go, okay, that losing her was a fuck up, because this KC roster before Glance didn't even get a look in. They weren't even close.
Yeah.
Now they are the biggest threat to G2 Gozen, and I don't even think it's arguable.
Oh, absolutely, and by far. I mean, it's hard to look at the previous map without praising Glance. And I said there, you know, we were talking about her utility because, hell, if we're talking about the scoreboard, I think there's no conversation. That is a simple statement of Glance was popping off. Even from the first round, you could see it, the fire lit under her up against this G2 squad. But the utility's been such an important role, or such an important gap that is never left open for KC. They always have this information. The re-peaks, as we said in the previous map when players went down, often getting them ahead of the curve in terms of where that hit was coming in. G2 were walking into stacks, or at least into players on that side of the map, ready and waiting for that fight, knowing that it was coming. Every fake they tried to sell, bar I think one, went in the other direction. It was always read by KC, and I think that very much comes down to Glance. And when you're hitting your shots like that as well, I mean, I can't imagine are bringing much more value to the team. Now 4-1 up for G2. It's going to start to get a little bit too familiar after that previous map. KC ran away with it, and they never came back. Well, now 3-round gap, and G2 investing, looking for that deep push again. It's found so much value before, and this time it's Nello alongside Akita, pushing deep to find that pick. A double opening, in fact, and ready for Glance to reaggress. This round put to bed in the opening seconds.
Little bit of extra time bought, but I don't think there's much to play with here. Economy a little bit low for KC, and operator in hand for Alkia as well. Still sticking around though. A little bit surprised. I guess the goal is to maybe make things that a little bit more costly, not allow G2 to really build up much economy going forward, but it's not like they're the ones really going to be too much suffering in the next round, when probably the most you're going to take is a player or two. So I think the only real decision here is to just back off. I kind of have to respect the fact that G2 are just going for this again and again, though. I think clearly feeling that Akita can find those openers in towards the C site. Happy that she can sort of take that space, but realistically, I want to know how consistent they can be with doing this, because, again, it does really feel like they are super reliant on her being a superstar for them to get into that site.
And again, this is what we talked about, having that double initiator. Look at how much utility is thrown in with it, not just the reveal, but the stun from Mimi. That's what caught Safia, stopped her from having any impact. When she goes down, all of the traps are gone, and that backside push around the bend is easy peasy. And I think this flood from G2 is the main thing that they can hope to find success with. I like, as you said, that they run it again and again, because what other opportunity do you have with this composition? The slow, methodical map control leaves gaps for your opponents to exploit, or leaves players holding that control without the benefit of the composition that you've taken the risk to run. So it's the right call by all accounts. Now Nello has the ult to activate and will do so right here and now. Looking for a second bite of the cherry, pushing into Safia, but falling as the ultimate reveals these players. They have no choice but to back off.
Yeah, well, it does work out in the end. And Safia are ending up being picked off. Definitely a bit more problematic. I don't even know how Alkia could see anything there. That was an arm for a second, and that was enough for her to even things back up. Tries to get back towards the other side of the map and deny them space over on B. She'll at least stop them being able to push the other way, and has managed to connect again. It's going to be the laser beam fight, and Alkia comes out on top. Only one standing, and blink and you miss it. That was so clinical from Alkia.
Reminiscent of the end of half number one over on Sunset. A 4K pickup off the ultimate use, the laser gun in the fingers, finding their mark, pointed like the tip of a spear and thrust into this matchup with great success. At this point, KC, they're right back in it. The morale got to be high after losing that opening pick, after Safia falling after ulting, and it looked like having a safe passage back to the back of C site, but instead being caught on the cross. G2, they were in the lead. They had the foothold. All they had to do was rise up, but it's KC rising to the occasion in this matchup. A 3-round gap now, and G2 on their last legs when it comes to this economy game.
Cover going out.
Ready as well. The 5 rounds on this defensive side. Been pretty stellar.
Go, go, go.
Hello. Going to lead the charge this time out. Not going to quite be able to no-scope the Prowler. Haven't really been able to capitalize on things, and I don't mind that from Akita. She's trying to catch the player utilizing the drone. It was GX who she met on the other side. The problem now, though, 45 seconds left, and they're only just starting to make their move. Alkia again is going to kick things off with a pick onto Amy. And they turn this tide.
Was that a blind shot through the smoke? I think it might have been. The stick from GX certainly not working out, but they have managed to find another. Vanya on the site, all alone. Mimi is here with a stun in hand, and it will at least section off the players, slow their push, and allow them to be picked one at a time until it's Glance against the army of G2, falling at the final hurdle. Mimi with a triple kill and a 3rd round for G2 as a result.
I think an important round for Mimi individually. She had a very rough first map, but to see her turn the corner and start to step back up into this one. definitely had its moments though. Like this shot onto Alkia, Vania was not aiming for her. She's going for somebody else and just gets a freebie. And a safe pair of hands in Mimi is there to close things out. Third round already for Gozen, and when playing this comp last time versus Twisted Minds, it was the attack side where they pulled out the majority of their rounds. See, can change, but more importantly, off the back of that round, they managed to break the economy of KC. So this purchase definitely isn't the best. You've got Anasilia still with a rifle, but everyone else is stuck in the mud.
No peek.
Well, deep drone's gone through on C. This point, especially on the low buy, you've seen nobody there. That's when the rotations come through. That's when players start to move in the other direction. And that's exactly what's happened. See, a fortress moments ago is almost abandoned. The ult being spotted certainly keeps them around, actually gets Anasia back in this direction. A 1-to-1 trade to start the book. It comes out, and it comes up big with a double pick. Vanya does just the same, measuring up blow to blow with their opponents, but with this weak buy, it's already a good start for KC and a real opportunity for this to become so much more. The smoke fades. GX now stuck with a classic in a ranged fight. It's not ideal. And Mimi, of course, holding it down. They've got a good read, a good guess, perhaps. Glance again up against Mimi. This time the Rolling Thunder put through. The respect clear in this battle. Mimi won the last one and has a good idea where Glance is coming from. The reveal fired through. That's going to get the information. Glance pointed in the right direction and the shot lands. The time plenty. And a big pick for KC, finding round 6 on the board for them.
Thrifty.
The two players normally to give the most heat. The pay save card Thrifty comes through with Glance at the helm of it once again. I'm sure that one's going to be brought up later on in the day, but it was mainly this from Alkia. The first shot, okay, fair enough, but the second one, blind through smoke, it is honestly just ridiculous. This is a round that I think G2 goes in I've got to feel pretty bitter about. It's a scenario where they have such an advantage in the weaponry, and I think it is just they go back for that super aggressive style of play, and it never really stopped. They just kept trying to run it down into these weaker weapons, and, well, I think you're asking for trouble if that's the plan.
I love seeing those player cams as well afterwards where GX is getting so hyped up seeing that clutch from Glance. It's been all day long. So important to bring that energy on the server. And Alkia, bringing the heat, bringing the pain to G2's front doorstep. It was 2 rounds that they managed in the previous map. They're sat here on 3 with Alkia looking the right direction.
Peekaboo.
It doesn't look like any more rounds are going to slip away. Certainly not if Alkia has something to say about it. A 7th assuredly on the board with 2 classics up against 5 well-armed players. And the question, Tom, is in the last map, you said 4 or 5 rounds for G2. It's going to be enough. Or it should be. Well, they didn't even get close. What are we looking at here with 7 presumably already on the board for KC?
And then the majority, if you're going off stats, they're probably needing at least 7 on the attack. So it's not looking great. It's not looking good, Breath. I'll put it that way. They're going for a knife kill. That's what GX IGL, by the way, just went for a knife kill running into a smoke. So it's safe to say the KC players having quite a lot of fun. I think for KC, we've seen some pretty stellar defensive sides from them, so I think this is their stronger half. So I guess both teams technically play in their stronger half, but I don't know. I'm not feeling confident. Not only I said at the beginning in the comp, like I'm really not seeing what the Clove brings. I said versus weaker teams, it's an opportunity to, I guess, have a Reyna with smokes. You can frag out a little bit more. So far, Nello's not been having the performance that reflects the value that should bring. Because also, if you are going to... Like, the medal's not a bad piece of utility, all jokes aside. Like, you can put it into positions, it makes someone low, and you can finish them off easily. She's not been playing with the team in most rounds.
Vanya and Akita on the half shields. The buy already showing some weaknesses. The scope in play this time, it's packing a bit more of a punch than we've seen before. Alkia with the upgrade, Akita with the opening pick. That's GX down. You talked about those opening duels. Well, there's one that hasn't gone the right way. It's going to keep everyone towards this A side. All three of Alkia's teammates on that side as the ult, the flash, the Prowler comes through. There's nothing to do but fall at the hands of Mimi as G2 flood the C site. 4 rounds, now looking likely in a 5 versus 3.
Good ult usage. I think also you're still seeing those sort of aggressive plays from GX even when it hasn't been working. Kind of feeding into like what you kind of do want to see from G2, which is the more brawly style. Like they've definitely got the composition for that. So I'm not sure that's necessarily the best play in the world. For the rest of the players, they might as well go for this. Finances are actually very good, and with Akita going down, maybe overdoing it just a little. They do have to be careful. Rolling Thunder actually going to be committed. They really are going for this, not just sitting back, and maybe that'll be their undoing. Vanya starting to join the party as well. That ultimate has gone into the wind, and while for Anasilia, just looking to try and drop as many weapons as humanly possible, but Vanya, a safe pair of hands in the end. 7-4. G2 climbing back into it at least a bit. As said, there's not going to be any problems for KC to buy in the last round.
Yeah, not at all. I like this though. Finding some value there for G2. Previously, we've seen some of these flank protections being a little bit too tight to the rest of the team, right? Now, moving towards that C site where so often the hits come through, they leave a player towards A. They find that value. This time, G2 looking for an aggressive A take, but so are KC. 3 players here early, a barrage of utility, and it all comes down to the Battle of the Neons, with Alkia leading the charge, finding the frag, and the trade out immediate as she falls. Vanya, in all the chaos, has teleported into their spawn, but they're aware. You can see Safia clearing this herself, but the players on the B site, they could be in danger, seeing a lot of presence on B. But now that time has passed, they'll expect someone up top. The Hunter's Fury close to finding Mimi, but the mark is missed, and Anasia is the one to fall.
She's tried to make a move, maybe expecting a slightly more lone defender. Amy definitely wary of those shock darts. She is so desperately low, and now the opposing Omen becomes the same sort of problem. Amy's done well, though. A second while still on low HP, and Vanya's position should have been revealed, but getting into this is definitely not going to be the easiest. That dart is going to be dodged, but they should still have an idea that she could be around this area. Maybe not. Oh, she's been spotted finally, but the Haunt has also given the game away of where the opposing players are. Amy now going down, but that time is ticking. It does not matter. Once again, Glance, right place, right time, right position, right everything. She will make this 8-4, and a deserved 8-4 for KC.
Absolutely a safe pair of hands is Glance when it comes to those clutch scenarios. A good win rate when it comes to this series. And today has been her day. Today's been the day for KC. At least so far, G2 have to hope that the winds of change are blowing in their favor as we move on to the second half after the break.
Let me take it for a ride. Close your eyes, come with me. It's a heaven in disguise, just for you. Just for you.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4 in favor of KC. And for G2, moving on to the defensive half now, I think this is somewhere that they cannot come in scared. They cannot be afraid, especially not with this composition. It's going to rely on aggression, not playing with that Sentinel. And of course, fear is the mind killer. For them, they need to be the KC killer, because so far it's been nothing but blows of death dealt out by that now attacking side. Alkia 16-5 coming out of that first half, and so many more strong factors to report on. And GX, who started out map 1 with an ace in round 2, only on 4 kills, and they're 8-4 up. So it's not looking good. They managed to shut one player down, but the rest are picking up the pieces.
Well, it's a decent start for Nello, at least. I feel like the secondary controller may have that extra little benefit when it comes to the defense, the extra delay, the metal being thrown into the choke to make all the players vulnerable, lose HP as they do. It's the possibility, but jury's still not out on that one. Amy well placed, but Alkia has just had hers and everybody else's number so far in this server. An insane performance from her that doesn't look to be stopping anytime soon.
It's strange to think that this is the same G2 that we've seen go throughout this stage, dropping, what, 3 maps total, never 2 in a series, never losing those BO3s. Well, now, history could be undone, but
okay.
They fight with great success, leaving just GX and a relatively dominant pistol round. That's a great retake from the defensive side, and a much needed round win here to inject those rounds to close the gap on KC.
I think the late paranoia just absolutely cooked the remaining defenders, and you could see how lost Anasilia was in that battle. The rest of the team isolated, and there is a decent smoke to sort of make things at least a little bit more awkward. You can see there are a couple of ideas with how they're going to be utilizing it. Interestingly, though, KC are looking to disrespect the hell out of G2. They're coming in with a buy themselves.
Well, considering their round win rate so far, I'm not too surprised. I like to see the confidence here as KC attempt to do the unthinkable. That one victory for G2 could quickly be snubbed out, the flame dimming. It's the A site that they've chosen to hit, and there are many players here. This is where Mimi is with the utility supporting the squad. The stun goes through. Alkia's ahead of it, but caught by Nello. Glance managing to find one. It's a second. Added up in her favor, and the spike retrieved. They've gotten out with it. They've spotted Akita up top. This is dangerous. They have a real chance, but the back not cleared. Mimi managing to thread the needle through and find that pick. It leaves KC needing a solution, needing a pick, needing some space to fight from, and they might not find it. That was ambitious to go for the hip fire with the Outlaw, and it's left in a GX's hands. A slow start from her on this map, but at no point can you count her out. 9 rounds for KC, an upset in the second round of this half, and we could be looking at another nail in G2's coffin.
Yeah, this was a story that again resonates with yesterday. A lot of pistol victories for the side of KC, and when they didn't win them, they took a gamble with the Force and were able to take that home. I'll say GX might be the one to clutch it, but it is another huge round from Glance. 4 kills off the back of the SMG, using the distraction of other players to get round and get into position, but then also just having one of the nastiest stingers I think I've ever seen. Okay, that communication was a little bit rough, I'm not gonna lie. I think they're completely lined up in terms of the fights, but neither of them going down for it, so all in all, it doesn't really matter. And when you look at what the purchases for G2 goes, and they haven't forced back up, they don't have the finances to do it, and that means that you've got rifles galore for KC versus a couple of sheriffs.
Glance up against her former banner, and almost single-handedly burning it to the ground in so many of these rounds. Safi and GX, though, they take the reins for this one. Oh, G2. It looked like this could have been the resurgence with the pistol win, with the successful retake, the wind in their sails, but the sails now lie firmly on the ground, not catching any wind for a while. This round done and dusted, even before it began with the bye that they had. But without so much as a pick, so much as a kill to write home about, even the headshot. It's not enough. Alkia survives and trades blows, but hers is a killing one. 10-5 now, and G2 on their last legs in this series, and their history here in stage 2, their flawless run. It's not looking like it's gonna last for much longer. A tale of what could have been, as the lower bracket calls to them.
It's a very different looking Carmine Corp and a very different looking G2 to what we've seen so far in the group stage. Akita looking to try and take this one into her own hands. Has support, has utility, has things being thrown in behind, and while Vania is there, what a difference a couple of moments can make for G2 Gozen, from a flawless round going one way to the potential of the same in the other direction. Spike down. Safia, at least with a sniper that is one-shot kill to every single player in front of her currently, still is easier said than done.
That it is, and even if it's not done, the next round we'll see a bye for KC. They can rise again to the occasion. With a considerable buffer of rounds, with a composition from G2 that certainly has its fair share of disadvantages when it comes to the next half. And an Outlaw, we better not count out a real chance here for Safia to at least make this more costly. What was that shot? If there was a second bullet in the chamber, this could have been dangerous. But Mimi, 150 HP, was confident in taking that fight either way. Making the best of a bad situation in the end, but a solid start to this fight for G2. They were hoping for a battle towards Rubble, and they got exactly what they wanted.
As I said, a good response from G2 guys. I think a round that's needed as well. Like, just having that sort of dominant fight, show that you're not just going to get battered, show that your opponent needs to at least show you an element of respect. We're going to see the same sort of presence being taken from Kita. The thing is, though, this is just a ruse. Hoping to battle the other side of the map, fighting through the smokes. Every piece of util thrown in behind it, and while Mimi will take one, but Nello has been removed from action. An immediate cross from Vania. That was from the shadows used just to get back into position, but, well, the same could be said on the other side. Just right into the A site. Fair play.
Yeah, this is the thing about G2's space taking. It's very telegraphed, it's very clear, and a quick adjustment sends KC in the other direction. And Asia holding the line, the back line that is, and Safia's here to back her up, trading her out as Alkia looks to close the round, and just like that, back to winning ways for KC. 11-6. 2 rounds away from not just defeating G2, from not just repeating history and sending them to the lower bracket, but from doing it in 2-0 fashion.
Doing it dominantly is the way to put it. I think as well that has to be one of the most impactful uses of the neural theft you're ever going to see. Just, okay, they're all over there. Let's just TP onto the other side of the map and plant. And it just became a scramble from that point onwards because they were so far away. Not expecting players to still just be left in nooks and crannies hiding behind. And Gozen, they've got themselves a pause. Their leader, obviously changing literally from a man called leader to Drew Sparks. So we'll see what he has to say, see what he can bring to this occasion, because I think by the sounds of it within the interview earlier, there was still a lot that he wanted to improve, a lot he wanted to change. I'll be interested to see if this composition comes back, because, I don't want to harp on a singular agent, but I haven't yet seen the value that maybe would have been expected, unless it was just a confidence pick or something that worked well in like prior matches or scrims. Obviously, we've only seen it once in officials versus Twisted Minds, which they played very well yesterday versus KC, but they are still that team coming up from contenders, so they're a squad you'd expect G2 Gozen to be able to beat. But that gap has definitely been closing. We'll see if with what is, again, another weaker bye, if Gozen can close the gap here.
That cage has gone a bit too far. They can still clearly see nobody's crossed. But G2 with some decent information to work with, even without using that revealing utility deep. That allows them to position the smoke to block out any attempt at taking that control. 3 players towards A, though. KC not in a hurry, not in a rush. I'm actually surprised to see them moving back in this direction. They've lost so much space. They've lost contest. They missed their cage on the cross, knowing now that Rubble could be taken late. It's a bit of a gamble, and perhaps representing the pistols that are in play. The Rolling Thunder, they wanted them to take this space, perhaps luring them into a trap, and now it's sprung. It's KC that are caught with 2 picks going their way. G2 have Amy caught in a corner, support on its way. It's just the pistols, but they've got them now. A beautiful response indeed as G2 find themselves just up against GX. What a round this is to step up like this. The Rolling Thunder working wonders on that retake of space.
Yeah, they might have struggled when it came to the weaponry, but the ults were where they were able to pad the gap and bring that pay save card thrifty home. Like having that late use, the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder as well, couldn't have been better placed. Both players completely screwed in that corner. It's a big win for the side of G2 Gozen. Can they now turn it into something more for the attack? It puts them on their last legs in terms of the finances. They can still buy into this one. Alki are also 1 away from having the overdrive, which a lot of the time I wouldn't be too excited to talk about, but she has genuinely made that look more valuable than a showstopper.
Oh, the gap closing, indeed. Sprays. Aiming for damage, but Nello's not deterred.
Don't do it.
She wants to go running through this. It's all about timing here. Oh, an opportunity presented, but in the end, she falls down. The aggressive play, the ult pop to try to get after those players running to the A site, but instead Safia was still waiting. And now look at the response. You have no information. You have no idea where the hit's coming in. So forward goes Vanya to try to plug that gap, to take back the info. But instead, more space is claimed by KC as a result.
Both voice lines. It might not be dead yet, but it seemed like they were very close to being dead. Alkia already adding another to the death toll in this round, and Clove just looking like the KD killer at this point, rather than doing too much in the server itself. For now, not even an opportunity for a flank, because the Cypher trip's still online. And it seems like Safia maybe smelt the blood in the water. She is tracking Mimi, and she's got it absolutely spot on. That literally was like she had wall hacks. Just made the corner, the turn, exactly in the moment when Mimi looked to make her move. And while Amy is boxed in, they know exactly where she is. The only thing that might be able to save her here is the spike, because nothing else will. It's Safia, the tracker, coming back in with another.
Match point.
This is not how I thought this would end. Even if KC were to repeat history and send G2 down below to that lower bracket, I didn't think it would look like this. Dominant scoreline in favor of KC on map 1, and yes, G2, they start to put the pieces together even with this bizarre composition. But the puzzle, too difficult to solve it seems. 5 in a row now needed for G2, a feat they've not yet managed here on this map. And on the defensive side with this comp, with how things are going, it's not looking like they will. Alkia feels like 50% of the time this ult is popped. It's a 4K that's found. G2 rightfully standing back. They'll play the retake. And a difficult one it shall be.
Paranoia is going to go through into half of the team, but it's the Bucky that meets them on the other side. Alkia's ultimate gone, but the opposing one is ready and waiting. It doesn't last long at all. Falling like flies. Of course, the Hunter's Fury is going to connect. Would you doubt anything more? And a 13-7 victory will send KC further forward in that upper bracket. They had struggles in their match yesterday, but today was a breeze.
It really was. Just remarkable to see this level of play from KC, to see G2 fall 2-0. Then not only have they not lost a series, but it's been a map here or there, and now 2 in a row to the same opponent in the same series, albeit perhaps maybe when it matters the most here in the upper bracket. The next one, of course, being elimination. I suppose the stakes have increased. It is remarkable to see this level of play, Tom. I'm blown away by what KC have delivered here today. And I think a big factor, you have to give a shout out to Glance for just remarkable gameplay.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
Spike down B.
Really impressive stuff. So we are going to be just looking back at some of the highlights. I think just some of the sheer levels of like dominance that we saw out of them in this matchup is definitely a good sign for them coming back after what was definitely a bit more of a shakier group stage. So I'm excited to see what they're going to show going forward.
Well, yeah, this is definitely promising for that upper bracket run. I mean, delivering in a time like this up against a squad like G2, someone that, and again, you look at this composition and you think it's somewhere that I could sit back and say, oh, well, I don't expect them to win with this. I don't expect that this is somewhere that represents the full extent of G2. If it was a different map, a different composition, it would have been different. Well, map 1 was different. It was more dominant. It looked better for KC, and really just mind-blowing to see this performance. Like we've said, I can't wait to see how the next few days shape up for this squad, and it's got to feel great for Glance up against her former team to be able to take victory like this. But Tom, that's all the time that we've got here today on the caster desk, but the show's not over yet. I believe the analyst desk is standing by, and soon they might have an interview for you.
All I can say to the KC fans watching is je suis le singe. Parce que I feel like I played down the game of KC slightly based on their performance within the group stage and also yesterday's performance. You know, we didn't get to see fully formed stage 1 winning KC yesterday, but today we got the whole show, MacMate, and I was absolutely loving what I was seeing. But I mean, G2, they didn't have the chance to put up a fight.
I don't know. It felt like that KC was ready for every single thing that was thrown at him, and look, we have to say it was the Glance show, right? She was going absolutely crazy. Alkia as well needs to be mentioned. Less clutch impact, but way more impact in the early round, right? You could see, especially when she was getting that overdrive online, there were so many moments where she was just sliding in and being a nuisance and really putting G2's tracking to the test.
Oh yeah, 100%. And top of that, you go to see like GX versus Vanya. Like Vanya was popping up, like what we could see Alkia's stats on screen. As we all know, first blood percentage 25%. I mean that sums up Alkia's performance as well. As Max said, early round impact, top draw. But yeah, I just wanted to touch on it, like in the fact that like we've seen Vanya still popping up. And hey, listen, we need to see the rest of G2 step up when they go to that lower bracket.
I imagine they will. They're not going to go down without a fight. But let's talk to someone who had so much fight on the server today. Hello, Glance. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi, Glance. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that very swift, successful performance?
Feeling great, to be honest. I didn't expect it to be like that, but I guess we take it. Nice.
You were on something today. Why do you think that the team was feeling fired up so much going into this game?
I mean, we were prepared and we played our game, and also we have a good momentum from yesterday match. So I think we were just excited to play, and we play our game, and it just went our way. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching your highlights from this series. Notice a little bit of cheeky BM there. Can you talk us through your experience of the game?
They just came to me. What can I say? I mean, like it was just working, and we had a really great comms today. It was very easy to understand where they are, and our comms, and even when people are dead, they still were calling like utility, what util we have, what they have, how we can play, and it's just so easy to play when you have like that such a teammate behind you.
And on the first map, it felt like you didn't even need to use your utility. It feels like quite a different style, a lot more dry peeking than we're seeing the other teams trying out on Game Changers. What gives you the confidence to run with that kind of strat?
I mean, we're just playing together, and if we're doing some solo moves, it's because we know it's a gap, and we can abuse this gap. So I think that's how we can just show on the map that we are confident, and we understand what's happening around. So yeah, that's fine.
And tomorrow you'll be facing Giant X. This is a rematch of the Stage 1 finals. So I imagine you'll be feeling pretty good about going into this one, given your history against this team. What are your impressions of Giant X at the moment? Because they also didn't have the best group stage.
I mean, Giant X are my favorite team. I really like players that they have, and we are like friends with Nami, for example, and Nami is Safia's best friend, and they're great players, so we're just excited to play, and I want to show our Valorant, and I want to see what they're going to prefer, so I think it's going to be a good match.
Yeah, and you know what? I underplayed their group stage as well, just like I underplayed your potential to make it such a not throwaway series, such a strong series against KC, because actually they were a top seed going into this. But I am very excited to see this matchup for you. I know that you'll have KC fans watching on Halo Dia stream. Is there anything you'd like to say to them now?
Yeah, thank you guys for supporting. We really feel it, we appreciate it, and we got even more support because we had like a bit of a tough group stage, but still everyone believed in us, and I mean, having all these people behind our back giving us a lot of confidence, and thank you guys, you're the best. And yeah, just keep supporting us.
Well, you were like an MVP today, so I think you're the best too, Glance. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, guys. Bye.
No, I think G2 was so dominant. I'm just like, anyone who isn't G2 didn't have the best group stage. That's not actually true. I apologize. L for Frankie in the chat, please. But it's fantastic to see KC just turning things around when they're really feeling on their game. No one seems to be able to stop them, Cairo.
Yeah, and it's good to see them having another shot, isn't it, Cara?
Yeah, no, 100%, mate. Do you know what? Like, I was coming into this game as well with Carmine Core feeling human. They look human compared to how they looked to it in that first split. G2 looked immortal, and right now, Carmine Core found the Achilles heel. G2 cannot, for whatever reason, beat Carmine Core in the playoffs bracket. It's going to be a long road ahead to see G2 finally face off against Carmine again, but I'm really excited for this, what is starting to feel like a grudge match, a rivalry building up.
But the playoffs are well and truly underway. Let's take a look at the updated bracket, because I am so excited for this upper bracket final that we're going to see play out tomorrow, guys. KC versus Giant X. I mean, this could be the grand final. This could just be a warm-up for these teams, Mac.
Yeah, it's going to be that grand final rematch. We got the GX against GX. That's always going to be a tongue twister for everyone involved. And then arguably more exciting, just as exciting, G2 in that first stage of the lower bracket have to make the full gauntlet run if they want another shot at the title, something that they weren't able to do stage 1 of the year, but now they get another shot at it, which I guess that's not a good thing, but you got to play it as it lies, and that's where you are right now. You've just been 2-0'd, you need to turn things around in a day.
I can't imagine they're not going to turn things around, Cairo.
No, listen, do you know what? If there's any team to do it, it has to be G2, right? We've got a repeat of the grand final to look forward in that upper bracket. SK have to go and prove themselves against the best of the best from the regular season. So with that being said, tomorrow is set up to be a monumental day of Game Changers Valorant. And, well, where else would you want to be to watch some great Valorant?
Exactly. You just want to be at twitch.tv/Valorant_EMEA on YouTube equivalent. So we will see you guys there tomorrow, same time, for more epic Game Changers EMEA. Good night.
dreams I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep,